Damn quiet morning. Hope everybody's having a great day, staying blessed, avoiding stress, and all that good stuff. I'm gonna go get situated. I'll be back.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. What conversations are we having right now? Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hi, what conversation are we having right now? Hello,
Everyone's just
is
kind of
anybody
chilling.
talking? Oh, they're chilling. Oh, okay.
Oh, they're all doing their own thing, man. It's pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, that's why I see no one's talking. Okay, okay.
It's early.
Mm.
Well, it's a Saturday too.
Wait,
Yeah,
is it?
everybody's been working all
Oh,
week,
yeah,
so
yeah,
they
yeah,
got
it's
the day
Saturday.
to go run some errands and stuff. So they'll be around later this
Oh,
afternoon, I'm sure, dude.
wait, it's 4:20 right now.
Yeah. For me,
Mm.
it's like 9:23 in the morning.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Okay. Here it's 4:20 p.m.
Ooh. Well, I hope people get more
Uh,
active soon, man. I'm trying to get situated
uh,
myself. I'm not quite in the position to be engaging in a chat at the moment.
oh, oh, okay. Okay, all right. No problem. I'm gonna check veganism
I'm
right
just
now.
keeping an ear out in case somebody comes in here screaming obscenities or being a fool, doing the moderator thing.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no problem, no problem. I'll check out the service.
And then feel free to come back anytime. We'll be around.
Sure, sure.
Mic check.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
No one's talking?
That is correct. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Also, Sundance is one of the scientists I see.
I don't know where he came from.
And book reader. Is it just more comfortable?
I made them
Okay.
cry. They're going crazy, and I told them space was fake, and then they just went insane. So now they're in spiral mode. You'll see if you look, you'll see nothing makes sense anymore. They said
Oh.
the sun is fake, the sky is fake. Now everything's fake to them.
I mean, either they're spiraling into absurdity or they're yapping a bunch of notions that are not entailments that they falsely believe to be entailments of what we actually say. And no.
Well, it looks like they're listening to us. They're afraid to speak, I guess.
I mean, this would go much better in the VC, so I don't know why they're not speaking to the VC.
They want to know what you think. What shape is the sun? Because somehow this room must be titled 24/7. Let's look at the sun. 24/7 sun or 24/7 moon. That's all these guys got. They never want to talk about the earth. They only want to talk about the sun and the moon. Yes, your universe is flat according to NASA. Google it. And since your universe is flat, where's the edge of your universe?
How about y'all speak up in the VC and actually prove you know anything about your worldview?
They're afraid. They know they'll just lose their minds if they open their mics because they're afraid. He said his voice will tremble if he speaks.
Yeah, I'm looking at the open chat now. Like,
So
just speak up in the VC now.
yeah, we got to tell you. You got to tell the listeners what's going on. That if the ones that you're not speaking. So he said his voice will tremble if he and he's feeble. I guess weak and feeble or fable.
He misspelled feeble.
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to spell.
Well, this is English Hub, so there are people in all stages of learning the English language here.
Well, maybe they should speak up instead of trying to type.
I guess they can get their practice in it with spelling, but trying to like posture and like mock us when we're challenging you to
Oh,
speak up,
I don't mind
debate.
them I don't mind them mocking. I think it's fun. I can do it all day long.
hmm
Gregory, are you a flat earther?
Do I acknowledge the surface of the earth is horizontal? Yeah.
I'm disappointed in you, Greg.
What's a flat earther, dude?
Why are you
That makes you
disappointed that I
so
acknowledge the
yeah,
obvious
I
fact?
want to know why you
Let's
asked
hear
him if he's a you're disappointed now. What happened?
Professor Triangle, you sound like 50 IQ and also drunk, so I don't really want to talk to you if that's all right.
Drunk?
I mean, you sound like the same IQ level since you ignore my question.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, Greg, this other spurg was like yapping over you. I couldn't hear your question.
I said it when no one else was talking.
He's so mad. It's funny.
Nah, Greg, go ahead and repeat it. Sorry.
But why are you disappointed that I acknowledge an obvious and verified fact?
Well, because it's obviously a dog whistle for your actual position, which is that the Earth does not
A
exhibit a
dog
global surface.
whistle.
What the fuck does it mean to call what I did a dog whistle? What the fuck?
I mean, it's one thing to say that standing at 6 feet tall or however tall you are, looking at the surface of the earth, like looking at the horizon, it naively appears flat, like a glober would say that as well. But the
Naively.
fact that you would say it that way kind of seems to suggest that you hold to the flat Earth position in general, and you know exactly what that is. So I don't know why you're pretending to not know.
What did I say? I didn't say what you just said I said.
All right, Gregory, dude. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, Gluff's gonna lie. I think that's the problem
Like,
here.
He's very
He's sitting
mad at
here
you, Gregory.
posturing and bloviating at me like
Yeah,
he
he's
knows so
mad
much
at
better
you.
than me, and that you can't get what I'm saying correct.
He's mad
I
at
mean,
you.
Gregory,
They're always getting mad at us.
I'm not like the rest of these guys. I'm not
See how
75
he's mad at me?
Like, I can understand what you're trying to say, but are too bashful to say for some reason. Uh, so I'm not disappointed.
I'm too bashful to say what you imagine me saying and want me to say, so you can make your silly narrative come true.
Gregory, I don't want it to be true. I hope that you're a Glover and you're just trolling right now, or just
No, he's
doing something.
100% a flat earther. He
Then why are you
100%
straining
knows the
yourself to
earth is
insinuate that
flat,
I'm saying
dude.
something I didn't say?
Yeah, he's 100%
Oh,
knows
this
the earth
other
is
drunk,
flat.
this other drunk spur keeps clamoring over you. I can't hear what you're saying, Gregory.
So why are you straining so hard while trying to mask your straining with a calm intonation in your voice that I'm insinuating something that I obviously didn't convey at any degree, at any level?
In what sense am I straining? Am I straining my intellectual powers? That's what you're suggesting.
You're going out of your way to push this narrative that I really believe otherwise, but I'm just trolling otherwise, and I'm too bashful, quote unquote,
Yeah, I mean,
to say what I really believe directly
yeah, I mean,
without any obfuscation. Like you're
look,
pushing this whole imagination about me.
Gregory, look, in this discourse, right, like people usually have the sack to either say I'm a glober or I'm anti-globe, like I'm a flat earther. And people know what those two positions mean. The fact that you're choosing
So
this
what?
weird option where you're like, kind of suggesting that you're a flat earther, but not really coming out and saying it is weird to me.
What's ambiguous and indirect about I acknowledge the surface of the earth is horizontal?
That's not what you said. You said you acknowledge that the
That's
horizon is
exactly what I
horizontal.
said
You said
earlier.
no.
You
You
can
said no.
wind
You
back the
said no.
video.
No. You said you
You can
acknowledge that
wind back the recording that's on the
you
YouTube
said
live
that the
stream. Yes,
horizon.
I
You
said
said that the
exactly that.
horizon. You said that the horizon is horizontal. You acknowledge that.
I said
That's
the
what you.
question, do I acknowledge the surface of the earth is horizontal? I said yes, so what? That's what I said verbatim.
No, it's not. No. I'm willing to bet. Like we can rewind this tape. I'm willing
Go
to
ahead
bet.
and bet, and you'll
No,
lose whatever the hell
honestly,
you want to bet. You can
no.
wind back the YouTube live stream.
You guys
That's exactly what I
you
said
guys
after you
can
asked
ban me
me,
forever.
are you a
You
flat
guys can
earther?
ban me forever. You can ban me forever if I'm incorrect about my recollection there.
I don't care
Ban
to
me.
do all that. You're not that important to me.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the moderation team here. You guys can ban me forever if I recollected that incorrectly.
You're not that important to them
Dude,
either.
why are you so concerned about what we're gonna do? Do you hear me saying anything? Do you hear
My
us?
God, you drunk
Do you
sir. I'm
hear
not
us
interested in
muting
talking to
you?
you.
Do you
You
hear us yelling at
You're a
you or
simp. You're
anything?
a
Is there
simp.
something
You're a
going
simp.
on
I
in
don't
your
want to
head
talk.
that you
All right,
hear
I'm just
me
gonna
doing
turn
shit
you
to
off.
you?
Wait, all right, I
Here
turned
you
you
are
down.
verbally bickering now like a
Yeah,
child.
I
People do
I
this every
downloaded
time you come into these fucking voice
this
channels.
guy's a
You
50
hear him
IQ.
talking to try to have a conversation to rebut one of the erroneous things you said. You're just going out of your way to try and push your voice to his. People do this dumb shit every
Because
time.
I mean, this guy's fucking Gregory. Because this guy's drunk and like 50 IQ. I don't want to listen to him yap. I turned him
And
all the way
so
down.
you decide you're going to be a obnoxious, noisy child too. That's going to resolve the issue.
Yeah, man, you gotta fight fire with fire sometimes, bro.
As though what you're doing is resolving anything rather than just making more noise, making yourself all the more obnoxious and intolerable and insufferable.
There's probably an element of truth to that, but I feel like this guy deserves it.
Deserve,
Dream
according to
man,
your
your
opinion.
microphone sucks really, really badly. I
Whatever.
don't know
Fuck
if you've
this game.
got
Fuck
something
you
in
guys.
front of the microphone or something.
You're now blurting pejoratives and expletives at him as though you're the one who's morally superior.
He's gone.
Stupid ass.
He ran away.
Hey, could someone
Yeah.
pop briefly over to the English Hub 24/7? I want to see if my sound's working over there today.
We're in English Hub 24/7.
I think we're in politics 24/7.
Oh, you paying attention. Very good.
No, you told me we were in the English Hub. Remember, they're learning how to speak.
You know, you're right. I was mistaken.
But sometimes people don't even know where they are, so I just want to throw that out there. Know what channel the account is in. I mean, notice how this guy's replies like he's talking with this condescending, mocking tone, like he's just so much smarter than me. And I'm just so stupid. I'm so beneath him. Can't even get what I said accurate. I can exactly remember and recall and repeat what he said in the first place. Are you a flat earther, Gregory? Then I rephrase the question because I don't bother with those terms. I can separate myself from all the stupid notions and connotations of these common labels. So if he's asking, do I acknowledge the surface of the earth is horizontal? Yeah, that's what I said. And then he went on to say a bunch of non-arguments that don't prove that he knows better than me, just bloviating and posturing and being noisy and obnoxious and insufferable and disrespectful. That's all that happened during the several minutes that he spoke up. Someone went out of their way to say to me there is a chance that he might be smarter than me.
And somehow these guys think that you sound drunk because I don't drink is somehow going to offend me.
Yeah, there's that too. Are you asking because you mistakenly believe that I said he can't be smarter than me? Is that why you're asking this? It's like they ask the most stupidest questions, yapping about things that were not said. And now, according to this other dumbass, I'm on pills. Like saying that as though it's as though that's a fact. He does not know that, nor is it a fact.
Hey, book reader, if you want to open your mic and have a conversation, that's the only way your time here is going to continue. Otherwise, I'm just going to deem you as a chat skanking troll.
You can hear the upper, an incomplete sentence, while he tells someone to close their delusions and even speak coherently in English.
I think these people are actually terrified to open their microphone and try to defend their position.
It
They just
strongly
want
seems
to.
like.
Yeah, it seems like they're not confident enough to have an intellectual conversation about the topic, almost as if they don't actually know anything about the topic that they blindly believe in.
I mean, like here's the irony. His account name is Book Reader, and he replies with incomplete sentences while going out of his way to disparage someone else. Evidently, you're just reading what children's picture books or whatever. Like, evidently, you're not reading novels, let alone a dictionary. Book Reader. Obnoxious, condescending ass who hasn't proven that he knows better about anything. Like you have at least 3 people sitting here in the voice channel, paying attention to both the voice channel and the open chat, ready to debate, not just bicker, but actually ready to debate a subject that the channel is designated for. And here they are chat skanking, not at all stepping up to the challenge, but still convinced that they know better. Yeah, Alaskan. Virtually none. In fact, perhaps just simply none. Simply no skill. Goddamn 0 overall.
Sorry to break this to you, Sundance Man, but flat is not a shape. I know it's shocking information.
He's
but
still he jumped ship. He went woo right over the edge when I said space is fake. Since then, he's been acting like this.
Well, what mathematical category is flat? Because not that Google is the freaking ultimate authority, but you type in "is flat a shape," it'll say yes and explain these details with these sources.
It's lake shaped. There, we're not now. Now the secret's out. Now you know it's shaped like a lake. How's that?
You should change your VC name to Condescending Gestures.
I should.
yeah. Oh yeah, great
Oh,
suggestion.
that's a good idea.
Is that it? Is that all I had to say?
I wrote that on my whiteboard for one of my next names.
There we go. I added it. It's now the channel name.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Oh, sweet. You said condescending gestures, right?
I wish I could just type it in chat, but I can't do that.
Yeah, well,
Like, I
you
can't
don't have the
chatscape
permission.
anymore.
You're not.
Chatscape.
Skank,
Are
skank.
you in a
It's
wheelchair or something? You don't type with your tongue? What's going on?
I'm
no.
disabled.
I
I can
removed
only
his.
use text chat.
Yeah. Does that make you feel any anger?
You care about my feelings, huh?
No, just asking. It's just a
Why
question.
why are you asking?
I'm just curious. You seem like
Why are you asking?
You're upset
Are you angry?
because
Yeah, you seem
I would.
depressed now. You seem depressed, and your voice, your whole attitude has changed.
Okay, Professor Drunk. Calm down.
Well, Dats and I did a sound check in the English hub, and we were able to hear each other. So maybe they got that fixed over there.
AJ, do you have any refutation to that result the computer gives, the Google result there in that screenshot I sent.
Oh, I'm
'Cause if
DJ.
there is a refutation now, I'll substitute my error for the correction.
Oh, hold on, let me check. Yes, flat is a classification of a type of shape in geometry. A type of shape, hey? Commonly known as a 2D or two-dimensional shape.
What's a flat look like?
Wow, this is crazy. This is hilarious. I'm
Somebody tried to make flat a shape.
look at what Gregory posted in the side chat. This is 2026 top quality world-class AI thinking engine. Saying flat is a shape.
Because I haven't seen any other source. I'm asking because I want to see. I'm opening the door. Like, if there's a refutation of this, I want to know it.
All right, so let's use that from now on. When they ask what shape is flat, we'll just give them that. Why not? That answers their question. It came from Google.
All right, this is what my AI said. It said the AI you showed is mixing up property with a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's a geometric property. Here's the distinction. A shape is a specific geometric object. Examples: triangle, circle, square, rectangle. Each of those has defined rules. A triangle has 3 sides, blah, blah, blah. These are shapes. Now, what does flat mean? Flat simply means the object lies entirely in a plane and has no thickness. That is a characteristic. It tells you something about dimensionality, not identity. Saying flat is a shape is like saying red is a car. Red is a property, car is an object, flat is a property, triangle is an object.
I have a question.
You can
Did you
have
ask? I can wait.
Yes.
Can you
No, it's
ask
okay.
it? Can you ask it if the term figure applies to a surface, as in would the figure be, say, flat? The figure of a surface be flat?
What kind of question is that?
It's a question of whether the term figure, but whether it's correct to say that the figure of a given surface is flat or is X, is whatever.
Can a figure have a flat surface on it? Yes.
But could a surface have a figure of flatness?
Yeah, it's the sculpture's sitting on.
Instead of typing away in the side chat, we could just talk here.
I wonder if this is actually a subject of debate among academicians. I wonder. I don't know. Is if the same software, right? Google, whether it be just the web browser like I just showed, or well, maybe you didn't use Gemini. AJ, what AI did you use?
Just ChatGPT.
Oh, okay, that's a different software besides Google.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of confused about your question, Jesse. It's not sure what you mean by figure.
Oh no.
Do you mean
Okay.
a drawn representation of a surface, like a diagram or picture of a surface, or a geometric object.
The a, a surface that exists in a 3D coordinate space. Like a plane could exist in a 3D coordinate space, but so could a sphere or a dinosaur or, any surface could exist in a 3D space. And I want to know what the correct word is, the category word. We obviously can't say the shape is flat or the shape is spherical, because those aren't shapes. Those are what are they? What is the right word for those? Does that make sense? In geodetic surveying, they refer to the figure of the Earth, but that's also talking about the whole Earth, not just a section of the surface. So if it were the whole Earth we're talking about, then we would say the figure of the Earth would be whatever, because figure refers to a surface in a 3D coordinate system.
So this is Gemini's answer. I just asked it. Flat is in what mathematical category? In mathematics, the term flat, quote unquote, typically describes an object or property rather than being a mathematical category, quote unquote, in the formal sense, like the category of groups, the category of sets. Depending on the field of study, flat, quote unquote, refers to one of several distinct technical concepts. One, geometry, elementary, and basic geometry. Flat, quote unquote, refers to two-dimensional, 2D, parenthetically, shapes. These are figures that have length and width, but no depth or thickness. Example, squares, circles, triangles. Context, used to distinguish plane geometry from solid geometry, parenthetically 3D shapes like cubes or spheres. That's one. And then it goes on to differential geometry and topology, abstract algebra, and algebraic geometry. Was there any error in this answer?
I don't think the AI actually understood what I'm asking, so I think AI was kind
No,
of
my question.
scattergun.
I asked it a different question. My question is different from yours.
Oh, I'm
Even
sorry.
though we're all talking about the same subject, but I said a different series of words in my question.
Yeah, I don't know what your question was.
Yes, I asked it. Flat is in what mathematical category? If
Oh,
it's
that's
not
right.
a shape, yeah, then what is it? So Gemini said it's depending on the field of study. In geometry, in basic geometry, flat refers to a two-dimensional shape. So
So
a
flat
two-dimensional
is a
shape.
shape?
Well, no, let me read it correctly. I misread. In basic geometry, quote unquote, flat refers to two-dimensional shapes. So it's a property of these two-dimensional shapes. That's what it's conveying in my own words.
I feel like maybe the AI didn't understand your question either.
Maybe it didn't. It didn't seem like it misunderstood.
So is it saying that flat is a shape or is not a shape?
Sounds to me like he said that it is saying that it is a property that these type of shapes have. Like
Yeah,
a category.
and it's numerically labeled. These different sections. There's 4 sections. They're numerically labeled. So these 4 enumerated sections that it touches on. Number 1, geometry, parenthetically elementary geometry, and then it says in basic geometry, comma, quote unquote flat refers to two-dimensional shapes. These are figures that have length and width but no depth or thickness. And it gives examples: squares, circles, and triangles, whatever have you.
Okay, with no thickness or depth, that would simply be like, an outline, like a square or a triangle, or some outline on a surface, confined to a surface, a 2D surface, which could be a flat surface or any other surface, as long as it's confined to the surface. So it is sounding like the shape means a 2D thing.
Yeah, it's not 3D, not describing, or it is only describing the three-dimensional realm we live on. It's not saying it's the shape.
So
opened 3 links that it linked to in the first paragraph of its answer, rather than the first sentence, it linked to Club Z tutoring, and it highlighted here. Introduction: in the realm of mathematics, the concept of quote unquote flat holds significant importance, particularly in the field of geometry. This article aims to provide a detailed explanation of flatness, exploring its definitions, examples, frequently asked questions, even a quiz to test your understanding. By the end, you'll have a solid grasp of concept and its implications. Definition of flat. In mathematics, the term flat, quote unquote, typically refers to a two-dimensional surface or object that has no curvature. In other words, a flat shape lies entirely within a single plane and can be perfectly represented on a piece of paper or a computer screen. Flatness is a fundamental property of various geometric shapes, lines, and figures, allowing mathematicians to study and analyze them effectively.
So what would the? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. That was Club Z. I'm going to read the other two, but you go ahead first in the meantime.
Well, maybe the other two will answer my question, because my question is, what is the correct term category term for a portion of a surface that may be planar or maybe something else?
So far, Club Z says, and notice my emphasis. The term flat typically refers to a two-dimensional surface or object that has no curvature, and then went on to say flatness, right? That type of property is a fundamental property of various geometric shapes, lines, and figures. So this article seems to be, these folks seem to be sustaining the difference between shapes and its properties. And intuitively, that would seem to be coherent and accurate. The shape has a property, flatness, that has flatness. The shape has flatness, and flat being categorically different from the shape, the intrinsic property of the given shape. But let's read these other two. This is workybooks.com. What are flat shapes? Types of flat shapes. Properties of flat shapes. This is flat shapes. Well, just that alone, since it's talking about flat shapes, flat is the adjective describing or referring to a type of shape. So these shapes have this property. There's that alone. I mean, here it says,
Ask it
what are
is
flat shapes?
bumpy. Ask it if bumpy is a shape.
Yeah. Here it says in workybooks.com, flat shapes are shapes that have only 2 dimensions, length and width. We also call them 2D shapes or plane shapes, unlike solid shapes. 3D that have depth. Flat shapes are completely flat, like drawings on a paper. Some common flat shapes include circles, squares, triangles, rectangles, pentagons, hexagons, da. Flat shapes are all around us. You can find them in books, on signs, and artwork, and even in nature. Funny about these shapes. That's all right. Key concept: flat shapes have only 2 dimensions, length and width. They do not have depth like solid objects. So yeah, just analytically paying attention to how they're using this key term, quote unquote, flat shapes. Flat is the adjective to refer to a type of shape, that these shapes have this property, flatness of the shape. I guess this last article out of the 3, mathnasium.com. Yeah, send this one too. Hang on. Click that button, click that button, click that button, click that button, and there it is. And then the last one I'm going to read. So I do the favor so you can read along with me and read it yourself. There's that one too. Okay, there it is. This one says, title, what are vertices, edges, and faces? A complete overview. First question, what are vertices? Vertical 2D shapes, vertices in 2D shapes. Vertical and vertices in 3D shapes. What are edges? Edges in 2D shapes. Now I want you to talk about flat or faces. So yeah. Okay, vertices and edges and faces. Flat would be a type of face, right? So here in this section of the article, what are faces? A face is a flat surface on a 3D shape, also called a solid shape. Each face is shaped like a 2D figure, such as a square, rectangle, or triangle together. and together the faces form the outside of the shape. You can think of a face as a part of a shape you can see, touch, and lay on your hand, lay flat on. 2D shapes do not have faces because they are already flat. Again, using flat as an adjective to categorize the shape into a type, right? So analytically, just looking at the sentences in their context and what they're conveying. In fact, a 2D shape is just one flat face. It doesn't have multiple surfaces like a 3D shape does. Okay. So altogether, these folks, I think we have enough content to make the conclusion that when a mathematician wants to speak accurately and coherently, they understand flat is a property of a shape. It is not a type of shape. It is a type of shape in that the shape has this property. The shape has flatness.
Right. So, what is the right term? If I want to say that the shape of the earth is, but shape's the wrong word, what is the right word?
It would be the it would be the type of surface. That's why I say the surface of the earth is horizontal, right? It's not curving.
Why are you
Curving
trying to
or
give it
not,
a
it's not
shape?
curving.
Why are you trying to give it a shape?
Well, I'm not trying to give it a shape. I'm trying to understand the right word is because we spend not half our time, but we spend way too much time just arguing about, well, flat isn't a shape. It's not because anyone's misunderstanding what we mean by using the word shape to refer to flat or curved. But it's just, we're spending a lot of time arguing about what the right, or that's the wrong word. And so I want to know what the right word is so I can use the right word.
So yeah,
You don't have to give it a shape.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's not trying to give it a shape. He's trying to say, what is the accurate way to say this?
Would topographical plane work?
Well, that's not the question. The question is, what category is shape? Like, what type of thing is shape? What type of thing is flat? Excuse me. What type of thing is flat? Since flat is not a shape, then what is it? Right. That's the question.
It's a
Yeah,
property. Don't worry
both.
about it. Just call it Earth shape and be done with it.
Earth is the shape of Earth.
Or restriction.
Well, I think the term figure might be pretty good. The figure of the Earth, we would say, is flat or globe or whatever.
Well, notice how someone like Warden is going to then speak up and say, what he just said. That's why I say the surface of the Earth, because we're not talking about the whole Earth. I'm talking about the surface that we all dwell upon. About the property of talk about a property of the Earth, that property being the surface. So, how is that surface shaped, or what's its form? Its form is horizontal / flat. It does not curve.
Flat is a property of a figure.
It's a type of property. So like with 3D shapes, right? Cubes, rectangular prisms, pyramids, etc., etc. They have faces. Those faces are flat. They do not curve. So the property of those faces, which constitute the shape, is flatness. So maybe not a shape, but it is a form. That's sort of how the face is formed. So the form of the surface of the Earth is flat / horizontal. And that's really what people mean. Right there. That's really what people mean. I should have been said that, but I didn't realize that until now. So yeah, when most people say shape, not in the sense of these distinct types of shapes with whatever number of faces. They really mean form, right?
Oh, so we should say the form of the Earth is flat or convex or concave or dinosaur or whatever, right?
The form of the surface, yeah. We shouldn't neglect to mention the surface.
Oh, right. Or more specifically,
That
the
shows
surface of,
exactly the subject.
or more specifically, the surface of large bodies of water at rest.
Yeah, there's that too. Because there's the Earth, and then there's the oceans, which is non-Earth. And notice how in scientism they're actually conflated categorically, as though the oceans is in the category of Earth when it's not in the category of Earth. Earth is a particular type of substance.
Well, it's because the laws of hydrostatic equilibrium and the idea of what would the ocean do if it were here is what's used to measure elevation on land, basically.
Yeah, see, yeah, look at what Ethergris posted or sent. He has quote unquote flat as a defining property of 2D shapes. It indicates the shape is two-dimensional. So yeah, again, what I've already explained in so many words. Yeah, that is not a shape; it is a property of shapes, specifically the faces of shapes.
A plane figure. Yeah, so the figure could be planar, or it could be, whatever. The figure of a basketball would be spherical.
Yeah, the figure or form, figure/form, right?
Yeah.
Now, some people this irritates them, like going through this research and analysis and musing upon this. It's painful for them. I understand, but math is analytical. It is in its very nature an analytical thing. That's the whole point of math. There is no math without analysis, without being analytical. And then, of course, imagine having this discussion, whether on Discord or wherever else, with an anti-flat earther doctoral mathematician. They will take this to task. If this is indeed a category error, and if it is a category error, then it would indeed be valid to expose that error and refute that error. So a doctoral mathematician who cares enough to discuss the subject would point such a thing out if we did commit a category error. So it is important to get this correct, especially if we ourselves are going to be scrupulous with the scientist advocates, the scientism advocates. If we can do it to them, they can do it to us. We shall shun hypocrisy, of course.
This is one of my favorite quotes from Einstein because a lot of people like to make that claim that math is reality and it defines reality. But Einstein said quite the opposite.
Yeah, it's just another metaphysical blunder on their part. That's Pythagoreanism. And the vast majority of the people who espouse such a notion, like you just mentioned, are oblivious to Pythagoreanism and its distinctives. That is one of the distinctives of Pythagoreanism.
Yep. The
They
worship
thought
of
the materials ontically subsist of numbers or mathematical concepts. That's dumb.
they
Patently
effectively
dumb.
made math their god.
In a way, with the rhetorically at least, with the reverence and the solemnity with which they spoke about numbers. Yeah.
And I'd say for their time, and even now, the ones descended from them, they're very good at making music. That's part of their entire deal. It's into the mainstream music and why it is the way it is. It starts to make a lot of sense.
How befitting, you know. Why only espouse one of the distinctives of Pythagoreanism? Why not two of them? There was the ball, primarily promulgated by Pythagoras, and also everything subsists of numbers. Math is the material things around us. The material things around us are math, are numbers, etc., etc. Oh, also another distinctive of Pythagoreanism that the Earth is a ball flailing around in a black void. He was one of the ancient people that published that promulgated that. The preeminent promulgators of that notion. There's that too.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Gregory.
Hi.
Hello, Get Beget. How's it going?
Good, good. How are you guys?
Oh, pretty good.
I was listening to you talking about geometry.
Yeah. This is one of the conversations I've had with Gemini too. I have several chats pinned in my list of chats in Gemini. Is one of these chats.
Yeah.
And one of the conversations I'm having with Gemini. And of course, I don't say that as though Gemini is a sentient living person like you and I.
Yeah.
But you know, scroll down to the part because it's only going to give you the entire conversation, not just one section of it. You scroll down to the part where I told it exhaustively expatiate the worldview. Excuse me, no. Nope, incorrect. Not that one. Where I said expatiate the history of the cosmological notion of planets and cosmic pluralism. You can scroll down to that in that conversation. And it'll explain one thing that I'm directing attention to, which is uh, when people started espousing, when the notion that the Earth is in the category of planet and it's a ball flailing around in a black void with the innumerable and infinite number of other balls flailing around a black void, when that notion began to be popularized, which was around, surprise, surprise, the 16th freaking century.
Yeah.
It enumerates
That's
the things that it
when.
explains, and it's number 3, Copernican revolution. Earth becomes a planet. The metaphysical barrier between Earth and the heavens was permanently shattered in 1543 with the publication of Nicholas Copernicus's heliocentric model. Redefining planet, quote unquote, Copernicus placed the sun at the center of the solar system. Earth was mathematically demoted to a planet in orbit alongside Mars, Jupiter, and the others. If the Earth is a planet, then the other planets must be Earth like bodies made of rock, dirt, and matter, not ethereal perfection. And Giordano Bruno, quote unquote, the martyr of pluralism, it said parenthetically. In the 16th century, late 16th century, Bruno took the Copernican model to its ultimate logical conclusion. It's commendable, consistent with the entailments of the notion. He proposed that the stars were other suns with the universe, and the universe was infinite, right? The black void, that everything flails around it. Around these infinite suns orbited infinite planets inhabited by infinite beings, infinite quantity of beings. I think he was burned at the stake by the Inquisition in 1600, not solely for this scientific view, so-called scientific view, but pluralism was central to his heretical cosmology.
Yes.
Mind you, these are Christian.
That's what I wanted to mention, that these kind of ideologies in those times, they were considered blasphemy, heresy.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people want to like anachronistically make Nicholas Copernicus and Giordano Bruno and all these people seem like they're just another atheist, in the so-called Enlightenment era. No, these are specifically Roman Catholic Christians.
Exactly.
Notice all these Roman Catholic
Yeah.
Christians contriving all these heresies, which they indeed are heresies and false gods about the gospel.
Gregory, sorry for interrupting you, but I want
No,
to
you're okay.
add one important point
Yeah.
to your view. When you said that about Catholic Church bringing Illuminism and stuff like this, it was actually them working in secret to do actually the opposite. They were pushing a blind belief religion. They were building it in that time in
Yeah.
secret. Yeah, this witchcraft and um, so-called today science, Copernican cosmology is actually witchcraft and heresy.
Yeah. I think you and I have both
Yeah,
seen a heliosorcery, haven't we?
yeah, yeah.
The documentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I can just imagine like, like a priest, hearing them out there at some sort of like meeting, and there's a priest and there's like an archbishop or maybe even the pope, and like, some guy's like presenting his case about, heliocentrism or whatever, and like the priest raises his hand to like scold the guy, or something, and the
Yeah.
pope's like grabbed it and said, "Stop, hang on a second, let's hear him out,"
Mm-hmm.
and he's
That's how it
like
begins.
rubbing
Yes.
his beard,
Like, how is this going to happen? Someone suggests the idea, and it's either mostly accepted or mostly rejected. Over time, it became more and more accepted or considered, and then accepted, and then promulgated, and then published, and then
The
established to where
problem,
now the majority believes it.
yeah, but the problem is in those times, most mankind knew that the world is flat. It's not a ball, and saying uh, things like or imagining that the world is a globe, it was highly illogical
Yeah.
to people in those times, and it it was very blasphemous to their intelligence, intellect, and everything. So this is why they had these very harsh laws, because um, the religious orthodoxy, I mean logical orthodoxy, not religious, it was very strong in those times. When someone was found breaking, trespassing some uh, laws, fundamental laws, um, he
right?
wasn't easily accepted.
Right. Well, isn't
And
it ironic, right, that Luther, right,
yeah,
was
yeah,
Luther, right, actually, stood up against some of that, right? That's ironic
yeah,
because he was being criticized for his like Protestant like ideas, right?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
they were pushing this heliocentrism idea, and he was like, "Hang on a second, what's going on here?"
Hmm.
Yeah,
We
he
don't see that
was,
ever at all, ever at all. And it's contrary to the scriptures. What are you people doing? That contributed to his disdain against those clerics in his region.
yeah. Uh,
Guys,
they built, you
you
see, it took it took for them like
yourself is not flat. You're
couple of
stupid.
Now,
that's
here's another
quite an
irony,
argument.
since we're on the subject.
Mm,
Augustine
yeah,
of Hippo, one of the most famous Christians ever, one of the most famous philosophers ever. He thrived from the third, fourth century to the fifth century. from the mid 300s to the early, or damn near mid part of the 400s. And he said this. I have the quote there in the open chat. He said this. Mind you, and Augustine of Hippo, being one of the most famous Christians, he is claimed by Roman Catholics as one of the doctors of the church. That is one of the highest honors that the magisterium of the Roman Catholic Church gives to
Yeah.
any one in communion with the Pope. It's so high that it's only one of 39. He's one of 39 doctors in the history of so-called Roman Catholics. There's billions upon billions of Roman Catholics in their worldview, right? Since the days of Jesus and the apostles, beginning with Apostle Peter being the Pope. All that is heresy and BS. But in their worldview, there are billions of Christians over more than 2,000 years, and only 39 of them, the latest one being Henry Cardinal Newman, who was made a doctor of the church by Pope Leo just a few months ago, right? 39 out of several billion are doctors of the church, and that's it. So he's one of the most highest honored Christian scholars in the history of Catholicism. And he said this in his day, in his magnum opus, which is The City of God, his greatest work, the most famous
Yeah.
work of all the literature that he authored. He said this: as to the nonsense about there being antipody, right, the poles of alleged spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how he begins this quote. That's how the chapter begins. This is book 16. What is it? Book. Oh no, I have to refresh my memory. I'll get it later, what exactly book and chapter this is. But this is how this chapter begins. As to the nonsense about there being antipody, that is to say, men living
Yeah.
on the far side of the earth where the sun rises when it sets for us, men who have their feet facing ours when they walk, right? That is utterly incredible, without credibility. Right?
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
one pretends to have any factual information, but a hypothesis is reached by the argument that since the Earth is suspended between the celestial hemispheres, and since the universe must have a similar lowest and central point, therefore the other portion of the Earth which is below us cannot be without human inhabitants. That's another subject. Right? He's talking about the
Yeah.
nonsense of the Earth being a ball with antipodes, and then the notion that there are other humans on the other side of this ball. But then he goes on to refute that argument or that notion.
Wow.
So Roman Catholics in the 16th century, 1500s and onwards, primarily, it's in the late medieval era, are the main, most prominent and influential promulgators of scientism in its distinctives as we recognize it today. And it's the same institution that honors one of 39 men, they're all men, to be doctors of the church out of billions, out of the entire 2 millennia history of Roman Catholics in their own worldview. And one of these doctors said it's nonsensical to say the earth's a ball with antipody and that there are other people on the other side of it.
Yeah. I
So
think
in the
this
Roman
is
Catholic
also.
worldview, they have a clear dilemma.
Uh-huh.
And they're contradicting one of the
Yeah.
great doctors who all these clerics in the 16th century knew about. They were all well educated on Augustine, including his magnum opus, The City of God. And evidently said, throw that away. He didn't know better on this. We know better now because we're so wise and we're so smart.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was there
There
was
were.
also the same sentiment was expressed in ancient Greek times, right? Against people like Eratosthenes and um and I've asked Globers like, well, how did they rectify this problem, right?
Ask Roman Catholics about this too,
Upside down
and
people,
they just fumble.
right? They do, and
They
so
don't.
I went
They
to
have nothing
the
to say.
next
I've asked
best thing,
at least a
right?
dozen. They
AI.
have nothing to say. Yep.
And the AI sort of said that, well, they kind of just thought that there was this intrinsic, reason that they didn't understand yet. That's how they justified it. They
And that's
had
exactly how
an
Henry
late,
Carl Newman. Yeah, that's
right.
exactly how he reasoned. Henry Carl Newman in the late 19th century after Vatican I, he is the main one in history, in the history of all the doctors of the church, stretching back centuries, in the history of all bishops that ever decided to speak up. He was a cardinal. This Cardinal Newman made the notion of the seed evolution, the seed growth. that the church had the seed of all the fullness of the revelation of sacred tradition outside the scriptures and beside the scriptures. And over time, it just grows and church learns more about it and da 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 da. So even when you're faced with counter evidence that the early disciples, even early bishops from antiquity, late antiquity, early medieval era, high medieval era, even late medieval era, believed nothing like what we believe today,
Yes.
well, that's okay. We can account for the complete absence of these doctrines that we have always said for centuries has always been believed by the entire whole of the church. We can account for the absence of any evidence of these ancient disciples believing this because we have the seed of the revelation of sacred tradition always there. So we really don't have to do a historical analysis, no matter how contrary the historical evidence is to our notions, especially one of our main notions that we espouse. Thank you, Carl Newman, for the seed notion. That's why he made that. And
I
that's why it's been
lean
accepted ever
more.
since.
Mhm. I understand. I lean more towards the conclusion that this Illuminism of 16th century actually it's the time when this 1000 years of dark ages gap actually began. That's when they started erasing the history and knowledge of 1000 years of mankind and bringing forth this new modern blind belief religion, pushing it into the world.
Yeah, so-called Dark Ages, historically
Yeah,
coined by unbelievers, to convey their disdain for Christendom and Christian domination throughout the medieval era. But
yeah.
that vague term with its emotional power and rhetorical flair.
Yes, but you see, they created this body, a religion of based on blind belief and deception. They built it as a ruling entity in the world, as the church. And now, once they created this fake system, um, they were able to detach their sorcerers, and they occupied positions of power. And
So in a sense, it was Dark Ages, but the sense in which the atheists and anti-theists say it, they're wrong for their reason for calling it Dark Ages. But it is Dark
yes,
Ages in the sense that they was predominantly dominated. The medieval era
mhm,
was predominantly dominated by so-called Christians who did not believe the
yes,
true gospel, espousing all sorts of
yes.
damnable heresies, including all sorts of cosmological errors, like what we're talking about
Mhm.
now.
Yeah, you see, I don't. When I think about Christians before 16th century, I see them like people who live their lives in harmony with nature, with animals. They take good cares of the land, of everything, and they live very healthy lives.
Oh, so
And
you're starting to sound
they
like a
don't,
millennial
they
Rainist.
don't buy. Those are people who don't buy your bullshit. You know, you don't fool them easily, and because
Rural
they
people
had a
living
very good
relative peace.
grounding. They learn from their elders. And now that they built this fake new church, this new movement, we believe that our elders were wrong. So you, as a young man, should break the door of your parents, go away, and build your own palace and be,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Yeah, that
that's
I
how
know exactly that
they.
notion you're talking about. This revolt against any and all tradition, not
Yes,
actually
yes.
being disciplined in trying to scrutinize
Mhm.
the given tradition to be true or false. Just throwing the baby out with the
Yeah,
bathwater.
yeah. You were talking about geometry, about flat planes, explaining to someone how flat plane is not actually a shape, it's a description of a surface. And in my hobby of making CPU architectures, I came across about some kind of logic, and um, I'd like to tell you something, that 3D space is not fundamental. It's a logical construct, and it starts with logic. Before everything exists, there is logic, because logic is the only governing force which does not need flesh, physical existence, or space, or motion to exist. It can exist beyond all these things. Now, for human flesh, for matter, atoms, everything to exist, even the electric force to exist, it requires 3D space, a logical construct. And logic, how does it create the first first step? It brings one blank, shapeless bit into existence. This means that all points A, B, C, D, they are all there in that point. And this point doesn't have a shape, doesn't have a height, length, or width. Now, for this bit to make a step from A to B, he must break the symmetry. Because if you get a plus bit in B and you have minus bit in A, with one step between them, the attraction of the electric force collapses them back together. So there's nothing to keep them separate. Therefore, this bit requires to make a logical step. And the logical step implies that it requires to have a minimum self-reflection or projection at a 90-degree angle. So now we get plus bit in B and a minus bit in C with radical of 2 between them. And this is a irrational infinite number which cannot be solved to be made in one step. So this step, radical of 2, the step of the field, is actually the step which breaks the symmetry, so it prevents the collapse of the electric field. And now we have in the first step, it has created the binary field in which electric force can exist and manifest xy, yx. And on second step, plus bit, as it goes towards D to reach C with a detour through D, it will make minus bit in C collapse towards A. Sorry, are you listening?
Oh, now he speaks.
So, are you following,
And then
Gregory?
vanish. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now when plus bit from B moves towards D, he will be landing into A. And the minus bit from C, as it was returning towards A, it will land into D, because we now have two entities making a logical step um, relative to each other. And that self-reflection projection is now 180 degrees instead of 90, because it's two entities. And this makes the field xy, yx to rotate, flip 180 degrees. So
A
this is
field of
why, yeah, the field rotates. And this rotation,
what?
the electric field,
Okay, okay.
yeah. So the electric field on the second step, it rotated 180 degrees. And in point A, we still had one neutral shapeless bit, which is actually the self-absence of a positive and negative bit in B and C. So otherwise, point A would have no meaning in space. But this neutral bit moves to B as the positive bit from B moves towards D, landing into A, and this neutral lands in B because positive bit left from B, and he will be now projected, he will make the step of the field leveraging pi to solve the radical of 2. So he will land into C, because that negative bit from C, as he was returning towards A, he ends up into D. So after these two steps, it looks like um, the positive bit from B, when he made the step towards D, he changed, he flipped his sign. That's how it will look like. But that's actually the rotation of the magnetic field. So positive bit actually landed into A. And this is how nature, in two simple logical steps, defines 3D space as a logical construct. And also it coherently closes a four-way transmission gate. And these transmission gates, they are known as H bridges in electronics. And they do pretty much the same thing.
A quick self-correction, real quick,
Yeah.
not to deflect too long away from what you're talking about. The quote I said from Augustine, City of God, that quote is from Book 16, Chapter 9. So the City of God, Book 16, Chapter 9, that's what I quoted.
I see.
For anyone listening that wants to see that quote. Go ahead.
Yeah, this was me telling you how I see the logical construct of 3D space, and I thought it might be helpful for you in your debates when you try to explain to people what a binary or a flat plane is, I mean, even in electronics, these things of geometry, fundamental geometry applies into how electron propagation functions in electronics. But my English language is so horrible, degraded a lot because I haven't speak in a very long time.
Oh, it's an interesting thing to hear you say about yourself. I guess I should stop holding out hope for any of these scientist zealots that exist on Discord land to actually behave with basic decency to complete a conversation to the end of the subject. I should stop holding out hope for that.
It's sad. For me, I feel sad in my heart when I see people desperate to seek logical explanation and solutions and coherent answers and true answers to questions and which they ask, but when you try to give them an answer, you find them that they actually ask that question with expectation to uh, he's expecting by default, he assumes in his mind that there is no way for you to know the answer to that question he is asking you, and he, you fell into some kind of his ingenious gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hoping and
It's a
expecting that
trap.
you don't know the answer, that you just fumble and mumble and stumble.
Yeah. And
Well,
even if
that gets shut down quickly with "I don't know."
Or
I
the
don't
facts,
know is the
or
beginning of
sound
wisdom.
argumentation. Yeah. You know.
Or sound argumentation. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. Like earlier, I think it was today or yesterday, I forget. But you know, these evidently, I guess it's a lot by now. These only Lord knows how many persons have committed to memory me in their memory and their disdain for me, and going out of their way to spite me as often as they can until they get sentient.
yes,
It's really amazing, and I don't give them nowhere near the same amount of attention that they give me. Like they remember my name, I don't remember theirs. Usually, I remember some of their names, less than half, far less than half. So these same people who I give them all the space in the world to finish an answer to my questions or to my refutations. They reply to my refutations or they answer to my questions. And they're clearly caught in an error that they can't escape from. They don't have any
yeah,
reply that'll at least even make them seem as though they know what they're talking about. They don't understand this basic category I just asked them about. They don't understand this basic concept I just asked them about, et cetera, et cetera. Or they don't understand this basic orthodoxy, a part of their scientism worldview that I know better than them, something, whatever have you. It'll be clear that they don't know. And their reply, as disrespectful and belligerent and uh, villainous and adversarial as it is, clearly conveys that they don't know the answer. But rather than just saying I don't know, and then asking me to explain, or asking me to tell them the facts, or asking me to direct them to the source so that they can get some more education, just go out of their way to disparage me. Just
yeah.
disparage me, disrespect me, and continue talking as if they know better when they clearly don't know.
I mean, the Bible tells you
Yeah,
why that
but
was.
That's right.
the thing is, this pseudoscience, mainstream pseudoscience, is teaching them to ask the most erroneous and stupid questions possible, and they don't even comprehend in their own mind that question that they are asking is a stupid question.
Yeah, they have like a little brother syndrome thing going on where it's kind of like, oh, so you're saying, and then they say the most extreme, ridiculous thing they can think of, the
Yeah.
opposite of what you said.
Mm.
No, it's worse than extreme. Extreme would be at least remotely resembling to what you said. It
Yeah,
doesn't even
exactly.
remotely resemble what you
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
But that's a form of sea lining.
Yeah, this is why God was true. He said he will make the wise look fools. Like those who call themselves wise, they will be the greatest fools.
Became cool.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
Here's one example that it was earlier today. I remember. So, dude was in Christian chat in here in politics, and he decided to be talking about cosmos and all this other stuff. Okay, so again, we're on gravity, and asked him a simple question. I said, well, no, it was an instruction to be accurate. Say what gravity is
Yeah.
in one single sentence, and this is my pattern. I'm consistent. All right.
Mm.
Say what gravity is in one single sentence. He said, it's an observation. Yada yada yada. It's an observation. Okay, given what you said, so is that all you have to say? You're not going to say what it is. It's just an
Mm.
observation. Yeah, it's an observation. What else am I going to say? So then, as far as you know, it's an illusion. So you're not telling me what it is. You're just telling me what it seems as.
Yeah,
Never thought
it's
that through.
seeing an effect, but he doesn't know the inner mechanism or the cause.
Then he's like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, you're not making any sense. What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
So you're telling me, with all the gusto and all the confidence and condescending
Mm.
tone that you speak with, you don't understand the basic difference between the thing itself and the perception thereof, the noumena and the phenomena.
Mm.
You don't understand that, dude. What are you talking about? What are these high words and just these big words? So you don't understand this? Yes, right. Giving him all the space to say his replies. I'm saying the question. Boom, 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 boom. Stop talking. Let him reply. He replied. Boom, boom, boom. My reply. Stop talking. Let him reply. I'm not trying to prevent him from replying. I'm giving him the space, all the space in the
Yeah.
world, time and space, to reply. And he's just replying with all this tantrum. And we
Yeah,
got
but
down to the
you
point
are.
where we exposed he does not understand these basic. He does not comprehend these categories. Not just in
Yes.
this particular instance. He does not understand the difference between noumena and phenomena, the thing itself, and the perception thereof. I'm like, surely you understand, since you're so smart, surely you understand the difference between seeing the TV and the TV. Yeah?
Oh, wait, he's
Yeah,
got
yeah, I
double
get
balls
that.
in a head.
Right? Yeah, yeah, I get that. Okay. So
Crazy.
then, are you going to tell me what gravity is? Or are you just going to keep yapping about your perception, which may or not be an illusion as far as you know?
TV is an
Disparage me,
observation.
throw a tantrum, da 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 da. Right? Not even to mention that it's not remotely accurate to how his scientist clerics say what gravity is. They will never say it's an observation. When you ask them if they actually know what they're talking about, they actually know the orthodoxy. They're not going to say it's a type of observation. It's an observation. They're not going to say that. I have the quotes from Physics Libertext and from Britannica and from Albert Einstein himself about his little version, his abrogation of MAM, right? GR. None of that has to do with the observation. They're just talking about what it is.
Yeah, a cat is an observation.
Right. You are an
Well,
observation.
Gregory, with 96 transistors, I can show you precisely what gravity is. Actually, it's not gravity, it's a down vector, a direction.
Downicky? Is it
I can
Downicky?
show you. I can show you how the electric force, electromagnetism, actually logically defines the down vector. It's this our grounding on the ground is caused by the electromagnetic field itself and not magical forces. But it's a complex logical construct to create this circuit. You need to assemble 96 transistors in total in a cubic shape.
You know, since the scientists are so bad at naming things, you know, I have to go out of my way
Yeah,
to make better names for things. So, like for instance, with the thing that they call gravity, which is the anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, meaning heavy or weight, right, or
yeah,
weighty. It's obviously a misnomer, right? Because they
yes,
have metaphysical notions to explain the reality of weight. So calling it weight when it's an explanation of the reality of weight is obviously circular and unhelpful. So what they're really talking about, right? The thing that they're talking about, there's a thing that they call the label gravity. Scratch that. Bad label. It's a misnomer. What it really should be called is a convenient initialism. PM. Excuse me. Excuse me. Uh, what did I say? Perpetual. Yeah. PTM. There we go. PTM.
PTM.
Perpetual telekinesis of matter or materials.
I
Perpetual
see.
telekinesis of materials. That's a very accurate label for what they're actually describing. Because their notion is there's all this matter, and one of its intrinsic properties is to, at all times and at no moment, in no moment is it not happening, at all times, matter is, well, with GR, curving space time, but with the previous notion that most people still believe, because most people are
Mm,
ignorant of GR, right?
yeah,
Everyone who is in the category of scientism, vast majority of them are ignorant of GR. So really what they believe is all matter perpetually at all times is telekinetically pulling all other matter to each other.
I
That's what it is. They're
see.
talking about telekinesis.
Yeah, it's
Telekinesis.
it's not a bad definition. I mean, it's trying to be a logical explanation, and this is why I like this PTM. But for me, I know that someone tried to find a better way to coherently and logically explain and define uh, the down force vector.
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to explain the downforce.
Yeah,
I'm giving a more accurate label for their notion.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I like when Jedi asks them how does it do it? What's going on? Like in order for that to happen, and they don't know. And that's when we bring
Because their notion is
Einstein
that's just
into
a
it, right?
perpetual telekinesis, right? Just always
Right.
happening.
Yeah.
That's why Einstein was needed. Right?
That's why Bacon
Because
earlier in Christian chat in the same server, politics, he said that Newtonian mechanics doesn't give a cause, which is accurate. And then again, not accurate. Because when you read Physics Libertext, it does give a cause, or it gives what it supposes to be a cause, which isn't really a cause, which is just matter existing or matter being matter.
Yeah.
yeah, it being present.
So matter isn't doing anything to make gravity obtain, to make gravity occur. Gravity just is occurring all the time, ipso facto of matter existing. The pull is the effect of matter just being what it is where it is, existing and being matter. That's their notion. This is stupid. This is ontologically idiotic. It's an idiotic ontological notion. You don't cause motion by just being there or just being what you are. You have to do something.
Yeah, work, mechanical work.
I just have to be awesome, and people are attracted to me.
I mean, this is true about everything. Even the Lord moved upon the face of the waters. The Lord spoke. He did something, and then an effect was produced. It wasn't just being God. You have to do something to cause an effect.
Correct.
Yeah,
100%
have a distinguishing
agree with
difference.
that.
There's got to be contrast. Go ahead, Ryan.
So that's what they believe. What they really believe is not gravity. That's not what they're talking about. It's a misnomer. They're talking about perpetual telekinesis of materials.
Right. Which was pretty much what, like how the ancient Greeks, resolved the problem of people being upside down, right?
Right.
Antipodal.
Well,
It was no difference, except they just didn't have any math for it, or didn't go further beyond the point of, well, that just must be the way it is. Like there's this intrinsic,
Yeah, over time they just
natural
added mathematical
positioning.
poetry. That's all they did. Over time, by the time you get around to the late medieval era, which includes the 16th century, they added a bunch of mathematical poetry. And that's all your math is when it's about a bunch of notions that are nothing more than notions, a bunch of mathematical poetry.
Yeah, it's like if we express it in this type of language.
Then it becomes a concrete fact, a concrete empirical. No, it's not how math works. You don't just contrive a formula or an equation for something and then you just materialize the idea. No, you idiot. Like, that's
Yeah,
unacceptable
no,
and not respectable.
no proof of. That's right. Yeah, no proof of concept.
And look, if we said the same type of notion, if a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or a Hindu or whatever said the same type of notion for God or for angels or for demons or the devil or whatever would have you, they would not accept that. But it's okay when they do it. Well, here's this equation for God to describe what God is. Well, here's this equation for the devil or angels or demons or Krishna or Vishnu or whatever have you. They wouldn't accept that.
Right. Which is doable. It is doable.
Right? Like people have made mathematical equations, formulas for Superman, for what Superman is and how he flies. That does not materialize a Kryptonian, raven-head black man from Krypton who has the power of a demigod. It's still a fiction. I mean, really, it's wannabe witchcraft. They want their assertions to create concretely real things. They want their voices and or their literature to create ex nihilo concretely real things. That is magic. That is witchcraft. The Kabbalists would call it the Gotham magic.
Yep, despite the antithesis to our natural experience.
And when you understand what magic really is and various common doctrines within the so-called occult, only then could you make such a analysis and comparison. Most people have no idea about this thing, so they don't say that. But those of us who know better can recognize that, like, this is witchcraft, and they are doing it subconsciously or just unwittingly. They've been unwittingly inundated into witchcraft to a greater or lesser extent, even if it's just merely at a rhetorical level or even at worst, the practical level. Again, notice what school never taught you, never taught us, never taught us how to scrutinize these doctrines. They said some things as though these things truly is the way to verify these notions, these assertions, hypotheses, theories, da 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 da. They said some things. They did not actually ever teach people how to scrutinize these doctrines.
If anything, they punish children for questioning. You get written up. Obey
I
teacher.
remember in my own anecdote. I remember that day. I forget her name, but it was fucking seventh grade. It was seventh grade. I see where the, it was at Grange Middle School. Okay, and I can just see the classroom now, inside and out. And I remember when this teacher was going on about all this lore about one of the planets in the so-called solar system, so-called planets in the so-called solar system. And I'm sitting there like, how the fuck does anyone know that? How do they know? They ain't been there. Ain't nobody took a trip over there. Right? You don't go to Saturn. You don't go to Jupiter. Just like I go back and forth from my house to the school or to the grocery store or to the gas station. Ain't nobody went over there. How the hell do they know this? I'm just sitting there racking my brain over this. I'm like, how the fuck did they know as a seventh grader? I remember when I first began being irritated because of irritation. Because I understand, I understood so much. Like in my mind, I understand. I have to recall all these notions in a test, and I'm going to suffer consequences for not passing this fucking test. And they're telling me these things as though it's a fact, but I'm not hearing anything that really proves that this is a fact. I'm just hearing a bunch of lore out of her mouth and in the textbook. That's really ugly. This ugly ass textbook. And this boring ass class, this boring ass teacher. So all that is vexing me. All that is irritating me and annoying me. I remember my earliest memories of this when I began to, as it were, become an apostate from scientism. And I was never really like into it. I was never like so emotionally attached to scientism and all the entertainment like some people are. Like I was entertained, but I was like, this is neat. It was not at all anywhere nearly as significant as with like many of the sycophants of scientism. So I was closely acquainted with scientism. Scientism was not my god, like with some. Like at most, scientism is their god. I was far below that. I'm like closely acquainted with scientism. Like scientism, we good bosom buddies. You know, he been around for as long as I can remember. You know, he good people. Then scientism started saying some stupid shit and more stupid shit. And then somebody critiqued scientism. I'm like, hang on, that's a really good point there. Then they started saying more critiques about scientism. I'm like, okay, scientism's starting to look a bit suspect. So you let scientism speak for himself. And then he goes on to say all this dumb shit. And not only is he saying all this dumb shit, he is indignant and disrespectful and belligerent and irritable himself. So now me and scientism are funking. Right?
Oh,
I hope
it's
people are smart
on.
enough to I hope people are smart enough to track my anthropomorphization of scientism, right? To help people understand my accent.
Yeah, you're rolling up your sleeves. Like, it's on.
Right. So now it got to a point where I cut off scientism. I cut him off. I cut off scientism because he's getting belligerent and out of line. So as though that's gonna make me be cool with scientism again. As though I'm gonna go, oh, I'm sorry, scientism, my bad, bro. Nope, you ain't said shit that makes a lick of sense, and I cannot identify the errors and soundly refute them. And you don't have any rebuttals to these refutations. So yeah, I left scientism. I'm not like the reformers. See, the Roman Catholic Church kicked the reformers out. The reformers were trying to stay. Catholic Church kicked them out. Scientism ain't gonna kick me out. I left.
Right. I remember approaching like science teachers about evolution, right, and saying, you know, things
Yeah.
like, oh, how does this exclude the possibility of divine intervention? And you know, I'd want to admit that it doesn't. You know, so even if like it was a process that took place, you know, by which we are the beings we are now, right? I mean, progressed from one thing to another over time does not exclude the original, like an original divine intervention or or a designer
That point.
that initiated the process.
Right, there's that point. That began a whole series of dominoes falling, as it were. Yeah.
And then you find out that there's only 3 major publishers who publish all the textbooks for people.
I remember having conversations like after class with teachers on certain things, you know, like those sort of things, you know. And they were good conversations. Yeah. And but I could tell that like sometimes like the teacher was just like scratching their head and like, well, blah 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 blah, and really wanting to leave. Like, why are you bothering me with this? Just leave me alone.
I really don't care about your kids at all, really that much. I really don't want to think about this that much. I'm struggling to pay my bills and my student loans. Like, yeah, all
Right.
that's floating through their head. And hear the child come asking me all these deep philosophical questions that are actually really annoying. That I've also thought about since I was a child too, but I'm too traumatized to actually endure all that shit.
Right. Exactly.
Already got enough on my plate, let alone being on the verge of existential crisis, thinking through my worldview. But thank the Lord that He spared me. He prevented me from being like most of the other kids who were just obnoxious brats. Like I had enough wisdom to internalize the fact these are also people who have feelings, who are made in God's image and likeness, who have families, more or less. and they have feelings, and they have struggles, and all that. They're like me, right? They're like me. The shit that irritates them, they need help too. They don't know everything. I'm not just going to go. I'm not going to go out of my way to just disrespect them because I'm just so moody and emotional and stupid and immature and churlish. So the majority of my teachers like me, even in spite of disagreeing with some things. And I went out of my way to discuss with them some things. There was one that was adversarial to me. There was one, and he never apologized, never expressed any remorse, never tried to reconcile. So, he was on my shit list. Um, I was a sophomore in high school. But everyone else, I was cool. And in fact, the other teachers were rather appalled at his behavior against me. So there was that too. And eventually, he was fired. He did not last the rest of my high school days there because I went to the same high school all 4 years. And the 1 year that I had him was the only year that I saw him there. And he was gone after that. I don't think he
Good.
was gone solely on my account, but he had several other instances of him getting into goddamn strife and altercations with the damn students.
Yeah, he was probably treating others like shit, just like he was doing to you. I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah,
Good. Good on him.
that was a long time ago. I graduated in 2019, so I was a sophomore in what fucking 2017,
Yeah,
2018.
like a decade ago.
Oh, goddamn, that's terrible. I'm at the age now where I could say I began high school a decade ago.
Somewhere between feeling you might be wise or just old.
Y'all do the math on that and how old I really am. 2016 now was a freshman in high school in 2016. So how old does that make me?
This year I graduated from high school 30 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not at that level yet. I'm not at that XP level yet.
I found adult learning, right? Adult learning institutions, everything was so different. And the teachers were actually like saying things like question and think about this and like it was all
Yeah.
it was such a contrast to like high school and primary school. And I thought, why can't lower level education institutions operate like that? Why? What is is it a discipline thing? Um, or an equality thing? I mean, what is it?
I remember being in high school and them telling us all these horror stories about how college was going to be so much more difficult. Then you get to college and it's way easier than high school. No, but you're not asking permission to go use the bathroom and crap. You just go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't take attendance. Less like a prison.
Yeah.
So the indoctrination is worse.
That's true. A lot of folks go off to go get an education, come back retarded. Indoctrinated.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly you're getting told now. Explain why this is right. Don't just say it is. Don't just give the correct answer. Explain why it is the correct answer. It's like, oh shit.
Let me send y'all this link. This is a lecture from Dr. Greg L. Bonson. Y'all have heard me talk about him before. I don't really talk about him. I haven't really spoken about a lot about him at all in over like a year. Haven't really needed to, but he gave a lecture about the public school system. Now he gave this lecture in the 90s, and the title of the lecture is "Why Can't Johnny Pray in School?" And that's a rhetorical title for basically why either why there is no such thing as public school and why there can be such thing as public school, or why there cannot be peace in public school and that there will always be conflict. the impossibility of government public school. That's really what he's talking about. And so, I mean, it really is a very obvious fact. There is no such thing as neutrality. You espouse the Bible or you don't. You espouse the Vedas or you don't. You espouse the Quran or you don't. You espouse the distinctives of scientism or you don't. And with all these various different people who are distinguished and differentiated by the different worldviews that they have, whatever the content is, they're fundamentally different worldviews. And they're offensive to one another, more or less. So yeah, if you structure the curricula of your if you structure the curricula in your education system, right, especially mandated by the government, according to this given worldview, is going to contradict these other worldviews, which are very much emotionally significant to all these other people who espouse them. So much so that they're not going to tolerate their children, especially, being educated in a way that's contrary to what they believe and swear up and down is true. It's very simple. And there is no such thing as so-called public school, because what does not happen is the school district of any given school district, the officials of any given school district do not go out of their way to make sure every parent who has children going to any of these given schools at any level attends these meetings, asks them thoroughly all the questions about their worldview, and comes to a general consensus and or compromise about what will be taught in the curricula to all their children. That does not happen. Barely
Exactly.
does any parent go to the meetings at all. It's just the officials, completely free of ever having really interact with any parents, rarely ever at all, making the curricula that they imagine to be best, that they imagine to be best for the children, or really that they imagine to be best for the manipulators, for the de facto governors of the world.
What'll be best for the agenda.
Right.
Exactly, bro. Like, look, I've thought about like asking, you know, in a situation if I, you know, if I was faced with it, asking someone, do you know your child's teacher's first name? All right, maybe you do. Okay, all right. Do you know their address? You got their phone number? What's their favorite food? What TV shows do they like? Have they ever been to prison? Have they ever been charged of a crime? Do you know all these things? Like, you know, like you don't. You don't.
No, little to nothing about
You
them people.
assume that they're yeah, right. You assume they're upstanding, moral citizens, you know, morally abiding citizens, right? Law abiding citizens. You don't know anything about them. You're literally putting your trust in, you know, your child is in the hands of a complete stranger.
You know, your child in the most malleable, gullible, naive uh, state in their development up to an adult, being trusted into what is, for all intents and purposes, virtually a complete stranger. That alone is irresponsible. But I say that sympathetically because at the same time, this is compulsory, right? Parents are compelled, excuse me, by the state under penalty, right? Compelled under
Right.
penalty to subject their children to these people in these edifices. And then what
And
else are you gonna do? I gotta go X amount of miles away from my house to go to work, and I can't just have my child just sitting around in one spot like a damn statue, or I can't have them wandering around my workplace and doing only all sorts of things that are out of my control. Yeah, that's not a thing. So the
and the
very
number of hours.
infrastructure of the city or the urban area that you live in, suburban urban area that you live in, is not conducive to bring your child everywhere with you at all times. You have to keep them somewhere where they'll be safe, at least safe, let alone all the extras, trying to get all this other stuff, including education. And then on top of that, you're compelled by the government under due penalty if you don't bring your children to school, or if you don't bring the curricula to them in your house. You know, so the whole this situation is actively trying to take your child. You're not just. It's not like you're merely just ignorantly subjecting your child to what for all you know is a hazard. It is coming to you. The hazard is hunting for you, reaching at you and your children.
And public school these days is more like daycare because most people who
Yeah,
homeschool, they only spend like 1 or 2 hours a day doing lessons.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, public schools are just glorified babysitting. You can get all the work done within a couple hours.
They are super daycare centers. Your child will be
Yeah, pretty
here
much.
under the tutelage and uh, supervision of these state authorized persons while you go ahead and slave away, toiling away at your 2-bit job, whatever have you.
And once you sign them up with some states, once you have them signed up there, you can't just take them out. You have to ask their permission to get your child out of that public school system. California is one of the worst.
And imagine that, like, once I know every parent who's worth anything was appalled when they learned that this is a thing in the system. I have to get your permission to take my child.
Yeah.
How about you shut the fuck up and go die? How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, Gregory, come on.
Like, this is
For
my
real,
baby
though,
girl.
if
This is
you're
my
going to go
baby
pick
boy.
up your kid and they're saying, no, you can't have your child, because that's the fighting words right there.
No, that is that's more than fighting words. That's like you're asking me to go to war with you. That's basically what you're saying.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's a request to go to war.
Bring it on.
Like, whose child is this? Yours or mine? Exactly. Shut your ass up and give me my boy, my girl.
Yeah. Doctors have done the
Well,
same thing.
was
They
you?
tried to stop
Was
parents
you?
leaving the hospital before filling out the birth certificate information.
Yep. That too. Oh, they'll send the cops to your house if they think there's a problem.
Gonna send cops to
A
my
lot of
house over a child that's not yours. Like, why are you keep this thing? If you're gonna keep my
what?
child, what are you gonna do with?
Like, it's one thing if the law enforcers have probable cause, as though I maybe seem to be doing a crime against my child, but this is not the scenario. We're talking about a parent who's doing nothing wrong, not violating God's law nor state law, except this particular instance, right? Where you telling me I can't get my child by my whim, according to my authority as their parent, just because your policy says I must come to you, ask you permission for my child. So now it's things like this that then introduce people to profound subjects and debates and discourses, right? So now you are challenging the authority of the government on this particular issue and in general, because that's usually where people go. Well, what the hell is the
Right.
government? What gives the government the authority to do anything that they do as the government?
We're
And the
supposed to give
whole
them that
subject
authority.
continues on, right?
Their
What
authority is supposed to
actually,
come from us.
well, well, Romans
It's
13,
been flipped on
Romans
us.
the Romans, well, you learn Romans 13. Authority gets it's a government gets authority from God. It's supposed to adhere to
From
His
God.
law,
Yeah, right.
and it does not
Exactly.
include, right? They are supposed to adhere to Him, subordinate themselves to Him, and it does not include educating your child. That's not what the government's for. That is outside the very nature of the government.
Right, but they're supposed to be representing our wants and needs. Like, so, oh, what does the people want? Oh, okay, we're going to enforce that, right? We're going to bring
Yeah,
that to fruition, right? But that I don't remember ever saying, "Hey, I want you to make sure that I need to get your permission," right?
right. The government is the distinct human institution instituted by God to enforce His law, and any policies that they legislate is to be in conformity with His law for the good of the people who are under their jurisdiction. It is God's sword to execute justice and to protect the rights that everyone has been given by God. That's what government is. It is not the teachers. It is not a teacher. It's not an
Yeah,
educator. The government can educate the people about the law, but it is not the teacher about anything and everything.
The most messed up thing is they don't. These kids end up going to school and they know nothing about how America functions to begin with. They can't even do their own taxes.
Right?
A lot of
The one
schools.
thing that government is actually supposed to do, they barely do. And even if they want to extenuate their efforts to education, which would be about what they do and what a citizen should be doing, their duties as a citizen, and or their rights as a citizen, especially, they don't even educate them about that. Barely. They may mention
Get
it
rid of
once or twice or
civics.
a few times, but never concentrate and make a concerted effort to educate the public about the law, the rights, and their duties. They don't do that.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of schools over here are putting up like 7, 8 foot high fences around the entire perimeter, having a one entrance only, right? And if anybody's found, on grounds that hasn't gone through that entrance, or if they storm through that entrance and force their way into the school, there's a loud alarm sounded. The whole school goes into lockdown. Classrooms doors are locked, etc., etc. It's like a full-on procedure. It's like just because a parent, right, may have like stormed their way past, administration to get into the school to, speak with their child or to take their child, right?
Again, without any probable cause. It's not like the parent is doing anything that indicates they're going to do a crime against the child. But the parent is exercising their authority as a parent to gather their child into their bosom and take them along with them.
Right,
Now,
that
the
could be
government
the
may very
case.
well
Yeah.
criminalize that. Like the government may very well criminalize that. That would be an unjust decision on their part too. You don't get to criminalize the rights of a parent
Yeah,
to secure their child.
I remember going to grade school and all the 5 exits and entrances of the school always being unlocked.
So yeah, this is why so-called public school is a detestable misnomer. It is not a public school. It is the government school. It is a government education house, edifice, system. They have a distinct curricula that espouses these things are true and these things are not, because it also tells you what's false. Mostly telling you or inundating you with what you're supposed to presume and assume is true, and it was sprinkled in with these things are also false, and then tacitly presuming all sorts of things and insinuating all sorts of things and implying all sorts of things. So there is no public school. So the parent, especially a parent, should be paying attention to who is making the curricula, what is their worldview, what is their motives, and what are the ends they're trying to achieve by the curriculum. Either it is to teach the children the truth, especially God's revelation above all else, or not. And if not, then what? In the US, it's scientism, more or less. It's scientism. Throughout the Europeanized world, it's scientism. Not Christianism, not Mohammedanism. You go into the Arab world, the Arab lands, primarily Mohammedanism, being more and more infected over the recent decades with scientism. Same thing with the Hindu areas, which is a very vague category. Primarily India, with the Vedas and all the rest. Again, which has been more increasingly infected with scientism over recent decades. The entire world has been infected with scientism over recent decades. Every category of worldview. Very simple. You wind back the clock, 1,000 years into the 11th century, right, the 1000s. Primary worldview you're going to be taught by any given teacher who was in any sense a teacher was more or less Christianism, right? But wind back the clock, freaking 3,000 years in ancient Iraq, right? You're going to get taught the worldview at the time in Babel or Akkad or Sumer. Now, when I say these things out loud, it's rather obvious, but we just don't think about them.
Hello. God, I think the Earth might actually be flat.
I remember telling my mum when I was like 5 years old, I said, I'm not going back to that Sunday school class. I'm just not, you're not making me, you know. I'll scream, I'll cry, I'll do anything. I'm not going back. And what was weird too was a Catholic Sunday school. And I don't know why. My mum felt like I needed to go to a Catholic Sunday school because I was Christian Anglican. We weren't practicing Protestants, but we were definitely not Catholic.
What does that have to do with anything?
You remember what her reason was? What did she say?
Her reason was, I think it gave her a couple of hours on that day to get some stuff done, and she thought that maybe it would help. But she wasn't. This is the weird thing. She wasn't even religious. Like, she was actually atheist up until she was 33 years old. But yeah, I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't even think she really knew.
Used, yeah, like a Sunday school or the average local school is being used as like you ask any given parent, really, why do you bring your children there? And then you observe the behavior. Like, altogether, what they're really doing is they're placing the child in a secure area. It's a means of securing your child somewhere while you're away from them. That's really how most people in throughout the world use the schools. Not really for education. Not really. That's not the main reason. I need you to be secure here while I'm far away over here, several miles away over here at work, or doing this errand, doing that errand, doing this chore, doing that chore. Now, how the hell? There's a question. So, how the hell did it become the case that we humans made this infrastructure the essence of our daily lives, to where parents mostly cannot keep their children with them at all times, anywhere, in any given place? But we have to place them in some secure area away from us, in the hands of usually what is a stranger, not some other family member, not a close friend, nothing like that. A stranger. Why the hell has this been made? And who made it? Thousands of years of human history. All of a sudden, we get to the so called industrial revolution, the urbanized modern world. Now we don't keep our children with us at all times, or as often as possible, or with trusted people who are close to us, our kin, or close family friends, people who are actually friends, not strangers who don't even have any passion for our children. Mostly, very few have real passion for these children who are not theirs, who are complete strangers to them. Freaking not the vast majority of teachers thought the history of government education, the education system, is not like the teacher from Dangerous Minds. Very few people are like Michelle Pfeiffer's character. Okay, so no. Maybe Elijah recognized that movie, Dangerous Minds, Michelle Pfeiffer. Maybe T Dub does also, because he recognized some movies I did not expect him to recognize.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah, but I can't remember the storyline plot.
Yeah, basically, she's a savior teacher. This white woman who's so passionate about any given child and every given child to have to be nurtured, their minds and souls to be nurtured, to be educated. She just this benevolent teacher that wants people to be edified. That wants especially these children, these fucking basically war-torn urban ghettos to be edified in South LA. Right? Majority of teachers are not like that character. Majority of teachers don't give a damn about children.
I had a
Good
teacher
movie.
tell me when they stopped the segregation that they did not increase anybody's intelligence. Instead, they lowered the curriculum so that everybody was the same. I'm like, what the fuck? But that's what she said happened, and she'd been a teacher her whole life.
And the reason I say they don't actually give a damn about the children, because you'd ask the given teacher, any given teacher, ask 100 across the U.S., do you care about your children? They're going to say yes, because you're obviously going to be tainted. Your reputation is going to be tainted if you say you don't care about the children that you're paid to teach. Right? So you're not going to say that. But ask them, would you be teaching if you weren't getting paid? Guess how many of them are going to say no? So really,
99%.
what drives you, right? So really, what drives you is the monetary benefit, not edifying the children. Like,
Maybe
why am
one
I
out of
emphasizing this? Because look, I want you to be truthful and accurate and honest and transparent. Let's call it as it is, right? Not try to deceive me and delude me and manipulate me with a bunch of romantic notions, so that I don't resist what really is a duplicitous and deceitful hazard. That's why. You tell me you really care about my children, but then when I ask these questions to test that, it actually entails and exposes that you don't really care about children, at least not nearly as much as the romantic rhetoric is supposed to make me believe. Now, is it inherently reprehensible to make the decision? Well, I actually need to earn money somehow, so I'm not going to do the thing that doesn't earn me any money at all. No, that's not reprehensible. It's just exposing the truth, and it's refuting this romantic notion about teachers. That's the point. Now, let me be specific about government education system teachers.
Yeah.
Be a teacher for free? What do you mean, bro?
Hell, even Aristotle was paid to teach Alexander.
Yep.
Alexander the Great. He didn't do it for free. He didn't do it because he was just so passionate about edifying the emperor's son.
That's right.
There's something to be said about a worker being worthy of their wages, too.
There is that. Like, this is not to repudiate an instance of both parties agree, because this is what the majority of teachers are in the GES, for my convenience, little initialism for a government education system. Teachers in the GES, they sit down with some official member of the Department of Education, they make a contract, and they go and do their work for whatever is stipulated in the contract. There's that. There's that agreement. Right? That's fine. But don't sit up here and lie to me as a daddy or a mama, because you're just so passionate about the children. No, you wouldn't be doing this if you weren't getting paid. Don't lie to me.
Right, and that's ultimately what it is. It's a filtering system to see where each individual is going to be placed within the entire system. Right, how are they going to be able to contribute to the functioning of this system? Where are they going to be? Where are they going to be? Best serve. Where will they best serve according to their their IQ and their abilities, etc., etc.
Yeah. There's another subject, a small tangent, but related to the issue. It is entirely acceptable, not reprehensible at all, for teachers to get paid far more than they are, should they do work that is worthy of it, the worker worthy of their wages. The teacher's potential is high. Like, the teacher, that position is very influential. You are teaching children, especially their worldview, philosophy, teaching their worldview. which is part and parcel and essential and integral and profoundly significant and consequential to everything, because everyone acts according to what they've been taught, more or less. Some forsake the teachings, some continue adhering to it. But we all act according to our thoughts. And we've all been shaped by other influences, especially teachers. For example, like I just mentioned, Alexander the Great. He was taught by Aristotle. He became an emperor, for God's sakes. So don't tell me teachers are not significant. That's a profound impact. The lasting effect of Aristotle in his work, inside and outside of the context of him being the tutor of Alexander the Great, Alexander the Great became the emperor and the most swift emperor in history, or one of the most swift emperors in history, whose influence has lasted for thousands of years. Okay? These are Gentiles, mind you, let alone the Israelites who God chose to be a light to the Gentiles. So teachers are very much important. And if they do the work that they actually can do and should be doing, teaching the truth, edifying, especially children, they should be paid far more than they're usually paid nowadays. There's that fact. They should not be struggling to make ends meet. They should not be living paycheck to paycheck. They should be thoroughly subsidized, thoroughly funded, to where they comfortably function optimally to be as very much a profound impact upon the given individual and the collective of individuals, society at any greater or lesser scale. So there's that much.
Yeah, my youngest was lucky. He his first year of school, he had a very vibrant, positive, teacher, and it really helped, our son accepting, his fate of, of having to suffer an education system. It's because he was a really good teacher. Like, didn't make it like a bore or feel like they were like imprisoned. They looked forward to seeing him each day and learning from him.
Yeah,
it was awesome. And then
that
unfortunately,
that's how it should be.
it was a bit of an anticlimax for him, when he got to higher levels, and because that was kindergarten, or first year.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys call it, but he met some not so good teachers, right? So
yeah. Like there was one teacher, and she was a gorgeous woman. I still remember her name to this day. Her name was Miss Alva, Chelsea Alva. She was a gorgeous, blonde hair, blue eyed woman. She was voluptuous as fuck. And she was my social studies teacher in my sophomore year at high school. And not only was she a delight to look at, but she was a delight to hear, not just the quality of her voice, but the content that she said. I was one of her more familiar students. So I would stay after school occasionally, stay after class occasionally, because it wasn't the last class of the day for me with her. I think it was like the fourth or fifth class. But yeah, I would stay after class. But sometimes I would also stay with her after school, just chit chat. And she never refused my company. She was always welcomed. So, and it was only her. Like I mentioned, I was cool with pretty much the vast majority of my teachers. I remember one woman. I still remember her name too. I think she also blonde hair, blue eyes. She was my first grade teacher. Her name was Miss Katz. And one day I saw her on the news too. It shocked the shit out of me. My mom told me that she said about me to her, Miss Katz saying to my mom, about how eloquent I am, about how well spoken and eloquent I am. And I did not remember that. They didn't say it around me. I wasn't around. But she
what am
said
I
it to my
listening
mom.
to? Is this
So,
flat Earth or?
well, it's tangential to the issue. Flat Earth, education, corrupt education system, teachers, impact of teachers on me and my anecdote, da 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 da.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
starting to go in a real weird direction. So that's why I'm asking.
No. But yeah, the impact of teachers in my own anecdote. My first month of high school as a freshman, a teacher was arrested for fooling around with one of the students. I'm like, wow, so the movies are real. It's gonna be like that. That's how we're gonna start my high school days. All right.
I have a question.
Someone just said they had a question.
Has Flat Earth gone down in popularity since the Artemis 2 mission?
Nah. In
No?
fact, there's a huge amount of people making videos, in disgust at how ridiculously terrible the footage was, and
it's like the opposite.
How they were expecting so much more. So probably millions of people now are more skeptical on NASA, and that what that's probably going to lead to, right? So yeah, I think the Artemis mission was great. It's going to be similar to the Apollo footage, right? Where only flat earthers post Apollo footage to show how stupid it looks. All right, globe earthers never come in here and post Apollo footage saying, "Oh, well, look at this Apollo footage, flurfs." Right? It doesn't happen. Same with the Artemis stuff, right? It's the same thing happening again.
I've heard a ton of Globers say that Artemis stuff looks fake. They're not even flat earthers and they're calling it out.
Yeah, I've been downloading all the clips. There's tons of them. Just people just pissed, right? I'd be pissed if I was a Glober. And we thought that Artemis, could just completely shut down flat earthers. Just, they're going to be able to show the Earth spinning from space and zoom in on the Earth from, from the moon and show the upside down mountains, and none of that. Just some pixelated, blurry shit, right? Some people forgetting their lines in press conferences, or their earpiece stopped working. Just a whole bunch of shit, really.
About the black man going to space.
And all the same things that happened in the 50s and 60s of the 20th century by people who still believe scientism cosmology.
I was making jokes like he's the first black man, and then they're like, "Oh no, just say he's the first man." Like, no.
Yeah. It's the same thing that's already happened for decades. People who still believe scientism cosmology, not people like us, expressing all their disdain for the footage and all the critiques and refutations against the videos and images.
So I lean on the flat Earth side, but I asked in a survey the other week, what's the best evidence for like a globe Earth? Because I want to stay open to both sides. And they gave me the best evidence that they can give me of a globe Earth is that the way in the direction of the stars are spinning on both sides of the hemisphere. Have you guys heard that one before?
Oh my goodness, not this again.
I'd love to hear.
Of course,
like,
we have.
How you guys
Yeah. Well, look, obviously, yeah, we got you. So look, the reason the globe Earth exists is from the celestial motions, right? The way that the ancient cultures perceived the way the sky works, right?
The notion
And the
of
globe
ball
Earth it's kind of manufactured or reverse engineered from the celestial sphere. So the way that the sky moves is obviously going to align with the globe model, but a lot of people say that if you're in the north, right, you'll see the stars rotating one way, and if you're in the south, you'll see them rotating another way. Whereas in fact, they actually rotate east to west. If you're in Australia, if you're in America, Okay, and if you're in Australia and you're looking north, you're going to see them rotating counterclockwise, right? And if you're looking south, you're going to see them rotating clockwise, right? Same with if I could have that back to front, but if you're standing in the north, right? If you're standing in America and you're looking north and you take star trail photography, you're going to see them rotating a particular way, and you turn around and they're going to appear like they're rotating the opposite. It's just due to your perspective. I would say that nobody
And Brother
knows.
Elijah, concerning that, and then let you continue. And Brother Elijah is going to tell you about when you stand at the equator, seeing both sets in the same field of view. You stand there at the equator, looking at the stars. You're going to see two sets rotating in opposite directions.
Yeah, like if you were to brush your hand through some water, and you make a vortex. Kind of like that.
I wonder if he can reply now, because he can speak more about that. But there's that too. So especially that observation that Elijah again can tell you more about, seeing in the same picture, like in your field of view, looking up in your field of view, in the picture that you see, you're going to see two sets rotating, one in one direction, one in the opposite direction, incompatible with the notion of a ball Earth.
All right, check this footage in the side. Oh shit, it's gonna take a bit to upload. Like 15 seconds. All right, so here's some footage taken from Australia, from Coonabarabran in Queensland, and the photographer or videographer, right here it is. Right, so in this footage we can clearly see the stars rotating clockwise, and he's facing south. All right, so what he does next is he just turns his camera around, and now we're going to film the stars rotating when pointing north. So that's just uploading now. And what you're going to see is that, wow, all of a sudden they look like they're rotating counterclockwise. Now, in saying that, I would say that nobody knows exactly how the sky works, right? We've all been fed a story about how the sky works, how the celestial bodies works, what the stars are, that kind of thing. But I don't think we know how the sky works, but we can test the surface of the Earth. Somebody's hot micing. Who's that? Tenza. Thank you. Yeah. So nobody knows how the sky works, but we can check if there's curvature on the surface, right? Every time we check, we can't find the curvature. So whatever's happening up above your head, it's like if you have a flat floor in your house and you can measure it, right? It's flat. It doesn't matter what shit happens on the ceiling. It's not going to change the fact that you've checked that the floor is not curving
or moving.
or moving. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because if the floor of your house is moving, you got some serious shit going on. You better fix it or get the hell away.
So yeah, we can clearly see in the footage that I posted that, depending on your orientation, you're going to see the stars doing a certain thing. Maybe if you were at the, under the North Pole and you laid on your back and you looked up, and then you're at the South Pole and you laid on your back and you looked up, you might see different rotations, right? Clockwise or counterclockwise. But who's done that, really, at the end of the day? And it's not going to change the fact that we can't find the curvature. And the globe earthers also can't find the curvature. It's just, basically just repeating stories or repeating textbooks is what most people do. Rather than actually checking.
Yeah, every time I've been up in a plane, I'm just like, dude, that is so flat. Like,
Yeah. It's crazy how many globe earthers come in here and they're like, oh, have you guys ever been on a plane? And I think to myself, have you not ever been on a plane and checked?
The
Because I
plane is
have.
single-handedly like the most. Like you go to the ocean and you're like, nah, yeah, it's flat for sure. And
Yeah.
then like you get on a plane and you're like, whoa, okay, no, for sure, this shit is
It's
flat. I
even
mean,
flatter. It's even flatter than it was at the ocean.
and you know what's weird about looking at the ocean? I always say this: you can't even resolve the details of the ocean. At a certain height, it just gets still, and then you see these lines,
Right.
which is kind of weird as fuck.
Now the plane observation, this reveals something. So when they try to appeal to the plane condescendingly and mockingly, as though you're just such a dullard and an inexperienced, sheltered dullard that you don't recognize that obviously if you get at cruising altitude of any given average flight, you'll see the Earth's a ball. Like that's the whole thing that's insinuated by their tone when they try to ask you that.
Well, they
This
know that,
exposes
Gregory. They
right,
know that because they see what they want to see. I'm sure you know where I'm
right,
coming from.
right. This particular subject reveals the power of delusion. This is delusion. Now, people of various levels of intellect and all various of intellect can be deluded. And they can be very articulate when they try to explain their delusions, but it's still delusion, you know. So like we just talked about with the plane observation, where person A sits on the plane, person B sits on the same plane in the same flight. Person A swears up and down it's obviously a ball, even though you don't see any goddamn curvature or anything that would be the entailment and consequence of the Earth being a ball. Person person B simply describes what we actually observe all the time at any given height. And person A is very articulate, knows a lot of academic terminology, can spout all sorts of mathematical formulas and equations, and spout off all sorts of technical jargon in the areas of physics and geometry and yada yada yada. And they still swear up and down this delusion. One is delusional isn't irate and erratic like freaking Sarah Connor after seeing the goddamn vision of Judgment Day. That's not the only type of delusion. They have very sophisticated, articulated people who are very accomplished, got all sorts of accolades and awards and credentials and da 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 da, are deluded.
Can I ask you a question, Gregory?
What's up?
I was gonna ask
Why do
him too.
why do you why do you
Mike would
think
my mic
why do
would
you
not unmute. Crazy. Go ahead. Fuck it. You won.
sorry, but I'm gonna be fat. I'm just curious if the flat Earth theory was the case or is the case. Why do you think and how do you think every nation on Earth accepts that model of the globe Earth? Why is nobody against that? Like,
Are you not taking on board the conversation of delusion and the power of it?
yeah, but what's all right? So
Because we're
if
kind
that's
of literally in the vein right now. Like, and you're like, what? Well, do you not
no, but
think that people
there's
can?
a starting point. What
Let me ask you a
when did the
question.
delusion
Do you
begin
not
and how?
think that there can be a mass delusion? Is that
Not
has
at
happened in the
scale.
past?
Of course, there can be a delusion like this, but the scale of this one, to me, seems far fetched. You know,
Well, the
because the
scale of the
simulation.
last one, let's take this one off the table because it always was a delusion. Well, the scale of the last one was the biggest one that no one could have fathomed, right? Just like the one you're like, why would any mass delusion be
which one? So give me a specific one.
anyone?
No,
I don't know. Salem witch trials?
yeah, but I don't think that was globally. Uh,
I'm not talking. I didn't. That's not the point. The point is a mass delusion. At any point, anyone can go. I don't think that this that like we can be delusioned on this mass of a scale. So these people deserve to die. Obviously, we know. That's just an example of people who are delusioned that don't think it's possible because it would be too great a delusion. What's the difference in that context?
I think the
I
difference is
tagged
because
you, Maloshin, in my complete answer that I say to this question there in the
Oh
open
okay,
yeah,
chat.
let me check it out.
I can read it out loud too. And I wrote it down so that people are tracking my entire answer because it's a lot to remember out loud. So I wrote it down for people's convenience so they can actually track everything. So all these things factor into human society, especially above all else, concerning people's worldviews and what they're emotionally committed to. Right? Human proclivity to sin, self-deception, lying, pride, cowardice, apathy, complacency, lack of curiosity, failure to be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing, failure to think with logical soundness, right? Fallacious thinking, direct and or indirect institutional coercion, right? Especially in a military context, the sunk cost fallacy. If you don't know what that is, basically, I've invested too much that is too much things that are valuable to me, money and otherwise, my energy and otherwise. I've invested too much in this whole career, in this whole way of life, for me to be wrong. So I'm gonna stay with this. Right? Those are your so-called NASA professionals and astronauts and academicians and all the rest. There's herd mentality. It's better and more convenient to conform to what the majority is doing, and also don't want to
Yes.
be isolated or shunned. Hierarchical compartmentalization. In other words, you people will focus on this and you will only know this. You people will focus on that and only know that. So the parts, the subordinates don't know the full picture, and the full picture is restricted from them, right? So all these things factor in to where people's worldviews can be skewed to the point of such a flagrant delusion like this. This is all happening.
Sure, I can agree to that, but I still fail to understand why, for example, yes, NASA is a space program that is deceiving. Well, why would Russia go along with that in their space programs? Since they're like supposed to be a Christian nation, why would they go against that narrative and also push for this one, or China,
Yeah, so in this
or
world,
anyone else?
in this world, there is the esoteric and the exoteric, right? In other words, there's while they present themselves to the public in contrast, which is contrary to how they really are in their heart and in secret among their friends. And this is not new. It's an old thing. It's also called being a crypto member, right? There's all sorts of people throughout the medieval era, for instance, who were exoterically or externally pretending to be Christians when really behind closed doors and among their friends of like minds, they believe otherwise. This happens today in the Arab world, in the Arab Muslim world, right? I've known people, I've spoken to people in Iran, for instance. They're outwardly acting as Muslims, but in private and among their friends of like mind, they don't really believe Mohammedanism, right? This is also in Egypt, for instance. But this is a thing,
Absolutely,
especially
absolutely.
the magistrates of the world, the magistrates and the de facto governors, the movers and shakers, the tycoons of the world, do the same thing. They are cultists, and a cult
Yes,
means hidden, right? And a part and parcel to occultism is to
Yeah,
prevent the secrets from getting out to the uninitiated who are not worthy to know the secrets. And we don't even want the people who we're trying to control to have any knowledge about us. We want to minimize this. So we're going to give them an entirely different perception of us, or just make them entirely ignorant and oblivious to us altogether. Because the majority of humans are oblivious to the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and all these tycoon dynasties.
absolutely, absolutely. But here's the deal. If let's say NASA, so we're assuming they know that the Earth isn't a globe, right? These space programs and these
A very
dude,
small minority of people who
NASA's a
fit that
company.
category.
NASA's a company, right, or an organization
hmm
full of thousands upon thousands of people. The actual amount of people that would actually have to know the truth could be less than five.
Yes, and let's say that's the case. But like, do we assume that the let's say the head of the state is in on it or not?
The head of the state,
Head
dude.
of state.
Politicians don't know that much. Like, for example, Donald Trump. Like, he's the
hmm
president of the United States, the commander in chief of the military. He doesn't really know what's going on everywhere. He gets advised by advisors, and
I
then he
agree.
makes his decisions. He's like
No, I
not
just
in
want.
on everything.
Yeah, I just want
Yeah, they're
to
privy
establish.
to many secrets, but they can only know so much. They're just creatures.
All right. So, what about Russia then? For example, you have Putin. Do you think he knows? Because I don't think he's left out in the dark
Well,
by.
let's say he does. Let's say he does.
Okay.
Putin is literally like a KGB assassin, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like he's literally a spy. He's literally an agent.
Sure. But here's my point. Here's my point. If Putin, even if he's a Satanist or whatever, unless he is working together with the globalists of the West, the Rothschilds and the guys that Gregory mentioned, unless that's the case and they're collectively doing this together, if he is just slightly smart in his political sphere, he's pushing this narrative of a Christian nation. If he knew about this and he went out with this, he would gain a lot of influence. He would gain a lot of leverage by this. Why wouldn't he?
About
Why
with
would
flat Earth.
Yep.
wait. Time out.
That notion is wrong.
That okay, so everybody else is on the same page. Like again, what you're failing to understand is right now it is a mass delusion and the society is in on it. The moment you are aware and people are aware that you're aware, you become their enemy. You make them feel uncomfortable. Okay? So he's not going to go ahead and go against the mass delusion. People aren't just going to go, oh, let's ride off into the sunset with,
Right.
nah, that's not how it works.
I
Yeah,
actually, if
Putin
there's,
coming
if,
out. Listen, check this out, brother. Putin coming out and going on the Earth is flat campaign. He would probably be deposed. Okay, that's what would probably happen
we don't know
by his
about that.
by his cabinet. His cabinet would probably kick him out, dude,
My question was,
and the
if
people
he,
would revolt against him, dude. Like,
yeah, sure. But
We heard your question. Did you listen to the answers?
yes, I'm listening to the answer, but I'm not sure you're listening to the question, bro. Because we in this chat, we have a way of thinking. Like we believe the Earth is flat. There's no way for us to prove that at this point, right?
No, that's not true at all. It's not a belief in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so we're able to prove it.
Absolutely.
Okay, what?
You
And
wouldn't
then
be
my
here
question was,
if
if
there was.
Putin confirmed that the Earth is flat, he probably got the means of proving it even more like more
I gotta, I gotta
than
say
we can,
this.
right?
We've been talking about this subject in the wrong context, in my opinion, because we talk about it as if there's something to prove. Now, when we're talking about the scientific method, those words are more um those words are they make more in that category. But when you're talking about measurements, it's not a really proving anything. Like you're already doing something. Like it's self-evident. Like, all right, I'm gonna go measure
That's true,
that. Like
brother.
that's nothing to prove. It's already self-evident. So when they're using the Pythagorean theorem and that one of those sides are horizontal, like they're just doing that. But there's no question about it. There's no reason to say this is like this proof, but that's irrelevant. It's like you're doing something, like you're driving somewhere. You're doing it. It's axiomatic.
First of
So
all,
the
I
fact
love
that it's
30
not
seconds.
accepted something that we do every day or experience every day, for you to think that somebody should just come out and point that out, I mean, shit, we're having a hard time communicating with you.
So the
And
answer is concerning
you
your
would
imagination, right? You think that it would be politically expedient and self-beneficial for instance, Putin's ambition to advance his career to gain more assets unto himself in whatever given sense, if he was to expose this truth and contradict the delusion that the vast majority of humans, including his Russians, believe is silly. You don't understand how to. You don't understand psychological operations. You don't understand mass manipulation and deception.
Yes, I do, brother. But what you're missing is, it's not just about Putin. I'm saying, even
I know
the
it's not just about Putin. I get the point of your question.
yeah, and I'm saying if this is a known fact to the top guys around the world, like Putin, like Xi Jinping, like people in that sphere, then it would obviously serve to their interest if they go against the Western narrative, because this is a Western narrative.
Oh,
That's
Well,
just
so I say
well,
so.
look. Let me.
Well, let
Well,
me just say this because this is obviously what's like part and parcel to his notion. So you're still in one of the delusions. You're under the delusion that Russia is sincerely at odds with the U.S. You're still in like this the 1990s or late 20th century psyop. You're still stuck in that notion. You missed the whole part
what do you
about
mean?
the exoteric and esoteric.
No, but that's
all right.
that's
If
not
you
true.
think that didn't really do anything for you, then can I also go before you try to? All right. So the first problem is right now we need to understand that
Oh,
all we're
just one
doing
second.
is
One
having
second. Let me just address
pain.
this. You're saying you're saying
Really
just
that long for me to get going to do that for real?
one second, bro. The flat earthers are a fraction of the global population, and I agree with you. There's these mass
Global
delusions.
population.
Yeah, and you're saying we have
What
evidence
globe?
that the Earth. We, one second, bro. You're saying we have
This
evidence that the
you
Earth
just
is
ain't about
flat.
to respond to what you're asking.
So there's
It's,
evidence the Earth is
You
flat,
just
bro. Can
said
you wait a
global
second?
population.
Guys,
What globe?
the global
don't
population.
All right.
What
worry
Who
about that.
cares, man?
Don't be
Go
silly,
ahead.
bro.
Keep
Yeah,
going.
the
I mean,
global
he just said he's
population.
a flat earther. Now he's talking about the global population. I'm confused.
No,
Bro,
he
the
didn't.
term
Because
global
go ahead.
population means the population around the world, the flat world, the flat population, whatever you want to say. If you're saying there's irrefutable evidence that the Earth is flat, yet there's this mass delusion, and people are afraid to come out with it because people are so deluded. Even though there's evidence, they're still afraid to come out because people are not going to wake up to it. It sounds
No,
silly.
to
It
come
sounds
out.
silly.
See, no, nobody said people were afraid to come out. They're delusioned. They
No,
think the same thing you think. So chuck all
no,
this that you said in the bit because your
no,
premise is wrong.
you're not
But
listening, bro.
yes, I am listening.
No,
I
if
there's
You're
nobody
making this
knows
more
about
difficult than it
it,
is because I've actually been tracking your replies and your question,
you
but
there,
you just
nobody's
convinced that we're not
afraid.
tracking.
Nobody's afraid to come out. Everybody who's come out is right here and everywhere else. The
yes,
people
but
who
I
are
said let's
there's
say
no one else. There's no one else at the top who's even though we said if he were to
okay.
realize if he were to realize he wouldn't be as so stupid to go to his people and say, "Hey, look, this is the truth." That doesn't have anything to do with fear, though, and that has nothing to do with this point. The point is, right now, he's delusion. There's
What?
nothing to
No,
make his people up to. So
I'm
you're
disagreeing.
saying, okay, so
Yes.
you guys have like some evidence, like, shouldn't people see it? Well, that's the point that I was about to get to. So really, all that's happening right now on this Saturday afternoon is you and we're having a conversation in this room. And so, in order for me to communicate with you, we have to come to at least some kind of understanding
Oh,
because your perception and my perception are not going to be the same, although we're looking at the same thing.
okay.
So,
So can I ask you?
so the
So
thing is,
let's
before
have,
you ask why no one else will accept anything, why don't you first listen to the information and decide if you've accepted or not accepted
yeah,
so
sure,
that you see how ridiculous it is of a delusion in the first place.
yeah,
Like that's
sure,
where we start.
sure. But so one question: Do flat earthers in
So the
general?
sure mean fuck off. I'm gonna ignore that and say what I want to say.
No. Let me.
Where
I'm gonna do exactly what
are
you
you?
said. I'm gonna address exactly what you said. But I need this. I need this question answered. Do we believe generally, if we believe the flat Earth, do we believe that the moon landing was fake? Because that's one of their biggest arguments, right?
Yes.
It's
So we
obvious.
believe that the moon landing was fake. So you're saying this. You're saying,
Stop
you know,
pretending to be a flat earther, bro. It's pissing
no,
everyone off.
my friend, I'm a
Yeah.
Christian. You can just, you know,
The answer
You
is
know,
yes.
you can leave. You don't have
Whoa,
to be here.
whoa,
You could
hey,
leave.
hey,
It's
hey,
fine.
hey,
no,
hey.
no,
He's obviously trying to get to a point, and I'm trying to
I'm
help
trying to
him
get to
finish.
the point.
I
I'm
digress.
trying
You're
to,
fair. Fair enough.
Answer is yes.
if the rest of you guys, if you're getting emotional, bro, if you know the truth and you believe it, take it
Just
easy.
continue what you were saying. It's already lengthy. Go
So
ahead with.
Oh man, dude.
what I'm saying is, in a world where where most people were religious or conservative, and there was no general delusion of a global Earth. 100, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, that wasn't a mass delusion then. You're saying they went about their way, created a complete fake narrative. They faked
Yep.
moon landings, both in Russia. Take it easy now. Take it easy. They faked the moon landings, both in Russia and in Soviet and in the US, to create this mass delusion. But yet you're consistent in
Correct.
saying if there's evidence for a flat earth and Putin knew about it, he wouldn't be dumb enough to come out with it. So you have evidence for something that is true, but you're not going to come out with it. Yet again, if it fits your narrative, you're going to create something which is completely fake to
Correct.
just to delude the populations. That doesn't make any
Yeah, yeah.
sense.
Wrap it up, dude. I'm going to answer this
No,
definitively.
that's it.
I'm
That's
going to answer this definitively.
that's it.
Okay.
Fine.
I am going to answer this definitively, 1000% definitively. You just declared, we all heard it, that you are a Christian. So I
Yep.
assume that means you adhere to the Christian worldview and the biblical narrative. Now it's
Absolutely.
very clear, okay, it's very clear in the Bible that there are non-human agents, principalities and powers, and spiritual wickedness in high places that have designs on humanity to deceive humanity, to thwart humanity's relationship with God. And so you already believe in a worldview in which agents, which have vast amounts of power and influence, are going to deceive mankind, and mankind is going to fall for it. You already believe that. So the fact that
100.
you're acting hold on, friend. The fact that you're acting incredulous to the idea that there could be people in power who are willfully deceiving humanity blows my mind. You're like in cognitive dissonance, dude. Pick one.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
The
Facts.
Keep this down as a fact. The phrase, I am a Christian and I don't understand how there's a mass deception on the earth. Those two things cannot exist simultaneously.
Yeah, but that is if you're irrational. The rational thinking is why would, unless there's a
Oh my
as I
God,
said,
dude.
guys,
Dude, I'm not going to let you finish that sentence because you said you're a Christian. You said you accept the biblical narrative. You
yep,
understand that there's non-human actors that are deceiving mankind, and therefore mankind is being deceived in a way which they're not acting rational. So
oh,
you,
sure,
dude, you don't even believe your own worldview, bro.
bro. Can you take it easy? You're so emotional. Many of you guys
Second
are
of
emotional.
all,
No, no,
second
Well,
of
Yeah, I'm
if
all,
you think
emotional.
like,
I'm
if you
emotional
think
when somebody claims to be a flat earther, when someone claims to be a Christian, and then asks the question, "Why isn't Putin telling everyone the truth?" Like you're not making any sense, brother.
let me
No
make it make
sense at
sense to
all.
you. Let me make it make sense to you, my friend. If you actually want people to wake up to the truth, you're gonna assume that there's gonna be people having these questions. So instead of getting emotional and getting angry at it,
He's
you
not
should be
getting
open
emotional, you
to
sea lion.
look,
everybody here knows how to answer the question.
I gotta let this get through. The listen, the Roman Catholic Church is why we're having this argument in the first place. So you got people who claim to be believers that were in power that are still in power to this day, literally, causing the discord between you and the rest of us in here. Like I don't understand what you're not understanding.
Yeah. Let me lay it down another way. Here's a question a Christian might ask. If I'm a Christian and I believe the biblical narrative and I believe that there's a powerful non-human agent with designs against humanity, which the Bible clearly says that he has the power to deceive the whole world, how in the world could the whole world be deceived? I just don't get it.
that
You're
is
still
literally an
missing my
accurate
point.
summary of what you conveyed so
You're
far.
still missing my point. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. But I am saying, even if this evil exists, we still know that there's not this, or at least I assume there's not a globalist collective group of people who do these things, working
There
in.
is, dude. There is.
But but this is the way that I wanted to
The
respond
Bible
to it. When you at you you're breaking up.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You're
You're
breaking.
choppy, very choppy.
let me give my final statement, bro, and then you either answer and or I'm gonna go quiet. No problem. All I'm saying is, even if there.
Look, like I said, I was gonna respond, not you. Just because me and AI were jumping in at the same time or whatever the audio was doing, doesn't mean you're gonna continue. I'm gonna give you the answer I was gonna give you. Do you want it?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right. Now you asked. So we're a small faction of flat earthers, right? And the moon landing, majority of the world believes in it, and not only that, there are multiple governments that participated in the operation of making it happen, or at least propagating the information that it happened. So how on earth could this many people be lying or delusional, right?
Yeah.
Just agree, disagree.
Yes, yes.
Okay. The fact that the earth measures flat means it's impossible for there be orbital mechanics and a sphere that things are orbiting around, slingshotting to the moon to do all this other stuff. Second of all, the place that happened is supposedly um a vacuum of space in which the air we breathe is adjacent to, which to me is a second law of thermodynamics violation because obviously every experience I've experienced, if you have air pressure next to less pressure, especially no pressure, the gas is going to fill the space. So I don't believe the story about the place where you can have gas pressure not go into the available space. Second of all, the Earth measures the way that it measures, so we can't possibly be flying around a thing the Earth doesn't measure to be. So the story has to be fake. I don't give a fuck why the rest of the world is in on it. I don't care. I already know what I know. I don't have to ask anybody for permission to know that.
Mm-hmm.
Funny,
Well, that makes
everything that
sense.
is in
Oh,
the
that makes.
Bible is like Jesus tells you, like he chastises the lawyers for not knowing shit. You know,
Sure.
that's the crazy thing.
Sure, but what fascinates me, bro, is before I became a Christian, I asked myself the most difficult questions about Christianity, that which made me confused until I were 100% certain. And even now, I still try to address and try to read about the most difficult questions against Christianity because that's how I become a strong
With the
Christian.
moon
That's the
thing that
same,
you had to respond to.
huh?
Honestly, what does any just get to the point about the moon landing thing you had me
The
respond to? I
point
told
about
you
no,
that it was the
the
way
point.
that it measures, and then the second law of thermodynamics violation thing.
The
I
point
did.
about the flat Earth, guys, is I believe the Earth is flat.
Point
But
wasn't
I,
about that.
huh?
Wasn't the point. You said,
Yeah.
well, how could all these people be delusional? And I said, well, the fact remains that they have to be because of these two things. And I told you those two things. You're not responding to it. You're not saying, well, actually, that's invalid. You're not doing anything other than ignoring it, which is
No,
kind of surprising to me
no,
because
no.
that's the world
I'm not.
We've
I live
now
in.
veered off from his notion about
I'm not
pain.
saying it's invalid. I'm saying some of the stuff you said are inconsistent with if it when it comes to the across the board. Yes, it goes for one, it goes for A and B.
That
How did you go for C and D? And what I'm trying to say is it's fascinating to me if I'm gonna have an argument with somebody who is not a Christian, which is given that he's gonna believe the Earth is flat. How would a flat earther like the Christian brother over here telling me why do you have these questions? If you're a Christian, you're supposed to accept it. But the majority of the world is not Christian, bro. You're supposed to be ready to take on these guys. So it's just
what is that?
childish to get
What
Not
emotional.
only
What are you
not
talking
only
about,
that, but
dude?
there's also Christians that don't believe in the flat Earth as well.
And
What,
that is true
what,
as well.
Yeah, but which statistics are you looking at, dude?
Okay,
About what,
this
Mike?
line of conversation has lost focus because this began about his question
The
to me
majority
about the antenna with such a magistrate
uh,
Putin.
You're still breaking up. That's why, man.
Your profile fits the
Okay,
voice
so
fit.
Go,
look,
go ahead, Gregory.
before we
If
go
it got,
on and
yeah.
yeah, before we go on, like just veering off because now we're swerving away from the main subject he introduced this whole conversation on. This began with his question, which is valid on its face, about the tenability and consistency of our notions, or at least my words that I said earlier, because he pointed me out by name. He called me out by name and asked me this question. So we're veering off on what you mentioned earlier. So do you want to refocus on what you mentioned in the first place? Because I'm assuming you want to have a coherent conversation that doesn't just lose focus, right?
No, absolutely, absolutely. I genuinely want a rational answer for people who have the question, how are everybody in on this? And I'm not talking about the individual. The individual is easily fooled. I'm talking about the people, the head of states, the people who actually can explore these things, have the means to do so, and can actually confirm for sure that the earth is flat. Why would they all be in line with this
How do you
idea?
know any of that?
Okay, so
No,
like we
if
just
that's the case.
answered you.
there is a
Very look,
rational
very.
answer, dude.
Can I answer him? Because he just asked me. Okay,
Well,
so
but no. Before you answer him, Gregory, he needs to define what he means by rational because he clearly isn't using it correctly.
What did you say, Overlord?
I said you're using the word rational incorrectly, so you need to define what you mean by rational before this question can even be answered to you.
Sure. To me, it's not, it doesn't make sense. Let me use this word. It doesn't make sense for me to say to somebody who has the question that I also have having a hard time understanding, how these different entities, completely unrelated and at times enemies with each other, who have the means of confirming what we believe is the case, are in line with each other, even though they could use these as political tools to go against each other. And actually, if they truly can confirm this without doubt, because they do have, I believe, maybe they don't, but I think they may have the means of actually confirming this with facts, and then they could use this against each other, and they're not. That's
And
my
the problem is you don't understand that every individual in
can I
here,
answer him?
including, but because
I'm not talking about the individual, bro. Don't misunderstand me.
no,
I'm
he's
talking
not
about
talking about- he thinks you have to prove it harder than like the truth is very simple. Like that's the problem that we're having here. That you think
Can
that
I?
they should be. The problem is they're wicked. You're sitting here like assuming that they want to see what we see.
Yep,
You're not even
exactly.
talking about what we're trying to talk about.
okay. I still think that that's not really
Motives that you're unaware of. It's completely two
Can I answer
different
him
things, brother.
now?
Yo, let him speak. Let him speak. Go, Molosian, go.
bro. Again, what I'm saying is I don't disregard the
Look,
idea
I'm
that
trying not to speak over people, but like I'm just being bulldozed. I'm trying to be
no.
patient.
But guys, for example, do you know that very recently the average individual figured out that the CIA has done a lot of experiments on people. Like there's names for this. I haven't written somewhere. Like the trails, they're spreading nanoparticles of aluminum and stuff like that in the sky. These things, we as average people were able to figure this out in the last couple decades. I'm saying the head of states, they know these things because they
Okay,
can't have them.
Malashan. Like we get what you said. You said it
Oh,
completely
yeah,
many times.
go ahead.
Okay.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish. Come on.
He's already finished. Like he's
No, I
finished
got it.
multiple
I
times.
think you all got it. I think you understand the
We
question.
get your notion. Like your notion is erroneous. Right? It's not in accordance with the facts. We've already explained to you that there's a very small minority of people who are the conscious conspirators who are know the truth about the cosmos, especially the shape of the Earth, and are refusing to promulgate it because they want the world to be deceived. It's a very small minority of people in the top echelons of the hierarchy of the world. Everyone else is deluded and or apathetic. Mostly it's apathy. They don't even care. Most people don't even care. And then it's mixed in with delusion, just presuming the same false doctrine and
Absolutely.
what they were inundated with their entire lives. And then another even smaller minority who, like us, at the very near the bottom of the hierarchy, know these truths and want to edify others.
Okay, Gregory, let me
That's
just
what's
add
going on.
something before you continue,
So
bro.
hang on, hang on,
Just
hang on.
very
There's that
fast,
part.
very fast. Give me a second.
Just hang on, just hang on. There's that part.
Hang on, bro.
The magistrates and the politicians and the tycoons are not at all interested in trying to edify the public. They want to control the public for their own selfish ambition. And the magistrates and politicians and tycoons and movers and shakers of the world are members of an organization, right, that is a part of a mass conspiracy. It's a long, ancient conspiracy, either by genealogical lineage or doctrinal tradition, where
That's
they are
what I want to
committed
get at.
to their role in this conspiracy. So, no, it is not the case that they would want to expose the truth about the cosmos to the public to try and get one over on their enemy countries. That's not how that functions. They don't work like that. You are under one of the, you still are deluded by one of the psychological operations that has obviously been successful, including on you, which is that there's like this sincere conflict between Russia and the US, like this whole Cold War psychological operation notion. It's not like that, because the same people who are allegedly at war during the Cold War, the same people who keep a treaty concerning this barren ice and this barren ice wasteland in Antarctica before the Cold War since the 1940s. That's incoherent. So
Okay,
the
but
notion
that's
of
a
the
legit
psychological
question.
operation, for instance, is contrary to what is actually happening.
Yeah, no,
I just want
that makes
I just
sense.
want to add a point to Gregory's point about the very small amount of people. Like,
He
because
addressed it perfectly, bro. He addressed it.
you keep saying all these governments, like that's a huge thing. Well, first of all, we know how government works, and I'm a part of my government, right? We're all a part of our government, but the thing is, we're not all in the know. So who would we think is possibly actually in the know? Not politicians, because they're deluded for their own grandeur and self pleasures, like we said. Now, the people that have to be in the know has to be less than the thousands.
Yes, and but
That's very small.
let me address
Like, why are
something that.
you acting like that many people can't? Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, Gregory, that was a very good answer. That was a beautiful answer, and I agree with you. And I know there's this entity which is above all of these, like the pyramid scheme. They're at the top, and they're pulling the strings. But if somebody asks me, for example, how is France and England and the United States in on it, I'm going to be able to point to an entity and say this is one of the groups who are in charge of the politics and the political narrative both in France, in the US, and in Britain. I can't do that with Xi Jinping. And to address your point, a big daddy, you're still assuming that governments work the same way the United States government works, but that's not the case in the hierarchy of China or Russia.
Which one of these governments aren't
So, for
under
example,
the first?
I'm
Hold
having
on,
a tough
hold on. Which one of these governments? Because let's just start from 500 years ago. Let's just start there. Which one of these governments aren't under the assumption of the popes back then that the world is revolving around the sun? Which one of these governments? Which one of these governments are individual in their thinking from that assumption? Because it was never true. Let's start there.
which one of the governments is
Yeah,
individual in their.
for example, dude, the Chinese, they have a history of being flat earthers officially positioned. Even into the 19th century, they had the official position of flat earth, dude.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
it wasn't until the turn of the modernity that they changed their stance.
Did they change their stance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Said that.
So
Yeah.
the previous
Okay.
they were flat earthers all the way up to either the last emperor or the one before that guy. I can't remember exactly which one.
I thought the idea was still prominent in China. Yeah, I didn't know about this. But yeah, so my question is essentially, is there?
Well,
Am
there's
I?
a problem, brother. Let me correct you real quick. A lot of people assume that just everybody just has accepted the globe since it was proven, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But that's just not
Overlook.
true,
It's
brother.
impossible to hear you, bro.
Just
You're
not
you're
true.
lagging too much.
Oh man,
I'm
suck
losing you
it.
the
Dang
second you
it.
start speaking.
All right, whatever.
Okay, so what he just said was another false notion that people tacitly presume, mostly subconsciously, is that thousands of years ago, ever since classical antiquity, like at the days of Pythagoras in the 6th century BC, or the days of Eratosthenes in the 4th century BC, that the majority of the world, especially the higher levels of the world order, knew and believed the Earth was a ball. When the vast majority of humans until what the 19th century about, and then more so the 20th century, the vast majority of humans were still accepting the truth that they always seen their entire lives, the Earth being still and surface being flat. It didn't become worldwide popular
I could hear
until
AI. Sorry, I just wanted to say I could hear AIO just fine.
oh yeah.
Why am I
It didn't
always losing?
become it didn't become popular until 19th 20th century. World popular until
Has anyone got a list of names of people who are in on it and can prove that the people's on the list are in on it? I guarantee nobody is going to give us a list.
Yeah, Peter
I'm sure
Thiel,
No, it's
Jeff
not about.
Bezos,
It's not about who. It's not about. It's not about who's in on it.
my
It's
neighbor
about
James.
the people who are. It's about the people who are delusional, and he doesn't believe that many people can be delusional. So I asked him, okay, which one of the governments didn't just take on, take aboard the idea from the popes 500 years ago that the earth was revolving around the sun? Which one of them independently scrutinized that notion publicly on record? Which one? Since they're so individual.
Yep.
Go
Good
ahead, I'll
point.
wait.
Good point. Yep.
Yeah, that is a good point. But you asked about names. Yes, in the West, in Europe, in the United States, you can actually point to entities who are in on conspiracies and who have been in on conspiracies for the last 200 years, much further back, but then you have to go much deeper. So you can, but I'm failing to do so in the East, and not prior to the Second World War, because I know how much influence the globalists had in the East, in Soviet, and even deeper parts of the East prior to that. But now, in modern times, in 2026, I'm failing to find, because I'd like to be able to link them, even though it's not always possible, because that's the point. They're supposed to be hidden, they're supposed to work behind the curtain. But at least here we can point to entities. There are entities, there are these groups that you can point to and say, but look, here's a link between these countries. Look at these alliances. Look at these whatever groups, if you know what I mean. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking to have to be able to address this to myself and to others. Is there a
Yeah,
chance
yeah,
we
yeah.
wouldn't find these entities in the East?
Maybe, but here, maybe. But check this out. What's the first rule of power?
Control.
Wrong. The first rule of power is two words: be unknown. So the ultimate power isn't revealing itself to be vulnerable. So when
Yeah, I
you
know.
think you've tracked down, oh, these guys are the ones doing everything, well, you're wrong. It's somebody even higher than that you have no idea who they are.
That is true. I get your point. Absolutely.
And
One is waking
keep
up
in mind,
today.
check this out, brother. When it comes to the West and the West and the East have entirely different religious and metaphysical traditions that have to be dealt with by the people who would want to pull their strings, right? So people have worldviews and metaphysics in which they delineate what's true and what isn't, what they think are rational human motives and what aren't. There's entirely different worldviews that have to be dealt with when you're trying to manipulate global populations, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So you wouldn't expect the East, which has a completely different history of metaphysics, and the West, which has a completely different history of metaphysics, to be dealt with in the same way, or to look at the world, or to have similar motives. So you would expect it to be different.
For sure, yeah. For sure.
But keep in mind, we're all motives why humans do the things they do. We've all been alive long enough to know that human agents will act irrationally.
Absolutely.
So just to be clear again, because I've been listening carefully. We flipped back and forth between the the higher ups, use a simple term to catch them all, the higher ups who are conscious conspirators, in contrast to the higher ups who are unconscious, deluded, who are unconsciously deluded. So which one are you asking about now?
No, my question was initially about the conscious, but also this. We could also add the unconscious ones, but that could be related to each other. You know, that you could link to each other. So, for example,
Okay,
what
so
AI
concerning
said
the
is
former,
absolutely true. What AI said is absolutely true. That even the entities that I'm being able to point to, even they are not the far high ups. You know, but they are like a fraction of their works. You can at least say this is the consequence of one entity or one specific agenda.
That's what I told you. 500 years ago, like even people's atheism today and what it looks like is a consequence of 500 years ago.
Yes,
Because
that's
not everybody past 200, listen, 100 years ago is when they began to shape people's idea about what the cosmos looked like. Even if they did think it was a globe and we were going around the sun, they had no idea until it was introduced with Edwin Hubble and all these types, right? And Einstein, that in this era, anyway, there's a bunch of them, that the universe is actually expanding. And there's this big bang. Georges Lamont, the French mathematician and Catholic priest, is the one who coined that term. So when you ask, like, okay, well, how can I help connect these governments to one entity? 500 years ago, the Roman Catholic Church, as far back as I would like to go, they're all doing the same thing. You think they're different, they're doing the same thing. And it's
yeah,
obvious.
absolutely. Well, I can
That's
agree with that.
fair. And to be fair, dude, if you're a studier of the Bible, like in any extensive thing about the nature of the agents within the Bible and their designs on the world stage, the Bible lays out a pretty clear narrative that the powers that be are principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places, non-human agents that are very powerful, very old, and very smart, and they have designs on making humanity lead towards a one world governmental system. And if you're going to have a one world governmental system into which the primary agent, which is the negative agent in the biblical narrative, being Satan himself, wants to take hold of and be the power of and even be worshipped as God himself, he doesn't want a world where all the nations are fighting against each other. He needs to unify the world under one common ethos. And that part of that ethos is the metaphysic in which they live in. And that way he can crown himself as the god of that metaphysic. So it makes perfect sense that
Yeah,
throughout the years, humans which are not completely controllable, right, because they have their own desires, they're being corralled towards a goal. And part of that goal is that we all agree, the majority of the world, on a certain type of metaphysics. So we believe we live in a certain type of universe with certain type of rules, certain types of laws, certain types of this and that. And then Satan is the god of that metaphysic that's we all agree on. So it makes perfect sense that even though there's skirmishes between nations, overall they're going towards, despite the intermittent battles, they're going towards one end goal. Like that's exactly in tune with the biblical narrative, dude. Makes perfect rational sense.
don't forget, right? Internalize this. Don't forget Psalm 2, for instance. Why did the nations conspire and the kings gather together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, we shall throw off their shackles and bonds? Or Revelation 18, where the angel, one of the many angels that spoke to John the apostle, from the revelation from the Lord, saying, the kings of the earth have fornicated with her, Mystery of Babel. And Mystery of Babel is a worldview. It is a worldview. It's the mystery religion, so called. and the kings of the earth have fornicated with her and all her adulteries. So, yes, there is a worldwide conspiracy, the magistrates, the kings of the earth, including what it calls the tycoons of the earth, who deluded the nations by their abominations and magic and pharmakeia, their sorcery. This is what's happening.
Absolutely, and especially from a Christian point of view, that's not even up for debate. I'm not having a problem with understanding that, but I'm having a problem addressing this. I can't use that line of thing, arguing with an atheist or with a. So I just like to
Yes,
be
you
well
can.
No,
informed.
Yes, you can.
dude,
You can use
forget,
that line
look,
of reasoning.
I
Let me
just
explain.
told
It's
him.
very simple.
forget what,
No,
forget
hold
what
on,
you
brother.
persuade.
Hold on.
Didn't I just
Hey,
tell him?
listen, listen. Oh, just hold on. Just hold on. Okay. See, you're saying I can't use my belief structure and my metaphysic to inform other people why people may be because they might not believe it. Let's say that's true, that they don't believe it. Well, guess what? What if the powers that be believe it? So, for example, let's say an atheist doesn't believe in anything spiritual. Let's say they believe it doesn't exist. Well, guess what? The powers that be, they're even the people in the heliocentric model, they all have metaphysical implications of their claims. So it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It just matters whether people could be motivated by it. So, for example, there's all kinds of people. What we're doing, hey, yeah, what we're doing is muting you. That's what we're doing, bro.
Yeah.
Get mute. Yeah.
Get out.
You interrupted the guy who owns the room. That's what you did. So now you can just get gone forever. Goodbye. Anyway, I lost my train of thought, but you get the point. Is that whether you believe in Cthulhu or not, there are people out there who believe that. They're motivated by it. They're involved in the heliocentric model and in the sciences and in the progression of all of those endeavors. And in their own writings, they've admitted that their motives are spiritual in nature. So whether it's true or not is
Like
irrelevant.
the Jedi.
They believe it's true. Hold on. They believe it's true and they are acting on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a good one. For the first time, I could hear you all throughout your answer.
And even besides that level, like, you say the truth, period, plain and simple, regardless of anyone who remains incredulous and stubbornly incredulous to it.
Yeah, I know, but you know the type of people I'm talking about.
Yeah, so like, regardless of their stubborn incredulity and their
Well,
mocking attitude against the truths that you say that you can't say to them, you can tell them these
Can I double
truths,
down?
regardless of them being stubbornly incredulous.
Correct.
And
And
also,
let me double down on my earlier point. Oh, I want to double down on my earlier point, which is this. Okay, these are the facts. There are 6 to 8 billion people in the world. Okay, there's 4 billion adherents to the Abrahamic religions. Okay, so and then when you add in certain other religions, right, and their adherents in their metaphysics, they believe in non-human agents that have designs on the world. So it's actually the case that the majority of people on the earth believe in non-human agents that have designs on the world. So it's not unreasonable, even if it's false, for people to be motivated and act on it. And when you're talking to an atheist friend, you can say, listen, atheist friend, I realize that you think none of this exists. Well, guess what? The majority of people on earth think it does exist, and they're motivated to act on it. So you could understand as an atheist if a bunch of deluded religiotards are acting in a religious manner, and they're doing this for that reason. And then the atheist must say, well, yeah, of course, they're acting out of their religious zeal, even though it's false.
Yep,
That's completely rational.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes
and to add to that, you said, how do I, bring this stuff to my atheist friend? Did you not hear me say that 500 years ago, the Pope birthed the atheist that thinks what he thinks today? Did you not hear me say that?
yes, but to be fair, the best the last answer from Gregory and now AI is exactly what I was referring to, and that's what I required. The line
Okay,
of
good,
thought.
good.
So there you go.
And let me
There's
drop
that.
let me drop a nugget on you, brother. Let me drop a nugget on you, okay? When it comes to this idea of metaphysics and non-human actors, specifically when it comes to ideas about a God. So there are people out there, the majority of people on earth believe in some type of God. Okay, that's just a fact. Now, God is either transcendent to the creation or he's part of the creation. So he's either contingent with the creation or transcendent from the creation. Now,
That's
lots
not
of people
true.
believe he's transcendent. Okay, hey, listen, friend. Shut up. Thanks. All right, so there's no third option.
I mean, it's just not true.
And yes, okay, dude. I'm going to give you one chance to say what's not true about what I said. Go ahead.
You said God is not transcendent or what'd you say? Divergent? Convergent
So
and
you clearly
divergent?
weren't paying attention. You clearly weren't paying attention. So your interjection about it's not true is
That's
irrelevant.
Jalaska.
So you get muted. So I get to
That's
finish what I want to say. So
Jalaska.
whether what I say is true or not doesn't even matter. I'm just talking about the way that these people are thinking about it. The majority of these adherents who believe in this type of God, they're thinking about it in one of two ways. He's either transcendent to the creation, so God exists simply, and then he decides to make the creation, and before he makes the creation, there is no creation. And then the other version is whatever creation is made out of was eternal with God, right? And so he kind of like has to act upon the creation in order to alter it. In other words, kind of like a power user of the universe versus the actual origin of the universe.
Yeah.
Now, if God is transcendent, like in the true transcendent class, he cannot be cut, he cannot be stabbed, he cannot be laser blasted. You cannot chant hum do da boom da be and then you zap him with your chi energy. There's nothing you can do to harm him. There's nothing any of the created entities can do to go up the chain and slap God in the face. Can't be done. However, if it's the case that God is actually in the creation and he's just a power user of the realm, then at least in principle, even though it may be a long shot, whoever wanted to could find a way to defeat God. And so there's this plausibility within all these believers. There's actually a chance that we, either through technology or through allegiance with other spiritual entities who are within the universe, we could gain the power to thwart God, defeat God, even kill God, and then we could have it our way. And so, since in many of these traditions, there are agents of very high supernatural power who are enemies of God, whether it be in Hinduism, they have this battle with different gods. In Christianity, they have Satan versus God. And in these other traditions, they have their agent of evil and their agent of good.
Babylonian
So
and
in one view, just real quick, in one view, the agent of good could never be defeated. In the other view, the agent of good could be defeated. Now, if it's the case that these people have designs on that, they want to participate in it because they think, just like Gregory said earlier, we're conspiring against God. We don't want to be under his shackles. We don't want to be under his control. He doesn't deserve to be the boss. And so they create this grand orchestrated scheme to thwart God. And that is entirely reasonable. And since most people believe in that, and that is a fact that most people do believe in that, the fact that the world acts that way is completely rational. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And what's interesting is most of these globalists, the ones that we know at least, many of them seem to be extremely religious in these kind of cult, whatever, Canaanite belief systems and symbolism and numerology, and so they are deeply ingrained in that, and that's confirmable.
So yeah, in that aspect of human society, like up there in the higher echelons of the world order, right, those folks there, what am I going to call them for my convenience? I'll call them the aristocrats, right, or
Yeah,
the rich up there, right? Those people. You're hard pressed to find an atheist up there. You're hard
exactly.
pressed to find
That's
a
very
Christian or Jew or Muslim up there. What you're going to
yes.
find are these people who more or less believe the ancient so-called mystery religions, right? The
Exactly.
occult.
Mesopotamian stuff, ancient Egyptian stuff, Canaanite stuff. That's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
And these people very much pay attention to and they very much cherish the ancient assets, the ancient wisdom that's been passed down orally or textually, these ancient uh, traditions, these ancient customs, these ancient areas, these ancient edifices, these ancient artifacts. They are very much in tune and very much care about history, but they do not want the masses to think like that.
That's true. That's true, and that's very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Right. So again, like I told you in Revelation, mystery Babel, mysterion Babylon, mysterion Babylon, mystery Babel, referring to this basically this worldview that these people, the people in high places, the high people, the high evil people, this is what they believe, this is what they do, this is how they behave, this is what they act according to, this is what they try to inundate into the public. And again, one of the essential aspects of their worldview and their customs is to give the exoteric to the uninitiated masses who are not worthy of the quote unquote real secrets, the truth, and they keep that, what they think is the truth, to themselves in a very small minority. We're a tight, structured, rigid traditional system.
You think the Basilideans were part of that, or maybe I'm going too far into this.
So what? The say again?
But the Basilideans, the ones who rejected the crucifixion of Jesus, and they had this complete different ideology against the God
Never
was the
heard of
evil
them.
one, and the serpent was the good one. The same kind of like the Canaanites and the Babylonians.
I never heard of the Basilideans. Never heard of them.
Yeah, Basilideans.
Byzantines, the Byzantine Empire?
No, Basilideans.
No,
Basilideans.
I don't know what it's meaning.
Some of the first supposedly Christians who had complete different view
Spell that for me so I can look it up. Spell it for me
Let
in
me
the
check.
open chat, please. Yeah.
No, earlier I was just trying to understand what you said the definition of God was, because maybe I misheard you.
Depends who you ask.
You. AI. Well, I thought I heard him say that God is neither transcendent or transcendent. So, like I said earlier, I was just wanted to make sure that's what you said.
When he comes back, he'll let you know.
Oh, he's not here? Okay.
Oh, well, he doesn't appear to be speaking.
Interesting. Okay, so they were
okay.
second century Gnostics. They followed after Basilides of Alexandria. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
When was this? Does it give a time?
Second century AD. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
He's included. Basilidians, they follow Basilides of Alexandria in the second century. So yeah, he's included.
What do these guys call themselves? Gnostic Christians?
Gnostic. The term has
no.
been so people don't understand this. Okay, so it's not like there was a distinct, rigid sect of people in late antiquity from the late second century onward that called themselves Gnostics. They just called themselves Christians, but they espoused heresies contrary to orthodoxy and contrary to the truth. And so champions of orthodoxy like Irenaeus or Tertullian or Augustine or whatever have you, they used for their own convenience, for the sake of brevity at least, a term to identify them, to catch them all, right, in one reference, right? And so Eventually, they then called themselves Gnostics, but it was initially used as a convenient term to catch them all. Just like how I use the term scientist to catch all these people in
Yeah,
one single word to refer to them with all the distinctives of scientism, right?
absolutely. Yeah. But it's insane that they call themselves Christians, though. If they go against God,
Not all of them. That may be like maybe 50%. Who knows? There's no way to really know the number, but I mean, you got pagans.
Yeah.
You had pagans, and you had all kinds of different other people who believed in, multiple gods, etc. I mean, it wasn't just Christianity. Okay.
no, I'm talking
That's all.
specifically about these early supposedly Christian groups who go against the idea of the God the Father. You know, he was the evil one, and the or at least
Yeah, yeah,
Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
heretical
that's
Christians.
Marcionism historically. That's Marcionism. Marcion was a bishop of Sinop, Marcion of Sinop. He. If you asked him what is he in this context about worldview and religion, he would have said, "I'm a Christian. I worship Jesus." But then you ask him more specific questions, you let him go on and explaining what he thinks is the truth that Jesus taught. He then repudiates the God of the Old Testament, so called, right? Old Testament and New Testament being Christian coined terms that were never coined by the Lord nor his apostles or the prophets, okay? Based on this sort of antipathy against the God who executed justice in the so called Old Testament, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And his acceptance of only the Gospel of Luke and rejecting all others and a few of the epistles of Paul, et cetera, et cetera. So what they would have said is they are Christians. This is why all sorts of apologetical treatises and polemical treatises were written by champions of orthodoxy.
It's like calling Jews Jews when they are worshipping Baal.
Right? Right? Like what Jedi just mentioned. Like if you would have asked the worshippers of Baal in the days of King Ahab, right, Prophet Eliyahu, they would have just said, I'm a Jew. I'm of the tribe of so and so, right? Yehuda, Benjamin, Levi, whatever have you.
Yeah, I
And then they
understand.
tell you about Yahuwah, but then they also tell you about how they worship Baal for this, that, and the third reason.
Absolutely, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You see? So yeah, so-called Basilidian. They probably didn't even call themselves
Sorry, Gregory.
Basilidians in all likelihood.
Sorry, Gregory. In that way, could we kind of parallel the Talmud with the Gnostic Gospels?
Yeah, it is a parallel. It's an addition, right? Because
Thank you.
these heretics in late antiquity wanted
Yep.
to espouse these additional texts that are they knew full and well that they are long after the apostolic scripture that has been known and published for especially more than a century since the age of the apostles left. Like even by the time of the early second century, it was already published. Right,
Yeah.
this is known
Yeah, and
among the children of the Father. All right,
a lot of the
so
permutations of
yeah,
the early cults and heresies were actually stemmed out of the anti-missionary efforts of the post-temple destruction antichrist Judaic order. So in other
yeah,
words, they had to say, okay, Christianity's on the rise. It's based on our traditions. We have to do something about it. So one of the first steps they did is they scuttled their own history, which was the binatarian Godhead. They believed two powers in heaven.
there
And
were
they
two powers in
scuttled
heaven.
that because people were very quickly associating Jesus with the second power, meaning he would be deity. And so they scuttled that. Then they did efforts to actually thwart Christian groups with, weird and esoteric and like, Talmudic kind of mysticism and stuff. So yeah, and then that's been going on ever since, by the way.
Yeah, there's always been multiple factions, however they want to define themselves, and however we can coherently, accurately distinguish them. Multiple factions that tried to resist and stifle the promulgation of the truth.
That's correct. Yeah.
So whether it be because the apostles were
Okay,
refuting
real
the
quick, Craig,
same
I'll
types
just
of
give an example. So like you pick a modern Christian denomination, let's say, that's so-called Christian, Seventh-day Adventist. You can trace that back to Millerism. You can trace Millerism back to Armstrongism. You can trace Armstrongism back to British Israelism, and you can trace British Israelism back to the post-temple destruction, Pharisaical Judaic Antichrist order.
That's insane, bro.
It's all connected.
So yeah, the apostles were resisting the very some of the very distinctives that we now recognize to be in the category of so-called Gnosticism. Right. So, like for instance, when the Apostle Paul explicitly emphasizes in the epistle to the Colossians that in him dwells the fullness of the Godhead bodily, he emphasized that because he was resisting the heresy that denied the humanity of the Messiah, Yahushua, Jesus. People were denying his humanity. Right. This has been called um, monophysitism or miaphysitism. Right. Only one substance, either only affirming his humanity or only affirming his divinity. Right?
I think Jesus was fully human.
I do too, along with the hypostatic union of his full divinity.
I just don't believe that he was God.
He
Well, you
was.
don't
He
believe what
was
you saw
God.
it and proved.
I think that
Was
he was.
God?
I think he was given authority by God. I think when you are God, you don't need to
Divine
be given
authority,
authority.
godly authority. Like, did he have godly authority? Do you think?
Okay,
He
so
got
since you brought us here,
given authority.
So since you brought us here, you simply don't understand the hypostatic union. You don't understand that fact that he said concerns his humanity, not his divinity.
That's not biblical at all. Hypostatic union.
Of course it is. You don't understand John 17.
Yeah, let me read I'll read a verse for you. In
You mean John
him
17:3?
dwells. Here, I'll read it for you verbatim. In him, being Jesus, dwells all the fullness of the Godhead bodily. So the fullness of the Godhead dwells within the body of Jesus. So that is the full
What verse
divinity.
is that?
Sorry, I don't know the actual citation location,
Colossians 1.
but
Colossians 2:9.
you just Google that. Yeah, just
Colossians
Google
1.
that. You can pull it right up.
Yeah. I think that might be a blunder.
So Jesus was not the Word, is what you're saying?
He is the Word.
And he was fully human, so he existed as a fully human being, as a Word at the same time with God.
So Jesus, I don't believe Jesus existed in heaven with God physically in the beginning. I believe that he existed
As an
in a
idea.
sense. He existed in a sense that he was like planned that God was going to send a Messiah, Mashiach, a savior.
So as an idea.
Well, not an idea. It was more than an idea. He was a plan. He was the lamb that was meant to be slain. He was
Did you call him a plan?
No, lamb.
That's great. No, but guess what? There's absolutely no language in the scripture that supports what you just said. In fact, verbatim, it says that the word, right, which is an idiom, and if you don't understand the cultural idiom and you just say, well, it's word like logos or plan, then you're being ignorant of the culture in which the text was written. So you're using modern sensibilities to read something that was written in the past. If you look at the Aramaic Targum cross references, it's clear that they understood that the word was an agent, a personal agent. Nobody thought it was just some disembodied plan or disembodied logos or some esoteric set of data. No, it was an actual agent. But that being said, this isn't a biblical debate channel, so we're not going to go down this track because last time I lost my shit and almost banned a million people. So we're just going to avoid that.
Yeah, that's fine. I can understand that.
Oh, but that
However, if you want to talk about that topic, back at our home server, we got a great religious section, and Gregory, I'm sure would entertain you there.
Send me a invite, bro.
We will, bro.
And I'll actually respond to Colossians 2:9 in there if you'd like.
We actually are in the VIP partners list on this server too. So
I don't know what
if
that
you need
means.
the link, if we don't get it to you here quickly, it's there. So we're actually not, we're not, so the protocol for everybody listening, just a little housekeeping. We're not allowed to share the link to our server directly in the chat. You have to refer them to the VIP partners link. But we could just tell you that the server is www.discord.gg/flat earth. That's us.
Um, oh, I got it. It's all good. Yeah. Cheers, old dude. Yeah. Just because I'll respond to that. Yeah. Damn, bro. How many
Gestures.
channels do you have? What
Who
the hell?
who set this subtitle for the VC? Who said that? That's hilarious. Condescending gestures.
That does bring up a good point they were talking about earlier, which is people have thoughts, feelings, intense devotion to certain ideas about the metaphysical, right? Whether that be the agents in the metaphysical, the nature of the realm we're in, comparison to the source where it came from. And that actually informs decisions you make in your life, right? Whether the thing you believe in is actually true or not, you're still making the decisions as if you believe that's the world you live in. So to you, it's functionally true because you're acting on it, right? And that goes from the poorest person in the world to the richest person in the world. It goes from the weakest person in the world to the most powerful person in the world.
Absolutely. Good point.
And the irony is that it's a thing that everyone inevitably does, and I emphasize inevitably, and yet the vast majority of humans are not self-conscious of that fact, which is intrinsic in us. That we are acting that way. We act according to the contents of our mind, the contents of our psyche. And most people don't really internalize that consciously. Most people just act out of habit. They don't think through their very own nature. That fact alone should
Absolutely true.
help people
Absolutely.
realize how easy it is to deceive and manipulate humans. Humans are corrupt. It is a very small minority that is doing what we're doing, that does what people like us do, thinking through subjects, thinking through issues, trying to be self disciplined and scrutinize various things. Most people do not do this with most things in their lives whatsoever in every area of life. Most just act out of comfort and habit or some some adverse reaction to whatever they perceive to be a threat.
You're 100%
Most
right, bro.
The truth is a threat. That's why most things we know are lies, and always really kind of have been. The things that matter, like the earth, because God made it, you know.
people don't understand also, like they don't internalize, like it should be obvious on its face, but they don't internalize. Like for instance, the devil is very smart. You cannot be an oppressor and an idiot. You have to have some intelligence. If you're an oppressor, if you try to be an oppressor as an idiot, you don't have any skill, any cunning, any tact to actually be successful for any good length of time.
Well,
Oppressors,
right.
deceivers are cunning. They are smart.
Well, right now in the present time, he's the second smartest thing that we know of. He's the second smartest, only second to God and Jesus, etc. So that says a lot about what he can do, for sure.
So this is a real hazard in the world. There are very smart and malevolent people. And those who are not so smart, those who are simple minded, are susceptible, very susceptible to their tactics to manipulate or exploit or just harm and kill them.
But they're not too smart that the other benevolent people can't, be privy to what's going on, or even greater in intelligence than they are as well.
Of course.
You know what I like about what the Bible says? It says that he uses the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. So I think like flat Earth is quite a like people laugh at like flat earthers and whatnot. Like we get mocked a lot, and like anytime you tell somebody that you're a flat earther, they're like, "How could you believe that?" You know what I mean? They like I've actually been like laughed at for it, but I think it's and this is by other Christians, and but I think it's like actually one of the most simplest things within the Bible.
I think like everything you said, my perspective from what you heard is that humbled me. Like it, I get what you're saying about like us being, the laughing stock or whatever. I think the point is I never believed that I could be this stupid.
It's hard to
It
hear you,
humbled me.
by the way. It's hard to hear you. Your mic might be away from your mouth.
Like you're intelligible enough, I can hear you, Eli, but you are kind of muffled. But I tracked everything you were saying.
Well, the shape of the earth is somewhat laid out in the Bible in places. I don't know about the surface. I mean, sort of the surface. Yeah, it does. It does kind of. It does kind of describe that in a way, but because the earth is stretched out like a tent, it's set up on the four pillars of the world. That's Psalms, and then you have Psalm 19 talks about some things too. So
7 pillars, 4 corners.
Yeah.
7 pillars. Okay. Yeah, that's a different verse. I was the
Consider this too. You have to do a little bit of digging, but in the 1537 Matthew Bible, in the passage that is 2 Samuel 11:11, it calls the earth flat earth. So in its context, 2 Samuel 11:11 says this. 2 Samuel 11:11. Okay. And the NIV says this, the most popular English translation today. Okay. Uriah said to David, quote, the ark and Israel and Judah are staying in tents, and my commander Joab and my Lord's men are camped in the open country. How could I go up to my house and to eat and drink and make love to my wife? As surely as you live, I will not do such a thing. In the context of them preparing for another attack mission in this campaign. In the 1537 Matthew Bible, it says this. Let's see if I can get it clear. I'll post the screenshots and things in a moment. I'm not gonna read that arcane English. I'll say it this way. So where it said open country in the NIV, it says flat Earth in the same spot. Okay. Now I'm gonna read these screenshots so that people can appreciate the information here. The image shows, because I asked just freaking the Google AI to analyze this screenshot, which is a screenshot of the 1537 Matthew Bible, a print edition. It's a photo of a print edition, tangible print edition. The image shows a page from the 1537 Matthew Bible, specifically 2 Samuel 11:11. The circle phrase "flat Earth" is an early modern English translation of the Hebrew words panim and sadeh. Okay. In this context, the term flat Earth refers to the open fields or flat ground where an army was encamped, rather than the shape of the entire planet. It won't say emphasize that part. Right. However, you go on to the next page. Open fields, right? I asked it, where was the flat Earth, quote unquote, open field? What location was that? Okay. This is modern day Amman, Jordan. This was in Jordan, with the country that is now Jordan. In its day, it was called Rabbah. Now it's called Amman in Jordan. At the time, the Israelite army led by Joab was besieging the city, which was the capital of the Ammonites, which is the tribe of the Canaanites. The nation Canaanites, Ammonites, a tribe. While King David remained in Jerusalem, his soldiers in the Ark of the Covenant were encamped in the open country or fields surrounding the enemy's city walls. Okay. What's the diameter of Rabbah in kilometers? Okay. The ancient city of Rabbah, Rabbath-Ammon, the flat earth was located, was centered on a strategic plateau known today as the Amman Citadel or Jebel al-Qala. Okay. The diameter of this ancient core is not a single uniform measurement due to its irregular L-shaped layout, but its dimensions are approximately long axis 0.9 kilometers, 900 meters. Total area of the plateau covers 40 acres, so 0.16 square kilometers. The wall perimeter, the historic Bronze Age fortifications were that Uriah and the army would have besieged, stretching about 1.7 kilometers. Okay. And then what's the diameter in miles? 0.56 miles. Right. Altogether, with the walls included, 1.06 miles. Okay. So why read all that? Well, the Bible, the 1537 Matthew Bible, describing an area as flat Earth that is over a mile in diameter, and it's flat. But that's not consistent with the ball. Especially the ball that we're specifically taught with its radius today. That's one little factoid. Not to mention passages that describe the heavens as what? A tent for the inhabitants of the earth to dwell in. That is figurative language. And what does that figurative language illustrate and convey? Does it convey a vacuum, a void? No. A tent does not convey vacuum void. It contains a solid structure that stands on and above the earth. That's what the heavens are like. The heavens are as a tent above the earth for the inhabitants of the earth to dwell in. That's the Psalms. Right? Or all the passages talk about the face of the earth and the extremities of the earth and the edges of the earth, the corners of the earth. None of that is consistent with a sphere or a spheroid.
But I would assume that because people when you say flat Earth, people are like, okay, so it's just a disc. I don't think that's what it is, especially according to the Bible, because the Earth has depth to it, and we know that it does. So, I mean, in the disc, I guess, you know, it has some depth. But what I'm saying is it's more substantial than, you know, so it's the shape of it doesn't, like the exact shape of it doesn't matter. The surface, that the only thing that we really know is that the surface is 100% as flat as it can get, because we don't know anything really flatter than lasers and sea level kind of stuff if the when the water's still, because well, water's a different whole kind of story, but that's how we know, you know. So,
You know, some
but
people are intimidated or reluctant, or have sort of mixed emotions about this, but I don't. I mean, we know more than just that single thing. We know everything that God has revealed, not only in the scriptures but also in the world itself.
I mean, you know, the crazy part about that is people like it's a disc is a lot of those people are kind of going to Hades anyways, so you know they'll find out what more of the shape of the Earth, I guess, when they get there.
You know, those folks are still
Unfortunately.
stuck in the delusion of Pythagoras's cosmology. That's where it primarily comes from in history. Like, we primarily are
Oh,
influenced by these prominent promulgators of notions of these various notions in history. They don't get the notion that everything exists in a cosmic black void from the scriptures. That's obviously not what's conveyed in the scriptures, contrary to the scriptures. They're still stuck in the Pythagorean psyop.
Yeah, but you got to consider this point as well. Many people are under the assumption that when they die and see the Creator, that they're going to know all the mysteries of the universe. It doesn't say that in the Scripture. Now, it may be the case, but it's not necessarily the case. It could be the case that God never tells you how everything actually worked.
Right.
He's under no obligation to do so, right?
Here's another psyop, another aspect of the psyop. The notion that if everything exists in a vast cosmic black void, that everything would just float around. Do people know this by experience? Of course not. They've never been in such a world. And such a world is also logically impossible, which is the worst type of impossibility when someone says an assertion. It's not even logically coherent. That's another psyop. The only reason people believe is really because the movies.
well, they're saying the science is they're saying it doesn't just float, but things have energy in a negative vacuum environment. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, in
Yeah,
reality,
that's another notion. Yeah.
in
So
reality, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but in reality, I mean, let's be honest, really, they are just floating around. They just don't. They think that they're describing something more profound, but they're not. So,
in their notion, but we don't actually experience their notion. And so that's another psyop that everything is flailing around in the black void, and that nothing would be secure in any way, and it would just float around aimlessly through the black void. No one's ever experienced that. Never been empirically verified. It's not even coherent. There is no such thing as void. There's no such thing as nothing.
besides the semantic term itself, and also, but yeah, there's no substantive thing that's can be nothing, because that's a paradox. But
What's worse than a
the
paradox is a true contradiction. It's really a contradiction.
yeah, in a real, in the real sense, in the real fabric of trying to proof something, yeah. But I mean, the world does go beyond that, but I mean, not in this world much. But I got to be careful with what I say. Um, but the the space thing is that what it does is that it gives power to eliciting no God of the Bible exist. So, it's full of black holes and those kinds of, I guess you would call them theories. I don't know if they're that good, but but if you do step out and look as you go down the line of lies, okay, space exists, there's no God, it's all just chaos on a doomsday trajectory to nowhere. Where do we know? Nowhere. I don't know. 93 trillion miles of space that I guess they say exist. Who knows? But the next thing is that, well,
You're
then we
vaguely
don't
recalling
realize.
the alleged distance to the sun.
Well, the distance to the sun is 93 million miles, but the edge of space, observable universe, is 90 trillion miles. But the next lie is that we don't people don't understand how close to home in heaven we really are when you look up in the sky. That's not space, it's just the heavens. I mean, it says in the Bible, this is the first heaven. The atmosphere of the clouds is the second heaven, and the third heaven is where God is. So, I mean, the only thing that I know that is above the clouds are the stars. That's the only thing, as people, I guess, or objectively you could say, okay, the only thing above the clouds and the atmosphere is sun, moon, and the stars. And, well, I mean, the stars are above the
And the
moon,
firmament, and the
the
cosmic
firmament,
waters.
cosmic waters, yeah. So, but that's the next lie on down, in the onion of lies. But I don't like using the word onion, but
Wait, what was the logical impossibility?
What are you talking about? I guess that's all you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just joined. I didn't hear the part before though, so I was just curious.
There being nothing, there being a void. Nothingness is not concretely real. And by implication, that contradicts itself.
what are the things that can't be real? There's not
It
many
just
of them.
it just seems weird because like we don't have time travel technology. It's not real, but like if
How do
we
you know
had
that?
it, then it would be real. And if like all the other things like my computer screen wasn't real, then it just wouldn't exist. And if like everything else in the universe didn't exist, then it just wouldn't exist. I'm not seeing the contradiction.
So you don't understand what was just said to you. So concerning the proposition, nothingness exists, void exists, that's self-contradictory by implication.
I guess if you parse it that way, but I don't think it's stated that way.
That's the notion. That's the cosmological notion, part of the whole lore of the cosmological doctrine.
Yeah, but it's also different how you phrase it. So if you say nothing is in this space, you're referring to a state of affairs. You're not calling nothing an object. So you're basically saying there's no objects in this space.
They're saying.
Right? In this space or in this area. Right?
Yeah, so for example, the Bible explicitly says, and I'm not saying this is a proscription or that it's definitively true, it just says it in there. You can argue that Job is the one who says it, and God rebukes him later, but it says that God hangs the earth upon nothing. So does that mean that he took a nothing and hooked the earth to it?
No.
No, it's describing a state of affairs, right? Not referring to nothing as an object.
Right? He did not hang the earth upon anything.
Now, you know what's interesting, Gregory, is many Globers will use this to say, oh, this explains gravity because the Earth is hanging on gravity and gravity is nothing.
Right.
However,
Still the
that is
irony.
with the incoherencies. Yeah, the incoherencies aside, that was Job speaking when that was said. God later enters the scene and starts to demand of Job that Job give him answers about all of the stuff he was just talking about. And so you can't use those things that Job said as proscriptive to what the earth is, because it was just Job talking, and he could have been talking out his ass for all we know. Because God comes in, he says, "Hey, where were you when I laid the earth? Where were you when I did this? Where were you when I did that? Did you ever
Laid the
take a line
foundations of the earth.
across the earth?" Yeah. So Job says he hangs the earth upon nothing, and God's retort is, "Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? I put the earth on a foundation." So you see, you actually got to read the whole chapter, the whole passage. You know what I mean?
Indeed, the earth is not hanging upon anything; it is sitting upon the foundations.
What do you mean by that?
What I said.
Other, it doesn't sit on anything other than what it's founded on, right? The foundations that God made it to be.
Is that not what I
Right?
just said?
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering. I was just wondering from your idea, what you mean by that?
What I mean
Is
by
that
what? By what I said?
yeah, or that it sits on its foundations? That's it.
But what else do I mean besides
Couldn't
what's
the foundations
obvious on its
just be
face?
space?
That makes no sense.
Well, God made the universe. The universe is like, the space that we're in. God made all that.
God made
So
nothing.
The earth is on
you
that.
ever set a lamp upon the state of affairs that is space itself?
Yeah, nowhere in the history of mankind has a foundation
Where
ever
does
been referred to
the
in this
moon
way.
sit? Where does the moon sit?
Are you just gonna like ignore the reply that was just said?
Well,
Like,
I mean, you asked me if we could sit something in space. I asked you, where is the moon?
are you just gonna ignore what I just asked you?
Not in space. It's in space, in a space, not outer space.
Yeah, but Gregory never described the moon as being set on a foundation, so he doesn't have a burden to bear to explain what set on a foundation in regards to the moon means.
Like you just asserted the notion, what if the foundation is just space? That makes no sense on its face. So I asked you a scrutinizing question to help you be critically
The
considerate
Bible is full
and
of metaphors. It
self-scrutinizing.
may not make sense literally, but it could be a
So just
metaphor.
ignore what I just said again to just assert what you want to say.
I think
Anyway,
you want me to say something very specific. You just want me to say that you're right when
Well, no, he
I
just wants you to
okay,
disagree.
so
explain
project your
how the
imagination
term,
rather than just engage in my
the,
reply.
Yeah,
yeah,
he asked
the
me.
term
He asked
set
me
on
to.
foundations. Listen, Fred, the term set on foundations means one thing throughout all of human antiquity, never to have meant anything else.
Okay, but it could be a metaphor.
Right, sure.
So you're just going to decide to
Every
figuratize the
every
passage.
word could be a metaphor, and then you can just
Right.
metaphorize it into oblivion.
The Bible is full of things that literally mean one thing, and then they're also like a metaphor.
Okay,
That's
so in
true.
other words, there are figures of speech in the scriptures. Therefore, this passage that is not a figure of speech is a figure of speech.
Yeah, imagine that. A work of literature has literary devices. Wow.
Like these are not intelligent replies. You're just straining yourself to try and protect scientism and the Bible.
So when it says,
What do you mean
so Gregory, when it
scientism? I haven't brought
says,
science into this at all. This is just pure theology.
no, he said
I'm talking
scientism.
about the world. Yeah, I'm talking about the worldview, which includes all these silly cosmological doctrines in this worldview.
I don't understand
What?
what scientism is, bro.
Okay, well, let's go to the metaphor. Let's go to the metaphor real quick. So we got the moon, we got the earth. And we're talking about what it's described in this particular book. In the book, it says, the earth was set on foundations, so it shall not be moved. And then it says, the moon was set into the firmament. So that's two different things, right? So if it's a metaphor, then it's still two different things that you have to parse out separately.
Okay, fair enough. My point is more generally that, I mean, if you're analyzing the textual interpretation, you could read into it like it's saying that yes, the earth is set on a foundation. Metaphorically, something like a play would also be set on a foundation, like a Shakespearean play. The foundation would be the stage that the play takes place on.
It's not about reading into the text.
That would be both literally and metaphorically.
It's not about
do you know
reading
what the stage?
into the text.
Hey, real quick. Do you know what the stage that the Shakespearean plays mainly were played at? You know what it was called?
The globe.
Correct. The globe is a stage on which you do a play. It's not reality. Thanks for pointing that out.
Right. So it's not about reading into the text. You are doing the very opposite of what you should be doing.
But that's
what you're doing
literally like the basis
that's
of biblical interpretation is reading into the text.
That's not. No, please stop interrupting me. No, it's not. Okay, eisegesis is not interpretation. It's
Okay,
just
so
projecting.
are you a biblical literalist?
I was not done.
Are you a biblical literalist? Answer my question,
me.
yes
Shut
or no.
up
Are
and
you a
stop
biblical
talking to me.
literalist?
Oh, look,
Stop
another religious
talking
conversation's
to
going
me.
down the pan.
Gregory, you're an
Ruining the
asshole and you don't know
conversation.
what you're talking about.
Stop
All right, so you want me to meet this guy, Gregory?
It's up to you.
It's like, have a decent conversation. Let's not get emotional about the religious subject. Oh, I'll put a stop to us talking about the religious subject. Like I said earlier, it doesn't always end well. So if you can't be gentlemen, don't talk.
I just think that this guy is he's either a biblical literalist or he doesn't understand literary interpretation or both.
I don't care what you think. Okay. So
okay,
again,
well, why don't you answer the question? Are you a biblical literalist?
Stop talking. I will finish saying what I want to say. I don't conform to your instructions. Shut up and stop talking.
Okay, then I won't conform to your instructions.
Okay,
the
so
street goes two ways.
Guys going out of his way to just be noisy and disruptive. I tried to listen and critically consider my replies. I'm trying to have a real conversation to get to the end of the subject. Just trying to bulldoze through my voice with his. Another dude like this.
So, how about somebody volunteer to mute and unmute? You ask a question, then you go silent, wait for the other guy to answer, and vice versa. How about that?
Are metaphors not literal? Can they not be
what
literal?
I was trying to finish saying for the fifth attempt. It is not about reading into the text. That is eisegesis. Eisegesis is sometimes called an interpretation, but that is not interpretation. Interpretation is trying to grasp what is being conveyed. And eisegesis is just projecting ideas onto the text, onto the message, be it speech or text. What you're doing and should be doing, you're trying to grasp what the author has conveyed in the text by the text, is historical grammatical exegesis. So no, it's not about reading into the text. I don't know where people get this idea the Bible is just this body of literature you could just do whatever you please with, that it doesn't have any meaning that the authors tried to convey it in the text. I just get to do whatever I want with the Bible.
So you're a biblical literalist.
Everyone is. Doesn't matter. And
you
are
mean by
too.
biblical literalist? What do you mean by biblical literalist? Literalist.
I mean, he believes in the literal interpretation of everything in the Bible, is what it seems that he's saying.
What else? What else is
Yeah, but what does that mean? That was just a tautology. That was just a tautology. You just said the same thing twice, brother. What does literal mean?
It means that he reads the text and he does not try to interpret the text. He just takes the text at face value.
Okay, so when it says that God, so Gregory, when it says that God wants to put you under his wing to shelter you, does that mean that God has a wing?
In the sense
Because he
that a
must, if
eagle
you
has a
take it
wing.
literally.
Yeah, how come no one addresses the oblate spheroid model?
We do address it in here every day. So, for example, the oblate spheroid model requires a 20-mile differential on the circumference versus the poles, and that requires a curvature rate of approximately 8 miles squared. If you have water with a laser,
Well,
that curvature rate doesn't exist because the water is flat. Therefore, the oblate spheroid model is false.
you might have to try that again because you cut off for like 3 seconds.
You got it.
Yeah. The oblate spheroid model is that it's an oblate spheroid, which means it has a curvature rate. You can measure and find out it's not curved, therefore it can't be an oblate spheroid model.
That was a different 3 seconds that time, but I think we got the whole of the message.
Yeah.
Why do ships disappear over the horizon bottom first?
They don't always. But
There's
if
no
they do,
going
it's
over
probably
the
due to the
horizon.
meteorological conditions.
Man, there is
So
no
it's just
going
the
over
weather?
the horizon.
Yeah, refraction exists, doesn't it? Light bends towards the denser medium. So what we need is the light to bend in such a way that it looks like the bottom of the object is being submerged into the horizon. It's actually got a term for it. It's called sinking. It's an atmospheric refraction effect. You have a direct line of sight to an object, a boat, on the water, but it looks like it's sinking. It's not actually sinking, it's refraction. Let's see if I can find the reference for you.
Also, when they zoom in, usually it reappears again, isn't it that way?
No, not necessarily. If you've got meteorological conditions causing a phenomena like it appears to be sinking, you zooming through the meteorological conditions, I don't think it's going to stop that. What this is usually in comparison to is I can't see that boat with my human eyes, and then I get my binoculars or telescope out, and there it is again. But yeah, making the bottom not disappear from bottom up might be tricky when you're still looking through the same weather conditions.
Right, proving the horizon is not the vertex of the alleged, supposed fictitious ball Earth.
Have you seen my lake test?
First 3 seconds again.
If you haven't, man, oh man, all I need is 3 seconds, brother.
So you came in like maybe a word or two, but you'd already started, so not sure who you were talking to.
I was saying if Gregory's seen my lake test.
Also, so now I have.
So if you look in the chat, you can see it there. Now you can see that there was a Glober who posted a container, not a, I don't know if it was a container ship or whatever, but it's a big ship, and he's demonstrating. Okay, this is how I see this boat seem to disappear. And then I post mine, which it seems to disappear in a similar manner. Correct? You have a mirrored image, right? It shrinks in on itself, and then it disappears. So my lake is only 1,000 feet. It's approximately 1,014 feet, but I'm in the water, and so I give it a little, error margin there by just making it 1,000, which actually benefits because
But this looks
they're
like it's
telling me that this can only happen. Oh, go ahead.
no. This doesn't even look like it's disappearing through the like over the horizon. It looks like it's floating in the air, bro. So I don't think they
The
can
same
make.
thing with the boat.
Yeah, but I mean, they can't make a case with this one. This easily refutable.
That's the problem. Is that there's all different observations. There's no ubiquitous observation when boats go out to sea. It's different. Sometimes it does one thing. Sometimes it does something else, depending on the conditions of the day.
So this point about this weak induction on this observation, right? This is an instance of one of the many flaws that I listed earlier that I tagged Maloshin in, right? This is an instance of fallacious reasoning, a lack of sound reasoning. This is weak induction specifically, right? The presumption and this sort of weak argumentation has persisted throughout the world for millennia, right? For thousands of years. A notion that is, if we see bottom-up disappearance, then the only thing that explains that is that it's going over a convex surface, going behind the vertex of the alleged sphere. That is not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. That's weak induction. But
Yep.
still, we're up and down that this is exclusive proof and a knockdown argument. But no, it's not. It's just weak induction. And even in spite of seeing it all the time, especially if you live near lakes or rivers or oceans, especially in the sea, right? You see this all the time, especially in a lake, where everyone knows it's not nearly large enough for curvature to even become apparent at all, given the alleged dimensions of the orthodox ball Earth. Right? Just define what we actually experience all the time, every day, immediately in our own experience, defying that, believing some lore that defies what we experience based on weak induction. But no, of course I'm right, because I have these degrees and credentials from this university, from this college, and from this institution, that institution. I got these certificates and that doctorate, and da 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 da. I've invested too much in my whole way of life for me to be wrong about such a fundamental aspect of my worldview. And I have no reluctance explaining this in so many words to the scientism believer, right? For millennia, in your worldview, according to your scientist clerics, what you have is millennia of weak induction. From Eratosthenes to anyone yapping about bottom of disappearance of ships bottom up, the Alberuni's elevation angle measurements.
No, what we have is millennia of empirical evidence, unlike you, dumbass fucking retard.
Oh, awesome.
Didn't see that? The emotional outburst.
Is he still here?
Indignation that he
No,
just
I just
erupted
called you
with.
for what you are, a dumbass retard.
Awesome
there
stuff.
It is again. Listen to him. Erupting with that indignation and irritation like I'm doing something reprehensible.
I wonder if he's going to be able to
You're
intellectually back
denying
up his
facts.
position. Sorry, can you intellectually back up your position?
Dude, this is my first time in this room. I've been here so many
Okay,
times, and
dude,
I've
I
always ended up
didn't
being
ask you
muted
that.
because you guys are clowns.
I didn't ask you that. Why do you people not answer straightforward questions?
Why do
If we're
you
going to be
flat
bigoted,
earthers never provide
here we
a
go. We're just
model,
going to have
for
a bigoted
example?
conversation. Shall I just get rid of you? You've interrupted the conversation. It's
I
already
mean,
taken
you
place, and
might
now
as
I've got to
well,
put up
because
with
this
this
is
idiot.
what you do eventually with everyone that joins your room anyway.
Dude, you've just added complete disorder. I've asked you politely if you'd like to intellectually back up your claim, and you just went mad at me. You're a fucking prick,
Politely, he
bruv.
says.
You're a fucking
Politely.
prick.
You see, when I engage politely with you, what do? You dogpile, you mute, and then you force your opinion
Just
upon
leave.
others. Yeah,
Just leave.
fuck you and your clown fucking
Just
movement.
leave, dude.
You're
Please.
cultists. You're
Just
clowns.
leave. Just leave.
Stay mad, there's no firmament.
Just leave, dude.
Stay mad, there's no dome.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Stay mad,
Like,
God doesn't.
seriously, we don't need 5 moderators pressing the button.
And there it is again, what I described repeatedly, right? Yet again, one of these obnoxious, churlish, noisy pests, these scientism sycophants with their self-righteous indignation. Reviling me out loud in public as though I'm doing something reprehensible when in their own worldview, there is no such thing as morality at all. So it's not like there's anything I ought to do or ought not do. Probably hasn't ever asked himself, really and seriously, looked in the mirror and said, why am I so vexed and indignant against people who don't believe my worldview, especially the doctrine of the earth's a ball? Just a programmed response for the majority of people. You're hard pressed, they're out there, but you're hard pressed to find the scientism zealot that can give a self-conscious answer as to why they are so vexed and indignant against people like us who contradict their worldview and refute their worldview. They're few and far between. You're hard pressed to find them. And those who think that way, even get at least to that degree, that's in spite of their programming, not because of their programming. That's in spite of their programming. Because the programming just says, "Believe us, believe us. We know better. We're so smart, and you're very, 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 very dumb if you don't believe us." He had nothing but space and opportunity, like Jedi gave him, to actually say an argument that actually, to actually do the thing that is necessary to prove that you know what you espouse, especially with condescending belligerence. But no, he refused. He had the opportunity to do so, and he refused. If he actually wanted to do what's necessary to prove he knows what he's talking about, he would have done it. He didn't. So he didn't want to do that. Very simple. Another question to ask, what good did he gain? What good did he gain from doing what we heard him do? What good did he gain?
Some people's brains are wired so bad that they get dopamine hits for stuff like that. So he probably feels happy.
Right.
I don't know why.
And so beyond that, what did he get? Yeah, beyond that, what did he get? Nothing.
Fuck all.
That's it.
No.
That's the most he got. The emotional, fleeting, ephemeral satisfaction that lasted what? Maybe 20 seconds?
Well, fuck it up, man. That's pushing it.
Maybe 20 seconds?
Yeah,
Trying to be generous?
maybe. When I was younger.
Right? What good did he do for others? Well, in fact, in one way, he did no good for others, but another way, he did a very big good for others. The good that he did do was expose the belligerent, villainous, adversarial, corrupt, and warped mindset of these people. It's that very behavior that triggered a lot of people to make the correct switch. Like, hang on, what the fuck is wrong with these people? These people are warped. Reacting that aggressively, like with the same aggression that you'd react to someone disparaging or disrespecting your mother, like in your face, in your home, like that same type of degree. They're reacting against me saying the earth's not a ball or the form of the surface of the earth is flat, horizontal, with the same degree of indignation if someone was to disrespect their very own precious person, their kin, their daughter, their son, whatever, what have you, in their very home. Like I've done such an egregious sin against them. Why is that? Why do I think like that? Should be the question that they are asking themselves, but they don't. very similar to sleeper cells. Like, sleeper cells, they're not really like subconsciously going out and carrying out the assassination. It's all subconscious, unconscious competence that is triggered. So unconsciously and subconsciously, they are triggered to resist the critiques against the programming, the attacks against the programming, as it were. And it's also like I would very much obviously these people like that, they're also traumatized. We're all traumatized in this fucking world, some more than others. I'd like to help. I'd like to help them. But I can't help anyone who refuses to be helped. I cannot do that. Only God can help people who refuse to be helped. Another thing I do is I let people's replies stand as they are. Right? If you say what you said, I'm going to take you for what you said. I'm not going to presume that you meant something else, especially something wildly different from what you actually said. Now, I'll let the words that you say in its context stand as they are with a charitable and accurate interpretation, actually critically considering what you say, making the most charitable inference. Right? I'll do all that, but I'm not going to just conjure some other notion that you didn't say, then ascribe it to you, force it onto you, or like gently insinuate, maybe this is what you meant, or this is what you meant. I will ask you. I'm not just going to operate on some interpretation that's wildly different from what you conveyed. I'm going to take what you said as is and operate on the assumption that you are saying what you mean to say because you're an adult. Like, I'm not going to pretend that you said something you didn't say.
What? Someone say my name.
Yeah, old dude. It is upsetting to hear that Star Trek is just an elaborate fantasy illustrated by actors and storytellers. It is upsetting for them.
Gregory, would you hold to something? And I'm not assuming you do. I'm just asking something like, if the Earth weren't flat, the Bible would be falsified, and so would your religion be? Or like, do you think those things are like dependent on each other, or are they like independent, and falsifying one wouldn't falsify the other?
No. If you prove something that's contrary to the scriptures is true, and the scriptures is false.
Well, like evolution, you conceded to my argument, so the scripture is false.
Oh my God, this dumbass.
Why are we talking about scripture and
Yeah,
fire?
I guess my question then is, like, if somebody took you in a spaceship out and you like, let's just say like it actually turned out to be a globe and you saw it spinning and it was very clear and apparent. When you come back to Earth, like, would you relinquish or your views of Christianity?
I decide to
Because
just remain an invincibly ignorant bigot and not acknowledge the facts right before my eyes. Because I'm
Wait, what's
a
that?
religious
okay,
talk,
I
right?
guess the sarcasm. Okay, the sarcasm is an answer. I got it. So you would. Okay.
He's just asking
What's
if you would still be a
what's this
Christian or you
evolution
would
guy?
modify your Christian belief.
He's
Just the
saying he
pseudo
would. Yeah.
intellectual that always theolines for attention. He's trying to mask his intentions by speaking quietly so that he gets away with it.
What are you talking about? What, you want me to say you're a retard? Yeah, you're a retard. There you go.
Yep. Oh no, you have a red mic. I wonder why we can't hear you anymore. Let it pass. Now, since he left this garbage here in the open chat, I'll just talk about this real quick. So look at how stupid this argument is. First of all, it's supposed to be a syllogism, but there's no identified rule of inference, so he hasn't even established the validity of the so-called syllogism. That's error number one. So he hasn't even. So he's calling a non-syllogism a syllogism. Error number one. He hasn't established the validity of the so-called pseudo-syllogism. Error number two. And it's jumbled together at least two modus ponens syllogisms or wannabe syllogisms. So notice this. This is allegedly his argument to prove evolution, so-called, contrary to the Bible. Read premise 1 through 3 first. If mutations are probabilistic, then sharing any one mutation between unrelated species is statistically unlikely. Mutations are probabilistic, therefore, sharing any one mutation between unrelated species is statistically unlikely. Well, that much is not even contrary to the scriptures. All right. Sharing one mutation between unrelated species is statistically unlikely. Well, yeah, that's what a miracle is. That's what a paranormal act of God is. So, how is describing what's in the Bible supposed to refute the Bible? You reiterating the doctrine or an aspect of basically the essential characteristic of miracles isn't a refutation to anything. You're just describing a truism about what miracles are. Next one, 4 through 6, or really 4 through 7. If sharing any one mutation between unrelated species is statistically unlikely, then there being thousands of shared mutations between unrelated species is statistically impossible. I pressed him about that phrase, it's statistically impossible. It's just a misnomer. He's not talking about impossibility, because I pressed him in what mode of impossible. He's like, evidently you don't know what statistically impossible means. Oh, really? Okay, let's play that. What does statistically impossible mean? It means very, very, very unlikely. Oh, so not impossible. So this is specious rhetoric at best. You're using rhetoric that's trying to drive home the notion to give the impression this is an error. Well, really, you talk about it being unlikely. Again, just reiterating what you just said in the previous syllogism, 1 through 3, which is that it's unlikely, which is just telling us what the miracles are, the act of creation. Hence, there being number 5. Hence, there being thousands of shared mutations between unrelated species is statistically impossible. Again, very, very, very unlikely. So-called statistically impossible. If there being thousands of shared mutations between unrelated species, statistically impossible, very, very, very unlikely, then the theory of uncommon ancestry is statistically impossible. Uncommon ancestry, there's silly rhetoric talking about humans being made humans by God, dogs being dogs, cats being cats, and these don't derive from some common ancestor of each other. They have different initial ancestors that began the first progeny. And that's all there is to it. And number 7, therefore, the theory of uncommon ancestry is statistically impossible, very, very, very unlikely. Uncommon ancestry, in other words, the different beasts, the different animals, including humans, being created after their own kind, not having common ancestors, is unlikely. Yeah, that's a miracle. That doesn't happen all the time. That doesn't happen half of the time. That doesn't happen bicentennially every 200 years. That doesn't happen every several thousand years. It happened once. Creation Week. So he thinks describing basically what miracles are, and for instance, the miracle of creating the various types of animals, is a refutation. This is what this is. And I explained that to him. But then he wants to lie and deceive himself and try to deceive others that I conceded to this after I just refuted it. And everything I just said now, I said to him in Christian chat in this server. So ever since then, I just ignore him. He's just a dumbass. I gave him way too much time in the past.
So, Gregory, could you? I'm sorry, I just came into the room. You're talking about miracles?
I was refuting this garbage that cool guy Jeff tagged me in. Again, lining for attention. I can send the message link so that you can see it yourself. There at the bottom of the open chat. There you go.
This is an argument that you're making.
No, this is the argument that I refuted.
Oh, okay.
It's an argument from Jeff that I refuted. And it's really not an argument. It's just a series of sentences that kind of resemble a syllogism, but didn't identify the rule of inference, at least in the text. You have to ask him, and then he'll tell you these are two modus ponens. And then you just read the modus ponens. And like I just explained all that earlier, it's just describing what miracles are, specifically the miracle of creating the different kinds of animals. Not to mention that I already have him tiptoeing and hopscotching back and forth between two contrary notions. There's only one question that you need to ask the so-called evolutionist, the person who believes so-called evolution, to make them deconstruct and have a whole computer meltdown. Are there essentially different types of animals? Yes or no? If they say yes, then it entails that they believe the stupid asinine notion that everyone knows is false. They have two brain cells to rub together, which is non-humans spawned a human.
Do you think that that's a stupid take?
That's obviously stupid. Everyone knows better than that, except the people who espouse the silly doctrine.
The doctrine of which doctrine? Sorry, I don't mean to take over, but you were like,
No, you're okay. You're
so.
okay. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah. So-called
So
evolution.
what's the doctrine? Okay.
And from the goo to the zoo to you, that doctrine.
Okay.
Right? That simply
So do you not believe in
yes
like do you not believe in speciation like in general, or do you just not believe it as it relates to humans?
If by speciation you mean there are essentially different types of animals, of course there are.
Or like the theory of natural selection, evolution being natural selection. Do you think that like
speciation is the process where one species splits into a different species?
Yeah.
Do you think that's true or not?
Oh, so it's either, like I just said, a non-human spawned a human at some point, or a non-human instantaneously or gradually transmuted into a human.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that the claim being made is that these gradations are very like gradual.
Yeah, so then you subscribe to the notion, or maybe you don't. You might subscribe to the confirm whether you do or not. Very simple. Either you do or don't subscribe to the notion that a non-human gradually transmuted into a human.
I don't subscribe to that because I don't think that's how.
No,
but that's not what I understand the argument to be.
Okay, well, some people do. Now, funnily enough, Dr. Stephen Jay Gould coined the so-called punctuated equilibrium theory to account for the absence of any fossil evidence of there being gradual mutations. So basically, his notion was,
it's not true.
in an instant, you just had some other species either being spawned or transmuted. That's the only options. It's a simple logic tree. You believe that there are a vast variety of essentially different animals, and your so-called evolutionism from the goo to the zoo to you. So at some point, a non-human spawned a human, or a non-human gradually transmuted into a human, or instantaneously transmuted into a human. It's a simple
Why are you
logic tree,
being
and they're
so
all
wordy
silly.
about it? Why don't you just say, yeah, we evolved from animals. We're all animals, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, so essentially, you had you had a situation in which, like, different forms of hominids were having sex with each other or whatever, and it created a certain form of hominid that was specific to us.
Hominid? Why are you speaking Latin?
Because that's the family that we're in, right? Like,
hominid
hominids.
isn't Latin. That's an English word.
Are you sure?
Yeah, hominid means, yeah, hominid is an English word. Hominine would be a Latin word. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm well versed in Latin and English and Spanish.
Okay. We'll go with your notion, just to satisfy you. Okay. So that's the simple logic
just to
tree.
satisfy the truth, not me.
Okay, so that's the simple logic tree, and all three options are obviously stupid, nor empirically
I mean, you
verified.
had like Homo erectus and so on and so forth, right? Like that's the claim being made.
Sure, those are all the little details of the lore. Sure.
The lore. Okay.
I mean, notice it's the same pattern every time. Like I just said, the three entailments in a simple logic tree that are entailed by this proposition, and I just get a bunch of lore being spouted at me instead of addressing all the absurd entailments in this logic tree of this notion.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I would agree with you that it's at a certain point of evolution, at a certain point, like you can say this is a human. It's clearly human, has all the human things, and it's a human. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, so I can't really like speak to the specifics of how this all works. So I was just curious as to your position.
Well,
but my sort of
if it's human just because of a
well,
fiat,
it's human because it can
and
have
that's not a
sex with
fact
other
then.
humans and produce more humans, and it can't have sex with Homo erectus and produce more Homo erectus. Like the definition of a species,
But
right?
we
is
all
like
know non-humans cannot spawn humans and vice versa.
right now, like at this moment.
No, like for all time, like for all things that we ever observed.
According to who?
No one has
Why
observed this.
Why is it logically impossible?
I didn't say it was logically impossible.
So then it is. So it could be in the past.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one's having sex
impossible is not the only type of
with
impossibility.
monkeys or anything.
Logically impossible is not the only type of impossibility. Okay, so again, this is not some empirical fact that someone has verified. This is a notion. That's what it is. It's a notion. It's a lore that you believe, superimposed onto bones, dirt, and rocks. In your own worldview, given the premises of your own worldview, this happened several billion years ago. Billions of years ago. The entire history of humans in this worldview of scientism is only a few 100,000 years. Before that was billions of years of other animals. And allegedly, it takes a very long time to gradually evolve into a human. So really, it's not really identifiable when you can really identify the human. It's entirely arbitrary and not at all no epistemic standard to know this, and entirely arbitrary just by sheer fiat. And there's no way to discriminate between contrary identifications of this thing being human or not. And no one has ever observed this at all. This is not some empirically verified fact. It's lore. Again, in principle. That's not an external critique. That's an internal critique.
That would be compelling other than the fact that it has been empirically verified. Right? In a lab, we've turned a
Someone has
monocell
seen
into
a non-human transmute into a human?
Yeah, in labs, we've turned monocellular organisms into multicellular ones.
That's obviously different from what I just said, isn't it?
Observed that.
That's obviously vastly different from what I just said, isn't it? Isn't it?
In it, bro. In it.
All right, so think through your replies, please, before you blurt back something. Okay. Has anyone seen a non-human spawn, birth, lay a human? Say no
Yeah,
before you embarrass yourself.
I've seen a human make another human.
A human make another human, not a non-human. Spawn, birth, lay, hatch a human.
Well, that's how
So
species
everyone who has
works.
good sense
Well,
should be
that's
saying no
yeah.
before they embarrass
That,
themselves.
that would be a straw man argument.
Not a straw man. That is an entailment of the notion.
That's saying I never pooped out a reptile, so we didn't come from reptiles. What?
That's an entailment of the notion. Your so-called common ancestry from the goo to the zoo to you entails a non-human spawned, birthed, laid, hatched a human.
No, that's
That's
not what it
the
says.
entailment.
No, it's not.
It's
What do you mean
exactly what the entailment
entailment?
is.
What does entailment mean?
Yes, it's a logical implication. At some
No, it's
point,
your
humans
implication.
began existing in this line of
No, it's you.
animal lineage.
That's just your malformed
At
interpretation of
some
the facts.
point, dude, hush. Yeah, you're just yapping against me to try and defy me because you don't like how I'm embarrassing your worldview. And your notion is
I'm
from
gonna
the
let you hold
goo to
that
the
L.
zoo to you. That's your notion that all animals have a lineage that all connect back to a single ancestor. So humans were spawned by non-humans.
Dude, you're
That's the
looping now. You're the
entailment.
one yapping. Why are you
Hey, hold on.
projecting, dude?
What's
Holy
your
shit.
worldview? Yeah, what's your
And
worldview?
now they continue to be noisy and digress away from my refutation of their worldview.
Who are you talking to? Like yourself? Are you doing rhetoric on yourself? Shut up, dude. Stop coping.
Now you're doing mad humor to try and cope. That's the entailment of your worldview.
You're
So either you
mirroring
have
what
an
I'm saying. You're
argument.
using your mirror
So
neurons
either
right
you
now,
have
dude.
an
That's how in
argument.
defense mode
So
you are.
either
Dude,
you
take a
have an
breather. Stop
argument.
talking. You're
So
yapping.
either you have
Holy
an
shit, dude.
argument. So
Stop
either
yapping,
you
dude.
have an argument, right? Which is me insinuating that you should stop yapping and being noisy to try and suppress
Are you
the
familiar with like
refutation
ring
of your silly
species?
worldview. So
Are you
again,
familiar with like ring
that's the
species?
stop. That's the entailment
Stop
of your
yapping,
worldview
dude.
of this
Please.
particular notion.
All right, I'll be back when this guy stops yapping. I'll give you 10 minutes to yap, and I'll be back.
Hush. Stop being noisy. See? It's breaking out. All you have to do is simply say the entailment of their silly notion. I don't need to repeat it again. I've said it clearly with the perfect diction. So they know what the entailment of their worldview is. And what's the reply? To just be noisy, to just be condescending, to bloviate, to posture. Say all these things except, oh, damn. Really? I never thought about that.
It's easy to win an
That's
argument
crazy.
when you characterize every refutation against you as being bloviating or trying to change the subject.
Excuse me, he didn't say a single argument. He said a bunch of non-arguments. So it's not characterizing, it's describing what he did.
So what's up with this flat Earth shit? Like, why do you all believe in it?
Because we observe and measure.
Okay. Y'all have the secret sauce. The new priest class. Everyone else is just sheeple.
Far from it. So a lot of people.
But like, why?
Are,
like, what was like the moment like where
a
you're
lot
like,
of people in here
shit,
are
we
more
live on a
than
flat Earth.
welcome and a lot of more than ready and willing to show you all these observations and measurements where we see farther than what's possible on the alleged ball according to orthodox scientism.
But like for you personally, what did it? What was the moment that your eyes were opened?
For instance, when Rob Skiba did the long distance observations, zooming in on boats that were allegedly constructed behind the water hill, right, out on the ocean. That's the entailment, right? You can see it again. That is not possible on a ball. It's supposed to be hid behind dozens, hundreds, thousands, and above feet of curvature of water hill.
Was that what
But it's
did it for
obviously
you?
not. What are you talking about? Doing what for me? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you to describe where you became convinced that the Earth was flat. Personally.
Did you not hear what I just said 5 seconds ago?
Yeah, you talked about Rob Skiba talking about a water hill measurements, and then I asked you, so that was when, and you were like, what are you talking about?
So was your question not answered then?
Okay, so it's Rob Skiba and water hills. Got it.
No, it wasn't the water hill. The water hill isn't there. Like the entailment of your globe is that there's a water hill, especially the further out the distant object is. There should be a water hill obstructing things in the distance. There isn't. So-called boat being obstructed behind the water hill, or oil rig, or
Isn't it only a
tower,
water hill?
or mountain being obstructed behind the water hill. You zoom
Isn't the
in
water hill
on
like
the way
if you're at
where it
zero observer
disappeared.
height?
It's not there. You can see it again. At most, the entire object from bottom up. So the water hill is not there. So the surface is not curving. So the oceans aren't wrapped around a giant rock ball.
If you're above the horizon because your observer height is above zero, then it's not a hill.
The fact that the water hill is an entailment of the earth being a ball, the oceans wrapped around a rock ball, is not contingent upon your height, nor your observer height. Come on and think better.
I don't think I stuttered. I think I explained it pretty well.
I didn't say anything about stuttering. How about you listen better?
I think it's just well poisoning language you're using, though.
I didn't say anything about you to disparage you before you began saying anything.
No, not me. Just the globe model. You're misrepresenting it.
The globe model can't speak. It's an abstract idea.
Okay, now you're being pedantic.
I didn't well poison the model itself. You don't know what well poisoning is.
We could say straw manning then.
You can't straw man the idea. You straw man the person espousing the idea. Again,
Jesus.
Why are you committing these silly errors?
Just be charitable. Just be charitable. Come on.
Be charitable. There is no interpretation, no charitable interpretation is going to make these silly errors correct.
What the fuck crawled up your ass today, man? Like I just piped up. I wasn't even rude to you. Jesus Christ.
Why are you yapping about being rude? What are you talking about? Are you that feeble? Do some push-ups or something. Be a man.
The fuck? Bro, watch your language, dude. That's why the dude doesn't respect you, because you're acting like a fucking loser. Have self-courtesy.
I don't know who's that for.
To Gregory.
Okay, you can just shut the hell up with your self-righteous admonition.
Exactly, proving my point, kid. Be a man.
Anyway, does anyone want to see a paper that proves gravity?
All these people who just go out of their way to disparage or yap or posture or bloviate, you're going to get censored. I'm warning you now. So stop that stupid ass behavior. Change your attitude. Change your behavior.
Keep crying.
So your claim is that this paper non-fallaciously proves gravity.
Yeah.
Did you
There will never
post it?
be, there has never been, there is not, and will never be a proof of an ontological error, such as gravity, the gravity doctrine.
Yeah, I bet you you could point out the fallacious nature of the document you're going to post.
I mean, what am I gonna call you? Because I'm not calling you that dumbass account name of yours.
You can call me
I'm
Double
just
D.
calling debate. No. So debate. Have you not been tracking the handful? I'm pretty sure you've heard my reputation, my thorough reputation against the gravity doctrine, at least 5 times. Have you not?
Your specific one, I don't remember it.
Okay, so I'll do it this way. Make sure you're tracking every step so that you're not lost. Say what gravity is in one single sentence.
Phenomenon of mass attracting mass.
Okay. Now, is it just a phenomenon, or is it an actual event? Because you said phenomenon.
It's an observed phenomenon.
That doesn't know. Okay. The phenomena is the observation. That's redundant. So, is this an event that happens independent of perception?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a phenomena. A phenomena is you experiencing the thing happening. So are you trying to tell me about your experience, your perception, or are you trying to tell me about the thing, the type of event itself? Are you thinking it over or what? Did I break your brain? What happened?
Like an observed phenomena. It's just like a thing that happens.
Okay, so to be clear, because you're using terms, I assumed you know what they mean, but you seem to be taking your time to think them through.
I'm not talking
So if
about
you're telling me,
phenomenology.
okay, so then you're not trying to tell me about your experience, your perception. You're trying to tell me about the type of event itself. Yes?
Yeah. It's an
Okay.
observation.
Now you just relapse back to it's an observation. Like either gravity is an observation, it's just a perception, or it is a thing that actually happens, which you perceive, and it happens independent of your perception. Which one is it?
Brain freeze.
I mean, the only reason I'm asking is because he used the terms. I'm asking about what he said, and he seemed to be having to pause for a long time to think it through.
No, you're just doing what you always do, being pedantic. You're saying, "Oh, this
Look,
observation is like
asking
in your
clarifying
head."
questions, asking clarifying questions that you clearly say what you mean to say is obviously not pedantry. You don't know what that term means. Pedantry is if I said, no, this means that, and I'm making a very, 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 very slight emphasis or very, very strong emphasis on a very slight difference. I didn't do that. I'm asking you about what you mean to convey. That's not pedantry. Come on, man. Like that, like, feel like that is annoying. Are you done? Are you broken? Like you still haven't answered the question.
No, because you're bootstrapping like idealism or phenomenology or
What in
whatever.
the
Like
fuck is
you're saying
bootstrapping?
phenomenons are mind dependent. I'm not taking that assumption. I'm agnostic on it, right? Because you could be a scientific realist.
What in the fuck is bootstrapping? The hell does that mean?
You're just assuming it.
Assuming what?
Physical laws and events don't exist regardless of human observation.
I didn't espouse that ever at all in my life.
Okay,
So
then just
can you stop projecting imaginations about me? Can you just answer my question?
Then it's a physical law that we observe.
Okay. So yes or no, you're talking about a type of event independent of your perception.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no? Okay. Man.
We can perceive it. We do perceive
all
it.
right. Okay. So that should not have been nearly as painful and delayed as it was. Should have been said yes. All right. So you said mass attracting mass. Okay. Reiterate this as an if then causation hypothesis. It's far more simpler than you think.
Why do you have to ask me a question? What's the refutation of gravity? You said you have. Why do you have to ask me any questions at all, by the way?
I told you at the very beginning, I'm doing it this way so that you are not lost. Because again, every time, if I do it the fast way, like you're trying to demand me, you just get lost. People like you. It happens every time, without fail, without fail. Not a single one has ever heard me do it the fast way and has tracked what I said. So I'm doing it the slow way. I learned my lesson and past experience. Okay, so go ahead. Tell us, as an if-then causation hypothesis, reiterate the so-called mass attracting mass as an if-then causation hypothesis.
You're giving a refutation. Give it. Don't ask me a question.
Oh my God. Are you scared to just admit that you don't know how to do this?
Are you able to give it or not?
Yes, I am able. I'm walking you through step by step so that you are not lost at any point. That no point is lost on you. But now you're just being uncooperative and defiant.
He's trying to smuggle in a burden reversal, Gregory.
Yeah.
He says he can refute gravity.
Refute.
Go
How
ahead.
about you support it? How about you present what it even is before we can
You're
refute
reversing
it?
the burden.
No, look,
Okay,
look,
you're
look, watch,
reversing the
watch.
burden.
Look, watch this, watch this, watch this. I'll entertain him and watch him get lost. Okay, so I'm gonna give you. Hang on, let me find it again. I'm gonna give you a quotation and citation from your clerics and their official texts saying what is so-called gravity. Now let me ask you this before you try to switch it before I say it. Do you espouse? Well, actually, no. Never mind. Never mind. Self-correction. You already said MAM, mass attracting mass. So I'm gonna give you that one. Hold on. Give me a minute. Almost
Yeah,
done. Almost.
to be clear, I am curious about your refutation, but I also do have a paper proving gravity. So I can support my view, or you can argue against it. I don't really care. I am
I
curious
know you
though.
believe that. I get it.
Well, which version of gravity is your paper representing? Mass attracting mass? Are we going to see that in there? Crickets, you don't know. You got to go look. Okay.
Shooting
I'm
so
almost
hard
there.
right
Hang on.
now.
Did the authors of that paper win the Nobel Prize in Physics?
I can link it if you want.
Or yeah, just not answer a simple question about the paper to prove that you even read it.
All right.
Yeah, okay. I was just
The bottom of the
summarizing
open
the
chat.
paper. I got it. I have it right here.
At the bottom of the open chat. So here's the quote: that you are not lost. Let me fix this. I want it to be formatted the way I want it to be
Okay,
formatted.
I just read the paper. It actually supports our point of view, so you're wrong. Haha.
I didn't link the paper yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you didn't even read it yet.
Okay, so debate, paying attention. The quote is at the bottom, second to last, above what Kathos just said. Okay, from Physics Libertext, and there's your little thing. We'll get to that. Gravity is a built-in property of mass. Wherever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. That's your if-then key sentence right there. The causation hypothesis. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass, of course, is the Earth, and we stand upon, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience, but everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. All right. That is MAM. Okay. That's mass attracting mass. So, to succinctly say this as an if-then causation hypothesis, if there is matter, or if matter exists, then all matter pulls to other matter. So the if is the cause, the then is the effect. This is clearly an error. Matter existing or being matter is not a cause of any locomotion, of any motion of any type. Just being what you are, just existing, is not a cause of locomotion. But it is espousing that to be a cause of locomotion. That's ontological error number one. Rendering everything in this so-called paper moot. There is nothing that it will save this doctrine from that basic, elementary ontological error. Unless, of course, it says a different alleged cause besides what I just quoted in Physics Libertext, which is on you to prove.
So the paper I just linked shows the source mass was moved back and forth, and the gold sphere B responded by moving in sync. So there was no physical connection, no error. It was performed in a vacuum, no electrical pull because it was in a Faraday shield. They controlled for even seismic waves. They controlled for everything. So yeah, like to just like I don't know what you think you're refuting.
You don't know what I think I'm refuting, so you just
Is that the experiment proved you don't need to
just
touch or push anything to cause the
all
locomotion.
of a sudden you just got amnesia about the very main subject. You don't know what I'm refuting?
You're trying to define cause in a way that ignores fields
I
like
didn't
gravity.
define cause.
Your use implied that, unless you're using it some other way,
My
which
use of
wouldn't make
what?
sense. Of the word cause, like the locomotion.
And my this is a silly ass reply. My use of cause conveyed what definition that you imagine?
Just read the paper I linked. It proves gravity. I'm not kidding.
Hang on.
I'm
How about
literally
you
not kidding.
answer
This
my
is very
question
interesting.
about your supposed critique of what I said? You said the way I used cause. So what definition did I somehow convey in some vague, unspecified sense that you imagined when I said cause and what I said?
I'm trying to understand like how this quote refutes gravity. Here on Earth, the largest
So
concentration
you
of
just don't
mass is, of
understand.
course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience. But everything with mass attracts everything else with
The
mass anywhere in the
refutation isn't
universe.
in the quotation. That's what I said after I read the quotation. So evidently you just weren't listening because you don't want to.
You said, I'll paraphrase what you said. you said matter existing is not a cause of any motion of any type, but gravity espouses it to be locomotion, rendering everything in the paper I linked moot.
Okay, you messed up on the last sentence. You got everything correct except the last sentence. So your move, that's the refutation. It
Okay,
espouses the
could you
non-cause
clarify?
of locomotion
Just
to be a cause.
could you clarify what I got wrong, or was that I didn't understand that?
You just jumbled some words. It's really not worthy of that much discussion. You were accurate enough to where I can tolerate it. So what is your rebuttal, your refutation?
I wrote it down. I just want to make sure I got it like fully accurate because I'm trying to actually understand what you're saying.
Just told you got it accurate enough to where it's tolerable. So what is your refutation?
My paper's still a counter nuke to that.
Okay, so where in this paper does it then prove that that which is not a cause of locomotion, the specific alleged cause in the quote I just showed you, is indeed a cause? Where?
Okay, so this paper is an extreme counter nuke to everything you're saying, undercutting everything, because it demonstrates active locomotion induced by nothing but proximity, therefore proving
Induced,
gravity.
so caused by
Yeah,
what? Caused by
nothing
what?
but proximity alone.
Proximity. Proximity is what? What is proximity?
Proximity of the gold spheres.
Proximity itself is what?
The relation of how far they are, the gold sphere A and B.
So you think an immaterial state of affairs can cause motion?
A field, yeah.
No.
Like, do you
You
think
just
a
said
magnet can work?
proximity. No, stop. You just said proximity. That is an immaterial state of affairs. That's spatial. That's a spatial category. Proximity. You think a immaterial state of affairs, which is location relationship, can cause locomotion?
Yeah, it does in this. Paper shows it.
Yeah. So you obviously, this is different. I've never heard this silly answer, but now you've espoused another non-cause. A spatial category is not a cause of locomotion. It is a
Yeah,
state of
like when you take
affairs in which
two
things
magnets and you
move.
move them closer together, one magnet starts to move them together once they get close enough.
You said this already. Like saying it again is not going to
Yeah.
make it true. This is the refutation.
Oh, you think
You are
magnets don't
espousing
work?
a
Okay.
non-cause, specifically a spatial category, proximity, quote unquote, a spatial category, which is an immaterial state of affairs, not a material thing that can contact anything tactilely, as a cause of locomotion. That's a silly ontological error. Your move.
I don't understand how my magnet example is not landing on you.
It's nothing more than an incomplete analogy. You're digressing to a magnet when you're not talking about magnetism. You said proximity. Magnetism is not proximity. It's just an incomplete analogy. Your move.
The paper literally shows it.
Literally
It
shows
shows.
what? Your ontological error that you haven't addressed? Just defaulting to repeating yourself?
What's your response to the
The refutation I just said,
extremely
which you have
precise?
yet to address.
Like, look, like I was in here the other week, right? And DJ said that, okay, well, the Cavendish experiments have a lot of confounding variables to deal with. I went out and found a paper that controlled for all of them, every single one that he listed,
What the hell does it
all of
have
them.
on the current subject? What bearing does that have on the current subject? It has nothing to do. Let's try again. You said the cause is proximity. Proximity is a spatial category. Space is a immaterial state of affairs that is location relationship. not a material that can do any tactile contact to push or pull anything. So you have espoused a non-cause to be a cause of locomotion. Your move. That's your error.
How is it an error? The paper proves it.
You're just stuck.
All right, Gregory. Before he goes, if proximity is the cause of things moving towards each other, then if somebody says on a flat Earth, how are we stuck to the ground? You could reply, proximity.
Just
right?
consistent with that silly line of logic.
All right, we'll let him go.
Okay, look, if you repeat the paper, which is just repeating the initial thing, which I am rebutting and refuting, then you're obviously devoid of ammo. Your magazine is empty, and you're laying dead on the ground. Okay, if you do that again,
You can't use rhetoric if you haven't responded to any of the substance.
Look, stop, before you get muted again. I'm trying to protect you, trying to help you. You better say a different reply.
Me.
Okay, you better say a different reply than what the fuck you just said for the past 5 minutes. So again, your paper, and I clarified with you, and you clarified the cause is proximity. Proximity is a spatial category. Space is an immaterial state of affairs that is location relationship. It is not a concrete material that can do tactile contact with any other materials to push or pull or do any type of locomotion whatsoever. So you're espousing a non-cause to be a cause of locomotion. That's your error, your move.
You're just doing word games, man.
Okay.
What do you
so
mean
disparaging my reply is obviously not an argument, let alone a refutation. Try again.
Okay, so then why does the motion, when I move away, the motion stops?
Okay. A question is not even an argument, let alone a refutation. Try again.
Oh, it's a refutation.
A question is not a refutation. It's not even an argument. Try again.
Okay, well, in the experiment, they even put physical barrier in between them, and it still moves.
So just tacitly presume the very specific false cause that I've already refuted.
Like everything that you're assuming is just false. Everything you're positing is false.
Dude, that is
just
terrible.
assert that it's false. Yeah, so just assert that it's false without actually saying an argument. Try again.
You're just saying that because it's a field, it can't transmit any forces, but it does, and like so do magnets.
Anything about a field. Straw man. Try again.
We're talking about a field. Okay, so you're not even okay. Well,
incorrect.
that clarifies it.
Incorrect.
What you're saying is totally irrelevant.
Incorrect. Okay.
Try again.
Is incorrect. So again, a field is categorically different from proximity. So you are not talking about a field. If you are talking about a field, you are god awful at saying what you mean. Furthermore, if you want to digress to field, let me complete this and then let Yoder go. A field is also a spatial category. It is not a material thing.
Right. So, segue. What do you mean by field? What is a field? Can you tell the audience since you brought it up?
It's a force.
Incorrect.
Field.
Again.
You're struggling.
It just has a value for each point in space and time. It's a tensor.
Yeah, what is it? Is it something abstract or is it something concrete?
It's not nothing, but it's not geometry. It's a vector state.
A state of what?
A vector state.
Of space. Vector state of space.
Of space is a force? Or a field, rather?
Yeah. It carries energy and momentum.
Vector
it carries, okay, so now we're getting somewhere.
That clarify it?
Now we're getting somewhere.
Vector is a geometric category.
So it's a physical thing that carries momentum and energy. So it's got to be physical, right, for energy to impart itself into it?
It's a physical quantity that has a value for each point in space and time.
What do you mean by physical quantity? Quantity of what?
How much does the number 1 weigh?
Just think about it like this. So in the experiment that I linked, the matter, the gold sphere, is it shows that tells the field how to behave, and the field is the actual gravitational potential that tells matter how to move.
So again,
So now
field
it's relativity.
is a spatial category, not a material entity.
Well, hold on. He didn't say it was relativity.
It is
He
a
said it was
physical.
sentient. He said it was communicating with each other
It
like
is.
sentient agents.
It
Almost
is a
like God created them to do a mission.
It is a physical entity.
Field itself is not, I repeat, field itself is not a material entity. It is a spatial category. You can have a field of grass, a field of wheat. The field itself is not the material. You have this area over there, a spatial category, where the material is. So no, you're categorically wrong.
And he already said it, right? He already said it. This
I don't
field,
understand. If you deny any of this, you can't. If you deny this stuff, like you're denying how your cell phone and the electromagnetic fields in it work, you're denying all that.
Nobody
Like,
denied anything.
and we make
imagining.
the progress or not.
You failed to establish your point. There's nothing for us to deny right now.
I mean, he already shot himself in the foot, right? When he's talking about potential, right? Potential is an abstraction. The potential for something to happen, right? So when you're describing a field, at various points in that field, there's varying degrees of potential. It's just a description of a state of affairs, right? Of what could happen, let's say.
State of being,
right?
rather, yeah.
State of being, right. Like there's no there until something happens. It's just like a setup for, some occurrence in the future, depending on various variables. And
Yeah, potential, the intrinsic potency to be capable of producing whatever given effect. The capability or the possibility of producing given effect is not a cause.
There you go. There has to be something there to, trigger it, let's say, the cause.
Something has to actually happen, not just be capable of happening.
That's what we're trying to dig into debate.
Okay, so proximity, spatial category, not a cause. Field, another spatial category, not a cause. Potential, an intrinsic aspect, which is the capability of producing an effect, not a cause. You have to actually do the thing that you're capable of doing, not just be capable.
The point of this paper is that the spatial relationship dictates the motion.
So the point of the paper is to, right, so the point of the paper is to espouse an ontological error like I've just told you.
Okay, like I've responded to the conjecture and it did not work, so I want you to respond to this question. If the sphere moved but nothing material touched it and all the material forces were shielded,
what conjecture? What are you talking about?
What moved it then?
What conjecture? Hang on. You replied to conjecture. You said, what conjecture? I didn't tell you conjecture. I told you a deductive refutation.
No. I responded to all of that.
Okay, so nuh-uh. Do you have a better reply than that?
I've already replied to it.
Yeah, it's okay. So you don't have a better reply than
I didn't stutter
just
before. Just refer to my prior statement.
Okay, so you don't have a better reply than nuh-uh. You just tried to disparage my deductive refutation as a conjecture. Then I told you to identify the conjecture, and you said, no, I'm just going to stubbornly repeat my question to ignore that.
No, I said,
just say nuh-uh.
Your electromagnetics, how you receive a text message is through an electromagnetic field. You're not denying that. So I don't know why you're denying this.
Electromagnetic field is not the same as field nor proximity. And nor has any bearing on what you said is the cause.
We're talking about different fields. Yes, no shit.
Hello, you're not listening, right? Now you're yapping about electromagnetic fields. Well, you didn't say that was the cause. So you're just digressing to a red herring. What you said is the cause is not a cause for all the reasons I've already told you.
Thankfully, the entire point of the paper is examining the cause.
And the cause is what?
It's
the things that we
it's
already
really
went through?
good. It's
something
really
else?
good The paper
Hello,
examines
hello,
this exact
hello,
question.
hello. Stop just being noisy with all this rhetoric. Is it the very same causes that are not causes that we already read through, or is it something else? Went through proximity, went through field, went through potential, went through electromagnetic fields. What else are you going to switch to now?
There's no switching. The paper answers this question, and I'm just trying to give
Okay,
it
so
to
you're going
you.
to be stuck on. Okay, so then you're going to be stuck on these non-causes, these spatial categories, which are immaterial states of affairs, which are not materials that can do any tactile contact nor motion to do any other motion or produce any other motion. This is an ontological error. Now, if you just say,
Yeah,
but the
that
paper proves it, but the
conjecture
paper
is
proves
great,
it, but the
if
paper
not the
proves it,
paper
but the paper
disproving
proves it
it.
again and again and again, that it's just you sea lining and just obnoxiously repeating yourself.
I haven't
That's all it is.
sea-lined. Okay, I haven't asked you a series of like bad faith questions, which is what sea lining is, right? And
I'm saying sea
everything you're
lining is
saying
just
would
being
be
noisy and
compelling
obnoxious.
if not for this really amazing paper that disproves everything you just said.
And now you're on the verge of talking about this paper like it's God-breathed scripture. Right? How can be an idolater? Right? Have some
It's nearly
self-discipline.
there. Yeah, it's that good. You should
It's
read it.
nowhere near. So, anyways, you are not changing your answer. Right? Your answer is ontologically erroneous for the reasons we already told you. It's an ontological error. You're treating a non-cause as a cause. So again, if you tell us, but the paper, but the paper, but the paper, you are just obnoxiously repeating yourself, which is appeal to repetition fallacy.
Yo, can I go?
Yeah, see that I am. I'll go ahead.
No, because I want to ask him if the sphere moved and nothing material touched it, all the
Hang
material
on.
forces
You've
were
had plenty
shifting
of
what
time.
moved it.
You've had plenty of time, and you wasted the majority of your time repeating
I
yourself
just want to ask
obnoxiously.
one
Let the other guy
question.
go.
Just let me ask the one question. I've answered all
Be
of
done. He
yours.
asked before you. No, stop interrupting him. Let him go.
I think you're trying to pivot away.
Other guy, go ahead. You want to ask a question?
And
Um,
you go. Yeah.
since the release of the Epstein files, how do you guys feel about the Earth actually being flat? When Epstein funded research on flat Earth.
That's a unexpected subject. I don't know anything about that.
Called the, if you look at it, it's called the Confronting Gravity Conference. Epstein funded this research group and gathered people together to talk about flat Earth.
Interesting subject. You have a link, a source, something for us?
Yeah, I'll post it inside chat. No, like ever since like I've been digging into the files, but not only that, I'm mostly like trying to figure out the truth. And I've looked into the Freemasons and the Egyptians, and you know, a lot of it kind of like tells me like the flat really could be flat. And the reason why I say that is I'm really convinced that the people that are hiding information are just telling lies. And so, I don't know, I'm just kind of convinced that the Earth could be actually flat.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. I thought you were going to add something to the subject we were previously on, but you're fine.
I
You're
just
fine.
joined. I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Oh, you're okay. Okay. If the moderators want to unmute to debate, I can engage his attempt to try and scrutinizing me because he's salivating at the mouth to try and get his teeth into me. So go ahead. Up to y'all. If you want to unmute him, or if you're tired of him, I don't know. All right. What do you want to ask?
If the field can store and transfer physical energy, then it is a physical cause, and the law of conservation of energy proves that, right?
The field of what? Wait, hang on. Are you talking about field itself?
The field itself transfers energy. Yeah, that's what he said.
I want to. Okay, it's probably, but I want to hear his clear answer. Are you talking about field itself? Yes or no?
The field being a physical cause, yeah. The gravitational potential energy, yeah.
Okay, so you've committed the fallacy of reification, treating an immaterial state of affairs, specifically a spatial category, as a material entity.
Yeah, you're claiming it has,
Do you
has the
have an
ability
argument for that,
to
or
influence matter.
do you have an argument for that, or are you just claiming that because
By transference.
It's
Hey,
not
bro,
just a claim.
you just said it has the ability, right, to influence matter through transferal of energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
So we
energy
can simply
can
cut
be
to the
created
chase.
from
You can't
nothing.
tell me any of the alleged physical properties of field. Field is not a material entity. It's an immaterial state of affairs, a spatial category. That's the ontological fact about what field is. So now you're treating this immaterial entity as material entity. That is reification. That's a fallacy.
No, I'll just try to phrase it simply. So energy can't be created from nothing. It was just transferred from the gravitational potential energy stored in the field between the two masses, right? And if it
This
was
has
a
no
Fine.
bearing. It
non-cause,
does not advance your
if it
point at
was a
all. What is the
non-cause,
cause?
if it were a non-cause or just empty space, it couldn't store, carry, or like transfer energy to the spheres.
Okay, you don't even know how to tie this
Hey,
into the whole point of why you should be talking. You're supposed to be identifying the
hey,
cause. Is the cause the
he
field?
did.
Well, we did,
He did,
and
bro. No, hold on.
I'll
Debate
just
that.
say
He
this
did
to that.
identify the cause.
So
So if you can't create energy out of nothing, yet there's a transfer of energy through a non-material, non-objective agent, then it must be a subjective agent, which is a mind. Now, much like Donald Hoffman in his book, The Case Against Reality, where he argues that the eternal sentient agent is a necessary grounding for the world, and that temporal, matter, and energetic states don't exist without sentience in the first order. There you go. The cause of gravity is God himself. I rest my case. Good job, Debate Daddy. Well done.
We can construct gravitational theories that are non-mental. Why in
No.
the world would we think
No.
gravity is
No.
mental?
Stop. No, not him. Not him. Hell no. Damn avalanche, a verbal avalanche. No. So AI gave a rhetorical reply exposing that your reply by itself on its face entails implications you don't welcome. That was his point.
I don't
Now,
think it does.
my strict analytical refutation is that you are reifying an immaterial thing. Field is not a material thing. It's a spatial category
Yes,
which
it
is
is.
immaterial.
It's certainly a physical thing.
anyway, the last thing I wanted to say was since the field performed work on the mass, we shield every other possible material. For the source of that work, the field is the only physical cause remaining, meaning gravity exists.
So
And
just
to
repeat the
deny that a
thing.
field
You
is a
just
cause
chant
is
the
to deny
doctrine.
that you're denying the first law of thermodynamics, by the way, if you deny that.
It has nothing to do with thermodynamics. You reifying an immaterial entity is not at all me violating the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, if
So
you're
you
denying
haven't
the
addressed
field,
the
Gravitational
refutation.
force
if
You
you're
is
just
denying the field
repeated
as
the
a,
doctrine that I
are you
refuted.
denying a field as a
So
cause?
stop being noisy.
Are you
Field
denying a
is
field
an
as a cause?
immaterial. Stop being noisy. Field is an
Answer my
immaterial.
question. Is the
Stop
field, are
being
you denying the
noisy.
field as a
Stop
cause?
being noisy. You're trying to commit
Answer
mob by
my
suicide. You're trying
question.
to
Are
commit
you denying
suicide
the
by
field as a
mob.
cause?
Stop being
You're
noisy.
running away from the
Stop
question.
being noisy. Stop.
Gregory,
Stop
answer the question.
being noisy.
Are you denying that the field is a
Be
cause?
quiet. You're
You're
ignoring my
a
refutation just to repeat yourself. So again, all you've done after I say the refutation, exposing that you are reifying field, you just repeat the damn doctrine. That's not a rebuttal. Or if you want to call it a rebuttal,
You
it's a
didn't
weak ass
demonstrate he's
rebuttal.
reifying the field.
It's just an appeal to repetition fallacy, where you just ignore the refutation and just repeat the damn thing over and over again.
We don't have to debate if you're scared. I'll go back on mute. It's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Now you're bloviating.
Well, question still stands. I'll go back on mute if you want to dodge it. I don't want to
And now
debate
you're
if you
posturing.
keep dodging.
And you're still posturing. So he's out of ammo. That's all that means. Right? A very long and somewhat convincing pretense of intellectualism, of trying to critically consider a refutation. Nothing more than an act. It's, again, just a public display of trying to convince himself out loud. That's what this really is.
I feel like you're just forgetting what material means. Material things relate to matter. A gravitational field or gravitational potential, however you want to put it, certainly relates to matter. Whatever the underlying thing, the underlying physical
You are
mechanism
not
is for
tracking the
that.
subject.
You're calling
You're
it
tracking the
non-physical,
subject.
but it's clearly physical. Like it's
You're
material.
not
It
even
relates to
tracking the
matter
subject.
directly. No, you use this in your argument. You declared it non-material. It's material.
You're not tracking the subject.
I am.
Stop What's
lying,
the subject?
Gregory.
If you get it wrong, then you will get
Yes,
censored.
please stop whining.
I'm talking as though you know what you're talking about.
So much whining.
Okay, so we're testing you. What is the mainline subject right now?
So
that
if
you
you
just
notice,
came
I
in?
wasn't addressing any mainline subject. I addressed your
Of course
argument.
you're not.
But if you want
Exactly, you're
to
not.
change the
Exactly.
subject to something other
You
than
have no
your
idea what the
argument about
subject
the
is about.
immateriality
Stop
of
talking
fields,
as though you
then
do.
we can do that. But that's you
Stop
changing the
talking as though
subject.
you know what the subject is about. Stop
I
talking. as though
literally
you know
started the
what we're talking
conversation.
about.
Obviously, I know what the subject is about. I chose the subject.
Stop talking as though you know what we're talking about. You just admitted you don't.
I do. I literally chose it. I started the conversation. Hello? Were you not
No,
listening?
you didn't. That was not the mainline
So what
subject
was I
that
replying
you just
to
came
then?
in on less than 4 minutes ago.
So what was I replying to? Was I replying to something someone said?
Flying
No,
out of your
I
ass
started.
to a subject that you don't even know anything about.
I do know
You don't
things
know what we were
about what it
talking
means
about.
to be material. It's not that complicated.
And so instead of just humbling yourself and asking what actually was the mainline subject that I'm obviously oblivious to, you're just going to keep yapping as though you are thoroughly tracking
Gregory,
everything.
if you construct a completely broken argument that results in absurdity, we don't need to figure out why you're doing that. We can simply address the argument itself.
Subject when
Stop
you clearly
retreating.
Don't.
Stop retreating from your
and
broken
you
argument,
still don't.
and
You're
either
still doing
admit
it.
it's broken and fix it, or
so
we
you're
can
just
move on.
continuing to yap as though
I'm
you
not
know
yapping.
what the mainline
I'm bringing
subject
you back
is
to the
when
point
you
after
don't.
you're wandering off.
What you need to be doing is asking what exactly was the subject about, not pretending like you
I know what the subject is
what we were
about. You
talking
made
about
an
the entire
argument
time.
about the immateriality of fields.
No, that was not the mainline subject. Incorrect.
I didn't say that was the mainline subject. I said you made an
Okay,
argument
so you
about
got it
Are
wrong.
you not
So
listening,
now that you got it
Gregory? Are you
wrong,
incapable
you're
of
proving that you're
using your
not tracking the
ears to actually
subject.
understand
Stop
and follow
talking
the
as though
words
you
I'm
know
saying?
what we're talking about.
I do know what we're talking about. You made an argument, and then I
No,
critiqued
you
your
don't.
argument.
You
I
just
don't know
proved
why
that you
this
didn't.
is so hard for you to
The mainline
understand,
subject was not the
Gregory. It's
materiality of
not
field.
that complicated. I don't know if you've
The
become
main
more
subject was not the
stupid in the
materiality of
intervening
field.
time since last I had to engage with your annoying fucking behavior, but this is getting ridiculous. I laid out clearly the failure in your argument.
You know full and well you are not
refuted it.
tracking the main subject. So why are you continuing to talk
Again,
as though
we're
you
not
were?
talking about a main subject or whatever the fucking nonsense you want to
Yeah,
invent.
you're
I
not,
started a
because you weren't even
conversation
there.
about
you're not.
your argument, and now you're
Yeah,
retreating from your
you're
argument.
not.
So you're retreating from your
Exactly.
argument.
You're not talking about the main subject. You're not tracking. Stop talking as though you are.
Again, I'm certainly tracking. I track your argument to its utter failure.
Instead of single refutation, there's not a single argument you can say that's going to prove field is a material thing.
It relates to matter. Gravitational field affects matter, thereby it relates to matter, thereby it's material. That's what it
Relating
means
to
to
matter.
be material.
Yeah. What is field?
A field is just a, how do I put it? It's like a vector embedded in a space, something like that.
Vector, that's a geometric category, not a material.
Well, sure, in the sense that like all of physics is math.
So, not a material.
Yeah, yes, a material. All of matter is but math, my dude. That's what physics
Vector is not a goddamn material. If you say it is, you're just embarrassing
but it
yourself.
relates to a material. It relates to matter.
So it's not
because it affects matter. It exerts force on matter, thereby it relates to matter.
So it's not a material.
It is a material. Again, for something to be material,
again,
it doesn't have to be composed of matter. It merely has to relate to matter. And by virtue of exerting force upon matter, it relates to matter.
Okay, so according to you, vector is a material. What state of matter is vector?
I didn't say a state of matter is vector. I just told you that you merely
just
need
said
to
vector is a
be
material.
relating
yes, you did.
to matter to be material.
Okay, now you just
You're
being
asked what a
dishonest and running
field
away
is.
from a simple question.
Yeah,
One sec, Gregory. Your claim. One sec, Gregory. Your claim. I'm going to interject here because your claim is that a field is material, and when he asked you, when Gregory asked you what a field is, you said it's a vector in a what? In an area?
In space.
In space?
Well, space
Okay.
specifically.
So that must mean that your vector in space, right? Your vector and space is material.
Yeah, space is material because it relates to matter, and so are the fields in space because they also relate to matter.
But when
That's what it means to
when
be
Gregory
material.
said that if you think a vector is material, then you're just insane. And you said I never said it was,
No,
but yes, you did.
Yeah. No, I said that the particular thing that a field is obviously related to matter. Whereas if you talk about a vector in the abstract, well, then it's not.
Mute him. He needs to fix
Related to, or is
related to. You can just look it up in the dictionary. Relating
so it's
to,
related
derived from, or
to
consisting of
material. So it's related to
matter.
material, but it's not material
No,
itself.
That would make it circular. Material is defined as
These are your words,
from, or
bro.
consisting
These are your
of matter.
words.
No,
These are
you're
your
misquoting
words.
me. No, you're misquoting me.
No. You said related
You
to
are.
matter. Related to
Yes.
material. Right.
No.
So not material
Wrong.
itself.
No,
then,
you
but
just jumped
related
to something else
material.
entirely. The definition
All
of material
right.
is that it's
So
related
is it
to,
material
derived
and
from, or
related to
consisting of
material, or
matter.
is it not material and related to material?
Matter isn't the same thing as material.
Yeah, whatever,
You
bro.
can use the word material about things that you cannot use the word matter for, because matter is a noun and material is an adjective.
The adjective material does not refer to the object being a material thing.
Being a material thing means that you relate to, are derived from, or consist of matter.
Material is an adjective to denote that it is the type of entity that is matter.
No, it means that it is
in
relating to, derived from, or consisting of matter. You can just look this up in a dictionary.
Material means, and it denotes, the entity is
you are wrong. Use
thing,
a dictionary.
so it's matter.
Use a dictionary, you ignoramus.
Ooh.
Material is made of matter.
No, to use the word material as an adjective about something, it merely needs to relate to, be derived from, or consisting of matter.
So non-matter is matter?
No. Well, no. Non-matter things can be material.
So being related to
matter. Matter and material aren't the same word, if you notice. Those are two different words.
So then being related to matter doesn't make it material then?
It literally does. That's the definition of material. I just told you.
So then non-matter
relating
is
to,
material
derived from,
then.
or consisting of matter.
So then non-matter is matter then?
No, non-matter might be material.
Okay, so now you're being inconsistent with the intent of your own.
No, it's not inconsistent. You just seem to think that the word matter and the word material are the same word. They're not the same word. They have different meanings.
Didn't say they were the same word.
Well, then I don't know why you keep conflating the two. And then you're just
because
being silly.
Stupid, and you don't know how to contract a simple conversation. Bloviating and masturbating your pride in public all the live-long
day. You're just an asshole and an idiot. It's that simple.
And if you're yapping about fields being material,
listen,
when they're
you can
not
just look up what it means to be material.
Category,
so long as the thing in question relates to matter, it qualifies.
Geometric category,
a field that exerts forces
entity,
obviously relates to matter and thereby qualifies.
Making analytical errors, conflating material with matter, and all this
I'm
stupid
not conflating
shit
it. I told you exactly the relationship between them. There's no conflation happening. You're the one conflating. When I define the relationship between things and then I stick to that fucking relationship, then it is in no way, shape, or form conflation. You're just delusional at this point.
Spare everyone the pestilence of your voice.
Again, Gregory, you can simply acknowledge your error and correct your position. It's not that complicated.
Spare everyone the pestilence of your voice. You have done no
brother. Literally refuted your entire basis for your argument. Made clear that you're just abusing the word material by interpreting it as matter. You're conflating and lying about it.
Yeah.
You're just a liar.
Analytical
Gregory.
errors.
Does anyone have any? Anyone other than Gregory? Because holy shit, is he pointless to talk to. Anyone have any actual argument for this stuff?
Tough guy.
What's up?
unnotch your belt one little notch. You sound like you have air stuck up in the top of your chest.
Oh God.
I'm sick.
Yeah, you are. You're ill indeed.
Yeah, in
Look,
more ways than one.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
coughing all
is
day. It's not.
material in the dictionary? Is material not also a noun?
It can be, but here it was
Oh,
being used
okay.
as an adjective.
How?
Disingenuously. Why not say that at the head of this whole thing?
What do you mean? Because there was a conversation and he used it as an adjective.
Okay, I just arrived. So what's
Okay, well,
is this your
there you
win?
go. Yes, he
He has
said
no
that
aim in the conversation.
blah blah
He
blah
just
because it's not
hears a
composed of
thing
matter.
and
It
he
can't be
yaps
material.
as though he knows what he's talking about. He has no aim.
Space is material. There is no noun material.
So space, by virtue of relating to matter,
so a
can indeed be
needlepoint thread.
material.
So just recap your win for me.
Sure. Gregory was saying that fields, like quantum fields, gravitational fields, however you want to put them, are non-material. And I said, no, they aren't. They relate to matter, therefore they are material.
Didn't say anything about quantum fields. Just lying
Well, how
and
are
destroying what actually
They
fucking
relate
said.
to matter, but matter's
How?
a noun.
Matter is a noun.
So what is this hair? Like, what is this hair you're attempting to split?
Yeah.
I just told you it.
Oh,
He said that they must be immaterial by virtue of not being composed of matter, and I told him, no, that's not what the word material means.
But material is matter.
No, material means relating
Pertaining
to,
to
derived
matter.
from, or consisting of matter.
Okay, which is a noun.
I'm talking about the adjective here. He used it as an adjective.
Material is matter by your definition. I don't know what you keep saying that for.
Yeah, so how does this even relate to the entire topic?
I
Can
don't
we
know.
get it back to the flat Earth topic? Can we reset for a moment?
Well, wait.
What is your argument? What is your argument, guy?
I have no argument.
I was just refuting
So you
Gregory's.
see, you came in late, and he did the same several minutes ago. But instead of doing what you did, old Haas, he just continued talking, just burst into trying to defy me and trying to challenge me, not asking
No, I just
questions
refuted
to
your
grasp
argument
what the
because it was a
subject was
terrible
about in the
argument.
first place.
That's all.
Yeah, dude, unnotch that belt. You said use a dictionary. Well, and the dictionary has a noun as well. So what is your
Yeah, but he
claim
used it as an
pertaining to?
adjective.
Okay, what is your claim pertaining to the topic?
I told you already that for something to be
So
material,
you're just in here.
it need
Do you have
merely
any
be
claims to
relating
support
to
the
matter.
globe Earth and this outer space nonsense?
Well, I was specifically responding to Gregory's position.
Okay,
there.
so
I would say
now I'm
I
specifically
get that.
responding to
I get
you.
that. I know. Well, no, you're not. You're asking for a topic change, which I'm fine with. We
No,
can change the topic.
it's the topic of the channel.
Exactly.
Do you have
Whereas
any
the thing
claims?
we were talking about before was not. So I'm agreeing that we can indeed shift topics.
Okay, so it's not
a win.
focus on the
Not
channel.
having
It's not a
heard the
win in any
subject that he's
shape or
yapping
form
about.
if you're just splitting hairs. So let's get back.
I wasn't
Do you have a
splitting hairs. I was
claim?
refuting Gregory's nonsense.
Okay, when you're talking about gravitational fields and space, do you have any claims to support this whole idea that the Earth is a ball in outer space?
Yeah, when we look up, we see things that are in outer space.
When we look up, we see things in outer space. Dude, now you're just starting circularly.
No,
Use
that's
a dictionary.
just like what the words mean.
Yeah, that's a circular reasoning to say, oh, I look up, therefore I'm in the up.
Yeah, what genius?
No,
I
if
want
we
to
look in all
know the shape of the thing I'm
directions
standing
and we
on.
see
Let me
the
look
space,
away from
then
the
we're
No,
in
if I
object
look
I'm
down, I
standing
see the
see
Earth.
that. Yeah.
Okay, what makes you think
That's
the Earth
consistent with a
is
globe
in?
model.
What
Hello?
makes you think the Earth is in the up?
I just told you, because regardless of where you go on the Earth, when you look up to the sky, and you can obviously track the stars to confirm that you're looking at the same thing, you can figure out, oh, you're actually looking at it from all fucking directions there. You're looking
And
at it like you're looking up at the
see
sphere.
the stars if the Earth were flat?
Not in the way we do see the stars. The stars would need to move in some truly physics-breaking ways
Dude,
in order
enough with
to
this
have that kind
feigned
of a view
voice.
be possible.
Dude, enough with this feigned, pompous ass voice.
No, that's just how I speak. Plus, I'm a bit sick.
it's science communication language when you start saying, well, and we look at the stars. This is circular
I just
reasoning.
use the royal we a lot.
It's
because
circular.
the
Well,
things I read
stop
when
it.
I was young.
Stop.
The royal we.
I'm asking you.
What are you asking me?
I understand how you're confused in this whole outer space carousel. You're in a we. So anything other than circular reasoning, which is what you have already presented, do you have anything to present that the Earth is a ball
I
in
didn't present
space?
circular reasoning.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Do it again then. What is your evidence you're providing that the Earth is a ball
So
in
when
outer
we
space?
move around on the Earth, the things we see in the sky are consistent with it being on a globe.
So God obviously doesn't know what the celestial sphere is.
Prove there is a celestial sphere. Prove that
there's a
it would
celestial
work in the
sphere.
way that you're
Well, he's
describing with flat Earth model.
See. That's what we see.
Now he's
No, it
denied the
isn't.
very thing he just tried to appeal to.
If you had a celestial sphere, it certainly wouldn't work in the way that we actually see things happening up there.
Yeah, your prejudicial conjecture that you have no substance to.
Oh, well then go ahead and demonstrate how such a sphere could exist.
The Earth.
You're denying that there's a celestial sphere.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a coherent model for it.
As you just appealed to it earlier to try to prove the globe.
He hasn't presented one, therefore we can deny it.
That was what you presented. You presented the celestial sphere.
No, I didn't.
Idiot. Literally contradicted himself in a span of 20 seconds.
Gregory, don't call him stupid.
He's sick.
It's okay. I called Gregory stupid many times because of his incredibly
obnoxious
stupid
voice,
argument.
Constantly contradicting himself, committing basic category errors, analytical errors, ontological errors, and would continue to talk
No,
with
I
this
just
tone of
directly
voice that
showed
he's just
you that the
so
definition
much
you were
more
relying
smarter
on was a
than
mere
everyone else you're
conflation.
talking to. Ridiculous.
And therefore the entire basis for your argument simply fell apart.
Literally cannot refrain from contradicting himself in the span of 15 seconds. Well, if you just look at the stars and the way they rotate, then it obviously proves the Earth's a ball. That's the celestial sphere. Then 15 seconds later, denies the very reality of the
If you want to
celestial
call
sphere.
that the celestial
Stupid
sphere,
idiot.
then sure, we can talk about that. But the celestial sphere, again, wouldn't be consistent
Well,
on a
how
flat
you
Earth with
said
what we
how
actually
you said
observe.
how we
Show
you
me a
said
model
how
where it's
we
consistent.
Dude, explain how we interact. You said we interact with the stars or whatever you said.
I didn't say interact.
We
Okay,
are
whatever you said. You described
Charlie
when I
Kirk.
asked you if the Earth was a ball. You started pointing to the skies.
Yeah.
What about the sky?
Oh, the way that the stars move,
Because when we call it
events we see up there, the relative sizes, the relative luminosities, the distance
dude.
into the past, the CMB, all of it is consistent with a spherical Earth.
That's nuts.
No, that's just the case.
Bunch of
This
word
is the
salad.
advantage of having an entire scientific
idea
community
how to
building
articulate
a
an
model.
argument.
Of course, it's going to be consistent with the evidence we have. Otherwise,
Dude,
it gets
you have
changed
no idea
until
how
it
to
is
articulate
consistent.
an argument. You're just saying word salad, just throwing out a bunch of vague notions, stacking them on top of each other, acting like you're making
Not
such a
vague
strong
notions;
case.
they're very specific
Yeah,
claims.
it's
Are you stupid?
it's vague claim stacking.
It's not vague claim stacking. These
Vague
are specific
Yeah.
claims.
But I'm asking you, dude, that's the original claim that you made. How do you know the Earth is a ball? CVM, the star trails, the luminosity, those relative sizes. Those are all claims.
No, those are observations.
So this is just a big circuit. It would be like saying, how do we know something about the Star Wars universe, and you give me the schematics of the Death Star?
That seems like a good way to know about the Star
Well,
Wars
you're
universe's
nuts.
Death
Like
Star.
I repeat that you're nuts. You're furthering just telling the story.
Do you know how models in physics work?
The only reason I entertained this idiot in the first place is because there was no one else talking. But see how
Gregory,
we get
stop
absolutely
not
nowhere.
contributing.
No
Stop sabotaging conversation. Stop being such an asshole.
Projection.
Dude, he's interrupting to meta. There is few things more
a
cancerous and
single
destructive to
end on
conversations
any
than
subject.
people interrupting to meta. Holy fuck! What a horror show! What a horrible person!
The guy who repeats himself.
Well, he cooked debate, and then debate had no refutation. and now you guys are
No, he
in
didn't
here
cook
peddling
debate, and
the
I
same
showed you how he
thing.
didn't cook debate.
Uh,
He just
The only
refused
reason
to
he
answer
I
spoke
debate's
up
actively
is because he
questions,
has
showing
and
a
us.
then debate refused to
ridiculous
engage
hate
further
boner for
with
me.
his unwillingness to answer his
Oh
questions.
my god, are you kidding me?
That is
Why
what
he spoke
happened.
up. Notice the
We
first
can argue
thing that
about
he
why that happened, but that
fixated
is what
on with
happened.
his autism. Just you fixating on the one thing that I said, having no idea how to actually refute me,
Well,
but instead of
notice
yapping and trying to
how
condescendingly
Gregory
talk at
succeeded
me and
in
everyone else
dragging us
as though he
away
knows
from
so
a
much better than everyone
conversation
else
about
in the
anything of
channel.
significance back into meta bullshit. What a horrible person.
No, dude, you acknowledged that the conversation had no significance when it came to the topic.
No, you literally
Yeah, you
changed the
did.
topic back to flat Earth. Did you forget what happened? Hello.
Yeah, but how you entered in, which you entered in prior to me entering in.
I did, and I directly responded to Gregory's argument, which was shit.
So again, for the sake of the continuity of an actual real conversation, instead of being stuck with this
No, Gregory, stop
invincibly
interrupting. We were just having a new
right?
conversation
Can
until
we
you
please move
murdered
on to
it like an
someone
asshole.
else who can actually have a fruitful conversation?
You are the one
to
who's
some degree?
destroying the continuity.
We are
No,
hurting no
dude,
matter what
the
we
content.
say.
Yes, he
Guy
is. We
just
were
continue
talking
digging in his heels
about
to
the
both
stars, and now
You were
Gregory's got us back
claim
to talking about
stacking.
the previous half of the
You
conversation.
were
What an asshole.
humility. Hey, have some humility, humanity. You were claim stacking,
what?
and then you said the end.
No, I was telling
By
you
the
that
way,
they're
humanity.
That's what
inconsistent.
happened.
Do you disagree that they're consistent?
Well, you're the one. So does the Death Star schematics. Yeah, it's consistent. It's like the ventilator shaft's the size of a womp rat.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, that's
I
fiction.
have a question. I do have a question though. For the flat Earth thing, because like low key, I'm new to the flat Earth theory thing. I never knew that the Earth was flat, but people kept on saying that I was joking and that I was trolling. But I'm actually like new to it because I used to be like a global person. I don't know how to say it correctly. I'm sorry. English is not my first language, but I'm new to the whole thing. I'm starting to actually be convinced of it. But yeah.
Why so? Because I'll say, I've yet to see a flat Earth model that accounts
every
for the
argument.
fact that objects disappear from the
Humanity,
bottom up as you move away from them.
Humanity, get a grip. Humanity, perhaps every argument in favor of the globe is circular, like yours. Maybe that's why.
It's not circular.
It is. It's claim stacking. You're assuming that you look up in the sky and therefore Earth is one of those objects. That is circular reasoning.
Yeah.
It's illogical.
Genius.
It's sick.
How about try
you.
having a conversation with the new guest? Humanity can go benched from him.
Humanity said, "Why so?" And so I don't know.
Hey Bella.
You're putting me on spot. Oh, you don't have to put me on spot. I'm kind of. Yeah.
You good, Bella. Bella's.
Oh, Bella, you don't have to interact. They could just explain things to you and you just listen. That's fine. But I'm just sick of listening to humanity, so.
So yeah. So basically, Bella, right? I think you've heard me explain these things before, either in here or another channel. We see further than what's possible, and there are plenty of people in here who are waiting with their hand on the trigger, gun on the hip, to show you the videos and links and GIFs and photos and data and all that. We see farther than what's possible on the alleged ball Earth. Not only see, but measure. Right? We measure these long distance observations, which were not possible if the Earth is the ball that they teach it to be. Plain and simple. That just concerns the shape of the Earth, the issue, in addition with all the other aspects of the cosmos. Well, many other aspects of the cosmos, let me be accurate.
I see. People, some flat earthers, they believe that the it's the whatever it's like a 3-step thing. So you have like the bottom of the earth, and then you have where we are, and then you have the next part. And that's like the yeah.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the cosmos overall, like the heavens above, the earth below, and the underworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
But
the scriptures.
I'm just new to the whole thing because of the like because like yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're okay. It's not like you have to prove yourself or anything. People are gonna do what they do. Just chill. You good. I warned y'all before freaking humanity spoke up too. Like I warned you. I said no, 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 not him.
Hey, who are you talking about? I forgot about him already. Move
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yep, 100 type shit. That is all you will get. You'll get nothing else.
Well, here we are. Very few of the very few people in the world. Man, crazy.
Think through this. Think through this concerning gravity again. The doctrine is contrived as an ad hoc rescuing device. This is what happened. You espouse the notion the Earth's a ball flailing around in a black void. The glaring question that's always been the question for millennia, for thousands of years, what, 2,500 years or so. How the hell do things stick to the ball then? Why is everything not flailing off into oblivion? You need some mechanism to keep the shit on the ball we allegedly live on. So people who are emotionally committed to the doctrine go out of their way to use God-given language and the power of speech to contrive some notion in some intelligible speech as the thing that is allegedly real that isn't real to keep the shit on the ball. That's what happened. It didn't begin with Newton. He was borrowing from ancient Grecian metaphysical conjecture. Didn't begin with
Frederick,
Aristotle either.
just so you know,
What's
bro,
up?
every time somebody's speaking the same time as you are, you sound like a robot. Your mic starts robotizing something.
I wonder if other people hear the same. Maybe it's just your end. I don't know.
It
Go ahead
breaks
and
up from
speak.
time to time. Mostly, it's clear theater though.
Don't you hear the robot sound when he's speaking the same time as somebody else?
Sometimes.
Okay, noted. So yeah, that's what happened. That's what the so-called gravity doctrine is. I mean, it wasn't always called gravity, right? It was around the 16th century that term started to be popularized to be the label for this metaphysical false doctrine. But it's always been the long-standing question that they have to address. It's a glaring discrepancy in their worldview. How the hell did this shit stick to the ball while it's flailing around through the black void? So it's nothing more than an ad hoc notion for an obvious discrepancy. So their PTM, perpetual telekinesis of matter, is what they're really espousing. So a more accurate label for their metaphysical notion, what they call gravity, is just that. That's all it is. no observation that actually gives any credence to the notion that all matter is perpetually telekinetically pulling at each other. Not a single thing. Not everything is pulling. Some things are pushing. Some things are neither pulling nor pushing.
That's my favorite thing. There's a story of this apparently nearly eternal suspension in space, and everything's circling one another and doing this and that. Yet when they present how they would describe space-time, it's a sheet with a bowling ball, and everything clumps to each other instantaneously. I love that.
Or Matrix.
Food.
Gregory, how did you become a flat earther? Oh, he left.
All right, I'll answer for him. He became a flat earther because he was born on a flat earth.
Ooh.
The Jew means that I do not believe in the divinity of Jesus.
What? Who said that?
The world is flat. I think
Going off
the
video.
world is flat.
That was Be Kind.
All right. I don't know what you're talking about. Be kind.
The world is flat. The world is flat.
Oh my goodness. I think the past couple of days was let's associate Christianity with flat Earth so that people think flat Earth is Christian, and therefore, since everyone's a brain cucked, NASA loving, religitard atheist, they're gonna not believe the Earth is flat. Nice try, suckers. Because it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with the physical and natural world, which is common to every man. They can go out and they can use the physical natural world level and stationary, just like it is. So you can't hide the flat earth under any auspices of motives, any auspices of religiosity. It's just is what it is.
That notion clearly exposes their ignorance of history. Like, again, it should not have to be explained to these people, those types of people that go out of the way to espouse or promulgate such notions, that the vast majority of humans throughout the history of humans have believed and known the Earth's surface is horizontal, flat. Christian and non-Christian, even before the advent of Christianism, which is not identical to sound doctrine of the Bible, but throughout the entire history of humans, from the very beginning. Not like an exclusive distinctive of so-called Christianism or the Bible. All the nations for the entire history of human history knew this in common.
Are any of the Artemis II crew atheist? Based on public statements, there is no evidence that any member of the Artemis II crew is an atheist. Pilot Victor Glover is a committed Christian who has explicitly stated that he believes There are no atheists on top of rockets. And Commander Reed Wiseman has spoken of a profound spiritual experience, stating that while he was not previously religious, he was deeply moved by the sight of a cross following the mission.
A
They were
Christian
reading
veneer to
from the
suck
Bible.
Christians in.
They were reading from the Bible up in that capsule on that broadcast.
Yeah, those details are meant to hook in the Christians.
Well, I get it, but it's wild.
You know, just like this is the sacred Christian duty to subsidize the imperialism, so-called Israelis. That's a Christian duty. All these Christian philanthropists helping the Israelis conquer the Levant to hook the Christian in.
The sad thing was it seemed like he was sincerely reading it, which makes me wonder when was that recorded?
Yeah.
You know, because it was just in their broadcast, which was obviously had clips and transitions and edits throughout. So, you know, any of that stuff, I don't know. I would
So
have to
notice
go
how even with
because I
the
only touched in on it a couple times. I'd
yeah,
have to go with a fine tooth comb. But one time I checked in, he was reading straight from the Bible.
so you notice how even with the false cosmos propaganda, the scientism cosmological propaganda, right? They still know that the majority, the biggest demographic to appeal to is the Christians. That's the biggest demographic, one of the biggest demographic there is. Tell me what
Yeah.
other group of people there are in any sense that is more than or damn near 2 billion in member. And the rest of my case. So if they want to maximize the publication of whatever propaganda, whatever merchandise, whatever asset, whatever thing that they want to publish and become popular to be accepted by the vast majority of humans, you cannot ignore the Christian demographic. It's the biggest demographic there is to appeal to, or one of the biggest.
Kaboom, kablow.
Do you guys smell your own farts a lot? Like, do they smell good to you?
Yeah.
That's cool.
You're weird.
Yeah, I don't do it.
You say that
Everyone
now.
does.
But do they smell good to you? That's what I'm wondering.
Why are you worried about other people's farts? You're weird.
I don't know. I'm just picking up a vibe here.
Like not in a good way.
Oh shit.
I sympathize with people who are in whatever given type of social circle that is severely and actively villainous against people who contradict scientism. I sympathize. It's a very hazardous situation to be in. You know, at best, they just villainously glare at you. At worst, they're like actively harming you, like actual first degree assault or some damage of whatever property or trying to deprive you of whatever given assets that rightfully awarded to you that you rightfully own, or all sorts of things like that. They're trying to deprive you of opportunities and things like that. Imagine being a member of the Royal Society, for instance, and then you start contradicting scientism. It's not gonna go well, and it's not gonna be like no consequences. That's not like, oh, they don't agree with you. They kind of think you're a little weird, or very weird, but there aren't really any detriments. No, it's gonna be some real detriments, real painful consequences in that sort of context. If you can hear me, Jesus loves you. I am not. That's another thing people should internalize. It's very beneficial to internalize the fact that you live in a world where there are only Lord knows how many other people, and they really believe sincerely, thoroughly, a different worldview. There'll be folks who really believe scientism, folks who really believe Mohammedism, folks who really believe Hinduism, folks who are really just confused eclectics, picking here, there, and everywhere from all sorts of places, and cobbling together this jumbled marble bag of a worldview, all these various notions. Right? Folks really believe these things, and especially concerning emotions, folks who are really prideful, or really nihilistic, or really cynical, or really hateful.
Can I ask a question?
You evidently, yeah. You just did.
Okay.
My
Oh, cool.
God.
Scoring points now, I see. But the question was
God.
the question was pretty much, do you believe? So I'm guessing you're flat earthers. So first of all, do you believe in the gravitational rule of mass attracts mass, and how does that play into the Earth being flat? Because mass is density and volume taking up, and if you change the Earth from being, a sphere with a lot of density inside to a flat Earth, I don't think it would behave in our atmosphere the way it does.
I'm actually tired of this subject today because have thoroughly debated this at least in 3 iterations with 3 different persons. But if you or anyone else wants me to
He denied the
go
first
over
law
it
of
again, I'll do it.
thermodynamics.
I do.
So
I don't
yeah,
want you
he
to talk
denies
about
it.
it. I don't want you to
I
talk.
don't know.
I'm curious.
Are you going to answer? So wait. So just answer the question. Do you believe that mass attracts mass?
Why does it require? I don't get that. Why do we? If it's
What do you
such
mean?
a sure thing, why do we all have to get on our knees to it
Well, I
and
mean,
mind meld?
Isaac Newton and
Why don't
Einstein
you?
were.
Why don't you? Why don't you? I don't have the. I'm going to be driving right now, but also someone else will reply. But why don't you talk about what gravity is to you in this reality of yours? Like, describe the gravity that's around you.
Why are you avoiding this
Why
question?
ask us? Why ask us? Do you guys believe? Can you believe with me that mass attracts mass?
Well, mass attracts mass went through 2 great thinkers. It was invented by Isaac Newton, and then it was updated. I mean, people say that it was
Okay, so why don't you? Why are you just asking about? Why are you asking us all to go back in the hymnal and say, okay, this is where we are at? What What is the gravity in the world today?
Well, do
Sounds
you
like a
think?
John Mayer song.
I mean, Einstein. So Isaac Newton came up with mass attracts mass, and then it was updated like a century later by Isaac Newton. And if we're going off that, then it'd be general relativity.
So why are you asking us if we believe mass attracts mass?
Because if you believe that mass attracts mass, then you can't believe that the Earth is flat, because the Earth doesn't have the mass, the density, and the volume taken up to behave like it does in a mass attracts mass atmosphere.
So you believe mass attracts mass equals
I
volume.
believe Isaac
Not,
Newton's intuition, for the most part.
yeah.
Do you not?
He's
Do you
gonna
not
die.
No,
believe?
I'm not.
He's gonna.
I'm not.
He's gonna die.
I don't go to the same church as you. No,
Okay.
Isaac Newton's intuition. No.
Okay. Well, I guess
I
we
mean,
disagree.
to boil it down to apple fall from tree, therefore earth ball. No, that's not me.
No, it's just like the moon is smaller than us, so it revolves around us, and we're smaller than the sun, so we revolve around the sun. And if you propose the idea that the Earth is flat, you're taking away a lot of volume taken up and a lot of density, and it wouldn't behave like
False.
the way it does.
False. Go
So
back.
this is
Go back.
intuition.
That's not
Let's hold
false.
on a second. Yeah, it is. Let me explain. It's very simple. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to preface it with the conditionals. So the conditional is, I'm on the floor. The floor is flat. How tall is the building that I'm in?
Let's say 20 meters.
Okay, so you understand that the surface that I'm on being flat doesn't tell you how much distribution of mass is below me, correct?
No, but we have a good idea of how much density is in the Earth's crust.
Okay, that's great, but the point you're trying to make is that if the Earth is flat, it wouldn't have a sufficient mass. That's just false. When we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're not talking about the Earth being 1 inch thick. We're talking about the surface is arranged horizontally, and everything's benchmarked from sea level and between two horizontal parallel planes. We're not saying that the Earth is thin. Two different things, brother.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because, okay, so there's a model of how gravity works and how Earth
Right?
interacts with that gravity, and that's based off of the
Okay.
Earth being as what we know as sphere.
Okay, that's
And when you
great. That's
change
great. I
it
agree
to
with
a
you.
flat
I agree
Earth
with you
model,
that
then it
somebody.
changes the
Yeah.
physics of things significantly in a way that doesn't
Okay,
make
let's
sense.
say it does. Let's say it does. So I have a physics paper that I could post you where a physics professor did a test of the variable distribution of mass if the Earth's surface was flat. And he basically ended up with a thick cylinder with a variable distribution of mass. And he plotted it out to the essentially same field lines that you'd experience, which is everywhere we go, up is up and horizontal is horizontal, which is what we experience. So he modeled it flat with the quote unquote mass attracts mass assumption. So you're just in error, sir. You're just wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, I disagree with that
Well, you
professor.
could disagree all you want. Of course you do. This doesn't matter whether you disagree or don't disagree.
I just don't understand every planet that we observe in our universe is a sphere.
Okay, that's great. So let me break this down to the logical, logical simplest form. Other things that are not the Earth. Hold on. Other things that are not the Earth are not what the Earth is. Therefore, they're not what the Earth is. Wow, good point. I agree with you.
So let me ask you this: if you don't believe in like the blue marble photo of when we went to space, which I'm guessing you're not, let me just ask you a general principle. So you go up to each car. So there's 50 different cars. You go up to each one of those 49 cars until there's one left, and all of those 49 cars before them are blue. Would you assume that the next one behind the wall is going to be blue? You probably would.
You messed up. You messed up because you forgot that you already set the premise that they're all cars. So it's known that they're cars. See, the problem with you talking about other things that aren't the Earth that you see while you're on the Earth is you didn't validate that the Earth was a car in the first place. So your logic fails.
It doesn't. You're
And
really.
even if your logic was correct, it would be inductive at best or probability. And so it actually could be the case that 39 cars in a row are blue, and the 40th car is a giant yellow bus. Is that true? The answer is yes, it is true.
But it's not possible at all. Not probable.
Oh, no, wrong. It's highly probable that a yellow bus is parked after a row of cars. That's not improbable at all.
It's highly probable that Jesus didn't exist, because all we have
Oh
to go
boy,
off
here we
to
go.
is
Dude,
eyewitness
that's good.
Oh,
testimony.
whatever, dude.
But
Hey,
I guess
bro,
we
you
can
could
say
just go on
anything
mute,
now.
Kovac. You can go on mute, brother.
Who, me?
Nice. No, whoever I was speaking to.
Dan, you don't like
The
that.
guy started talking about the Jesus freak.
Don't be so
Dude,
sensitive.
no, I'm not. I'm not sensitive, bro.
No, dude.
You
Yeah,
muted
hold
him just
on.
for saying
There's
that?
been a trend. Listen,
I was just
brothers.
talking to you, Spectre.
There's been a trend.
Right.
There's been a trend the past 2 days that people are trying to shoehorn, like, I don't know, something about Jesus into the argument,
Yeah, the
like if the
Jesus
earth is
freaks.
flat and you don't believe Jesus is God or this or that, which is fine and dandy, but it's not necessarily appropriate for this discussion. For example, I'm a Christian in every classical sense. Jesus died for your sin. He's God incarnate in the flesh. He died on the cross, rose again, promises eternal life, all of that. But that's aside from whether the earth is flat or not, right? Because the earth is flat is just whether it is or isn't. It has nothing to do about theological matters.
Yeah, Spectre,
Except that it clearly, go ahead.
No, and it's Spectre. You're showing your programming. The problem is with you and a lot of other of yous, when you're given like these car analogies and a lot of things with the colors of the cars, you don't even see that you're unable to address your original assumption that Earth is a ball in space. It is etched in stone in your mind. You're not even able to approach it. And then you go on, oh, let me talk about Jesus, ain't it? So you've got this really weird way of approaching it. You're not even in denial because you're completely unaware of how indoctrinated you are. And you're trying to take a victory lap. You just started speaking. So are you able to address the possibility that you're starting with this assumption that Earth is an object in outer space and you can see it? That's the way it is for you. You see it no other way. Do you acknowledge that? Hello? I wasn't listening in a spot of tea. No, dude, but don't get so sensitive when I bring up Christ, the Messiah, isn't it? If this isn't Life of Brian. Spectre. Dipshit.
Dude, that's a good reference, bro.
You're all individuals. I'm not.
You notice how when Brian was trying to deny he was the Messiah, they wouldn't take no for an answer. He was like, look, I'm not the Messiah. And they're like, that's exactly what the Messiah would say.
A naughty little boy. Yeah, it's crazy. That is a crazy movie, though. I need to rewatch it because all I have are my memories and gifs of it.
It's got a lot of insight in it. But the moral of Kovac's angle was that he's basically going to say, you guys are flat earthers because you're religious, basically. But notice how he has faith that if I see 49 objects, then the 50th object is the same as the previous 49, right? Rather than say, wait a minute, I could just discover what the 50th object is by just going and taking, a measurement of it, and then I'd know whether it was flat or not. I wouldn't have to appeal to other objects which are not the object, which is the object in question.
Bullshit.
And not to relax, Twongo. Don't morph on us. But not to. And we were just talking about the astronauts reading from the Bible 20 minutes ago. So I just don't get it.
Well,
What do you call
Twanga
bullshit on
shouldn't be
Twanga?
saying
That's why I
shouldn't
read
be
it out.
saying BS. Yeah, he shouldn't be saying BS because what I said was correct. Like when I said you should just go and measure it, he might believe, well, I do just go and measure, and I measure it as a globe, and therefore I confirm that my, induction and probabilities were actually correct, and it wasn't just purely a probabilistic argument. That may be the case, okay, but at least that's finding out the truth rather than just saying, oh, other things that are not the Earth are something else, therefore the Earth is this. Like, that just doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
You've got the same problem, Tonger. That
Yeah,
you're not
yeah.
even able to acknowledge.
Convert for me a could be to a certainty. Go ahead. Live on the air. He basically just said that if you have a probability argument, you now have a certainty. So if 17 people in the ladies' bathroom out of 18 are women, and I haven't gotten to the last person yet, it's probable the last person is a woman. But until you find out whether it's a woman or a dude that snuck into the bathroom, you don't really know. Hey, Twonger, the last 17 girls that you dated were girls. Therefore, the 18th person that you're dating is also a girl. Good luck with that. It doesn't even matter whether it's actually a man, dude. Like, it's literally a man, hairy, big set of genitalia. And you're like, no, the previous 17 were girls. And so the trend must continue. So you're clearly a girl.
And what's weird, Twonger, if that's where you start, that's the line in the sand that you draw. That Earth, when I look at like the last guy and the guy before that, he looks up, sees stars, and says, Earth is in that mess of stars. If that's what you've got chiseled into stone, what other conversation could even take place? That's the end of your journey. That's where you are. You're stuck there. But you've been here for years, Twonger. God bless you. And you call bullshit. I don't know, man. It's like the last guy, this specter disappeared after that was addressed. I mean, what else is there to talk about, Twonger, if that's where you are?
Wild, bro. Bonga, why don't you just go into how the assumption that the things in the sky are spheres, therefore the Earth is a sphere, can just be set aside because it's clearly demonstrated from the surface of the Earth that it's measured as a sphere. Why don't you just go down that line of thought? Because that would certainly put Oldhouse in his place, right? Look, I proved the Earth is a sphere directly from the surface. So this inductive argument and probabilities don't even have to talk about it anymore because I got the
No,
proofsies right here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I need to be put in my place, Twonger. Come on. Morph into Twongo. Twonger angry.
We'll see. AI wasn't really doing it for me.
I don't know, dude. Oldhouse has got way more testosterone, bro. And since your 18th girlfriend is not necessarily going to be a girl, there he is right there waiting for you.
Oh, no. Yeah, anyways. Whoa. I'm still, maybe too much coffee. I started the day late, so I'm right in the beginning of the second pot.
Cheers.
Hey, this is completely out of the blue from the topic, but did you guys ever hear that Panera Bread changed their menu and they put this thing called supercharged iced tea, and it had like 500 grams of caffeine or milligrams of caffeine per cup or something, and people died from it?
Yeah, caffeine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, that would explain why people were addicted to sitting around a completely empty restaurant with stale bread being served.
Well, the interesting thing about it was like, and this is, I'm actually personally concerned about this, is that there's so many of these new energy drinks which are so jacked with caffeine, and they just sell them to children. Like people out over the counter, they don't even consider that children aren't supposed to have that much caffeine in a day, and there are many cases of fatalities.
If it hasn't been apparently clear to you that no one has your back and nobody cares about you, good luck.
Well, yeah, I guess they had to lobby. They had to really lobby to get cigarettes to stop being sold to children back in the day.
Yeah, we got to go back to, just, hey, I have the freedom to do whatever I want, man.
Yeah, it was a
Okay,
far
that's fair.
classier world when there was a cigarette machine everywhere.
Yeah, but see, back then, if you gave caffeine to somebody's kid and they died, like you'd be getting jacked up within the day. But yeah, the old mechanical vending machines, that was a classic.
That sound.
You know what, old house man? That period
Yeah.
of Americana may never exist again. It existed for a short time
I heard
in
you
a small
talking
location. Yeah.
I heard you saying that the other day, where the whole Western way is in its death throes, but I hope not, because that Americana or whatever that was, that system, it was like the end of the Wild West, where the guy with the keys shows up to refill the cigarettes, takes the money, and every once in a while you'll find a bar. I don't go to the bars as much as I used to, but they're still out there. I'm sure those vending machines, but everything, especially considering everyone was pumping silver into those things for those cigs. Yeah, and the video games. It was yeah, I think maybe all the gaming, crazy because the gaming era has been decades long now. I mean, where people can sit in a room and never leave and game to their heart's desire, which is great. But I think there'll be a slingshot back to because I have seen these retro arcades pop back up, but I don't know. There's got to be some.
It'll only be
The
like a
Walmart
superficial.
the Walmart world has got to recede eventually.
It'll be some superficial derivative of it, I mean, that's what we do. We
Like
just
a
recycle it.
novelty park
Yeah,
or something.
like a novelty thing.
But maybe those things grow. I mean, if the world were all steampunk, we would have no worries. But that seemed like a blip.
We are.
Yeah,
I think we
Renaissance
are on the
fairs are nice.
steampunk trajectory.
Yeah, Renaissance fairs, there's a lot of order and tradition, and I know it's make believe, but they last for months sometimes at some location. So that's 1/6 of the year covered. Everything's pretty good. I don't know. I think the whole evil empire, Klaus Schwab, you'll have nothing like it, will recede. There'll be at least I don't know. Is what you, I guess I'm going off topic. What you see of the rest of the world on my feed, if I know these are isolated neighborhoods and things that these things happen, but it seems far gone, too far gone some places. But even that will recede. I don't know if in my lifetime. But who else? You know, if not Gen X, who else?
I don't
Hopefully,
know.
people will
Maybe
pick up
by
the
the time
baton. I don't know.
all the boomers die, we'll see. You know, see what happens.
The boomers. The crazy thing is, some boomers will live for decades from now.
Yeah, maybe another 20 years, right?
Maybe 30.
Maybe 30
So,
at the
well,
most.
yeah,
Jeez.
a long time. I mean, some healthy son of a gun.
Some healthy fucking boomers. Yeah, I don't know. I look at the world and like I blame boomers.
Yeah, in some way, they do seem to have the world in a holding pattern.
Yep, they want to do one last fuck you before they die, or a couple of fuck yous.
Well, I think this was the generation the first ones who actually legitimately thought that they would be able, science would allow immortality in their lifetime. And I think they're now in a little bit of I don't think panic. But yeah, time gets us all.
Yeah. You start seeing
But
that you see the horizon and then you're like, "Oh, okay, fuck it then." Right? That's got to I feel like that's the boomer. That is the boomer mentality. Fuck it. Just
well, I think they really thought, a lot of them thought that there would be an endless horizon for them. I mean, look at Ted Williams. I mean, he was pre-boomer, but even he
AI, are
said,
you a
"Oh,
boomer?
I'm gonna freeze
I
my
don't
head."
know. You're not quite
What
old
is
enough.
up with you guys
No,
unable to gauge?
I don't think
What
so.
is up with what is up with you guys unable to actually gauge what a boomer is? You guys think
Yeah,
everyone
pretty
born?
sure.
No, you guys are like Gen
Pretty
X.
sure.
You're Gen X, right?
Quadra, check
Like
this out,
Haas
brother.
and you.
Check this out. Check this out. I'm pretty sure that the boomers were my parents' parents.
No, dude, no way.
No,
How old are
that
you?
was the greatest generation. That was like the Ted Williams.
Your parents were
boom.
boomers,
Okay, hold on,
definitely.
hold
If
on.
anything.
Okay, so the boomers were the children. The boomers
Of
weren't
the
Look, dude,
the ones
baby
after
having
boom
World War
after
children,
World
II,
War
right?
the
II.
baby boom after World War II, like 1940s, 50s.
Right. So the babies, though, not the parents, right?
The baby boomers
Correct.
are born from the 40s and 50s, yeah.
Right. So
And they were alive
so the
before.
way, listen, I'll just tell you my logic with that. The way I heard it was the baby boomers were the one banging and booming out the babies, not the actual babies themselves. So I
No,
see my.
they're the greatest generation,
No,
or whatever
dude.
they call them.
Yeah, that's exactly. You
Yep,
guys
The
are
ones that
gotcha.
probably
plotted.
Gen X, which means you're like almost 50 or around 50 something.
No, I'm 46. So,
Yeah,
but that,
you're Gen X.
yeah.
That's the
Haas
end.
is
Yeah,
probably
that's like
too.
that's the end of Gen X. Like if you were born in '80, I think is like the cutoff line.
I mean, a lot of it is generational shit, dude. When the boomers die out, things might get better, but until then, I don't know.
Listen, if you're born in 1980, then the first two digits of the year and the second two digits of the year added together is almost always your age. And that won't happen again for like another 1,000 years.
Yeah, shit just comes and goes, man, but nothing really changes. I don't know.
No, things have changed
Yeah, they change, but a lot stays the same too.
drastically. Yeah, everyone's relative day-to-day life. Well,
Yeah.
whether you're yeah, but the world has changed. It's
Sort
always
of, but
changing, but it's
like the
changed.
society changes, but the world, I don't know, it's pretty much the same.
Well, even Kennedy. This is off topic, and that. Well, even
We're
Kennedy
gonna.
was saying, "Ask not what your country do for you, what you can do for your country." That
I
is
used
flipped.
I used to think like, oh, let's like save like, oh, we're like, I am an environmentalist and a conservationist and shit. Like, I don't think we should just destroy the earth and like, but like, if species go extinct, if animals go extinct, well, whatever, man. Life will find a way. I don't really care about that anymore. I used to care more than I do. So like, yeah, we definitely like a lot is changing, but like, I don't know. Is it good? Is it bad? Does it really matter? Is it
What if What if the Earth is undestroyable by
the Earth itself? Yeah, I
litter,
don't.
litter
Well,
and
no.
toxic gas?
According to Richard Dolan, they have secret weapons now that they could destroy the Earth with it. It's like some type of energy weapons that they have
Bullshit. Bullshit. See how
alien
that works?
technology, dude.
Oh, give me a cap. But what if it were the case that this whole idea that, because if you go out to the ocean, there's a lot of it and it's healthy. The earth is healthy.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it.
Thriving.
There's
Well,
a lot
yeah,
of human beings.
you would have to create some sort of doom scenario, which is all in your imagination, like a Greta combined with the Hulk character, to even imagine the earth is sick. Yeah, cities have pollution and smog covering them, and China is just off the rails. But even though you have someone who, some giant mega group of people who are completely environmentally off the rails, the earth is thriving.
What do you mean by that?
Earth is healthy.
What do you mean by the earth? The entire thing as a whole?
Well, but you said that you were talking about the earth. Never mind. Because I'm with you too. I
In
I
my
used to
mind, we're in
paint
a
over the
great. In my mind,
rainforest
dude,
and all
we
these
are in a
things. I think that's
human.
a fabrication.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: we are in a human-induced mass extinction of like life of other life forms. But I used to care about that, but I don't really care anymore. And I think it's inconsequential. I think that even if like 95% of things get wiped out, new things will just form or whatever. It probably will reduce the quality of life for us if like everything goes away fast, but that's not gonna happen, right? Like you say, for you and for the normal person, they look outside, they think everything is a-okay. That's probably how it's gonna be for. I can't see it drastically changing rapidly unless it could though, right?
So
With
why all
diseases and
this
shit. I
panic?
don't know.
Why all the panic and a
Yeah,
lot of the things that have changed in the world are the government regulations for environmental things, down to people with their cars, down to farmers having basically a
right.
lot of them going extinct.
And all the things that we've done in the past like 50, 75 years, all this
But
like
those are in the name of
technology,
global. Those are things that are in
it's
the
not
name of
good.
the global crisis, and you're telling me that everything's just fine too.
It's not, everything is not just fine, I would say, but I would say I just don't care. I would say I acknowledge
I
that
get
things
it.
are not fine. Things are not fine, but I do not care.
And I get it. And that's when I asked you, what if the Earth is sort of indestructible by
The Earth
human
itself
activity?
is probably indestructible by us. Yes, I agree with that. But if do you want an Earth that's rich with things, animals, and plants and everything, or do you want like a barren
It
fucking
is.
hellscape?
It is rich with plants and animals.
But I'm saying that might not be the case for soon. But I'm
Okay,
not.
that sounds like let me know when that happens. When there's
I'm
no
saying
fish in the sea.
it's happening right now. It's literally happening.
No, it's think
It
in your
happens over the
mind.
course of like a couple of generations, dude.
I think a lot of these panic buttons that have been pushed and have all the environmentalists gone wacko are like cherry picked and isolated situations.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, my point is I don't really care. Same thing with like we evolution is true. We evolved from monkeys. If that hurts your feelings, I don't care. It's just what it is. Same thing. Like I got over these things emotionally a long time ago. So if the truth hurts your feelings, I do not care because I don't care myself. I've accepted the truth for what it is. The Earth wants to be a globe. That's a beautiful thing. I do not care. Ultimately, that's awesome. It doesn't. I don't want to like. I'm not invested in it being
Yeah,
a
same if it's
sphere.
flat. It's not about what we
I'm
want it
not
to be,
invested in it
right?
being
It's not
flat
how
or
we.
round or
It's
anything.
not. Yeah. You are projecting. So it's not about. It's not about how you feel about it, right? What we want it to be, what we dream or imagine it might be. That's what the evidence says. That's what we're talking about. You're going on with garbage, just diarrhea in the mouth.
Okay, guys, sit in silence then.
I need to
Yeah.
figure that out before I start, asking that question.
There's something weird. It always goes back to the East, man. Like there's something weird with Russia and maps. Anatoly Fomenko pointed this out. I'm not a huge fan of his work because it's crazy, like really bat stuff crazy. But the Russian Empire, at the time that America was having colonies, was sending exploration and missionaries out east and crossing the Bering Strait. And there are Russian settlements in Alaska. And most people, they don't teach this in American history. But our Eskimos in Alaska, if they're Christian, they're Eastern Orthodox Christian in Russian flavored churches all over Alaska. Furthermore, through Canada, and there are old Russian forts down the west coast of the United States, as well as on Hawaii. So at this time, like 1800s, this is going on. The Great West is considered to be like unexplored. Well, there's another problem with that story. The Spaniards had settled the American Southwest for like 200 years before the English settlements became big on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Where are those maps? And there are a lot of people that moved out west and came across old like buttresses and old tunnel systems, and they just called them Spanish mines, and they probably were. But you consider the time frame involved, 200 years of ownership. I mean, that's enough for an empire to rise and fall, and nobody knows about. I mean, so you look at the maps drawn by the British and the French, and they show the northwestern quadrant of the U.S. as like unexplored territory.
Mm.
But it definitely was explored.
Oh yeah,
settled
yeah.
by the Russians.
Yeah.
And then the Bolshevik Revolution destroyed a lot of history that we would have had from that period too.
Shocking. I'm under the opinion that World War I was specifically created to distract us from the Bolsheviks taking over Russia.
I believe that. I really do.
Because everybody's busy fighting the war in Europe, they don't have time to defend Russia.
1919 to 1920 was when the Tsars were murdered. The Tsars family, the last Christian Orthodox emperor in the world.
Thank you. I did want to guess, but I didn't want to sound stupid. But yeah, thanks, mate. So that sounds really plausible, to be fair. Worldwide or massive European conflict to distract from something else that is taking place. Because if I remember the numbers correctly, right, we're talking about 50, 60 million people. Bolshevik Revolution, Christians and so on.
Yeah, that's right. I'm kind of busy with my hands, so I can't like hold conversations very long making dinner. But yep, I mean, up to 60 million murdered.
Yeah, there's a lot murdered and a lot stolen from people.
Mm-hmm.
But you read who was actually involved, and I won't say for the purposes of this chat, but they bragged about it. They bragged about their achievement. That was their crowning achievement, was to knock off the last Christian emperor. Absolutely was. They still gloat about it today.
Ugh. Disgusting people.
Yeah, and the way they did it was so cowardly too. While the Romanovs were being whisked away from safe house to safe house, they decided to take a picture before they were going to England. Is what they were told, to reunite with their family over there.
Oh.
And
okay.
when the photographers came, they brought machine guns and shot everybody against the wall.
My word.
Yeah, and the Royal Crown of England knew it.
That's cool.
That's the sick thing. I mean, and they were related by blood, as their cousins.
Yep.
Well, Mountbatten helped pillage all the Tsar's money from his bank accounts.
Did he really?
Yeah. because the descendants of the Tsars came and wanted the bank accounts from the Tsars because he had tens of millions of dollars in there, right? And Mountbatten told them basically took the money from them and said, nope, you can't have it.
You know, when it comes to peerage and titles, I'm pretty sure an emperor like the Tsar outranks a king of England. That's another aspect to this too.
Emperor outright. Yeah. Yeah, this is why Queen Victoria was Emperor of India, Empress of India.
Yeah. Amazing history, you know. Yeah, and here we are. So public's starting to get a clue, which is a good sign.
They better hurry up.
And then try to find proper history books about what happened. Good luck.
Yeah, right. So back to that and the map issues and everything else.
Yeah, just try to get access to the Vatican Library. That's probably where the real history is kept.
I bet it was in two places. The Vatican, but it used to be Constantinople had higher prominence due to the Byzantine era than Rome did. They got their stuff from and I bet Constantinople had deeper records than the Vatican archives all through the schism from 1054 through its fall in 1453. And they took all what they could up north to Moscow eventually. So that's interesting, isn't it? I bet the records they had, historical records in Moscow, were worth more, and I bet they still kept some of them there. You know, and some of this could explain a lot of the geopolitics of this past century with the communists, the kind of archival access that they had when they took over and the technologies that they had already been developing prior to their takeover and that accelerated. I bet there's some aspect to that. And also why even after 1989 and 1991, the West never really messed with them, with the Russians, left them alone. And also why they're afraid to deal with them today. It's possible that they've been working on a whole technology tree of development that would be foreign to us in the mainstream.
Well, let's have a look. See who's in the room. Sorry, I had to mute for a second. It's like the sky fell on my house for about 30 seconds. Hail just rattled everything in sight. Too much noise, but I'm back now. Do apologise if I missed anything. Has anybody got an open mic? Anybody want to talk about the flat earth? Is anybody new here? All of that good stuff. Anybody new want to talk about the earth? If not, I'll start boring people with ideas of witches and shit. Matrix, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Hello, Matrix. How you doing, buddy? You good?
I've got a screaming headache at the moment, which I've had for the last couple of days, and I'm just
Right,
over it.
this is actually weird now. You're not the first person to complain of a headache today. I've got a screaming headache today. DJ's also got a screaming headache. I don't know what's going on. Has anyone else in the room
It's
got a
not like
headache?
migraine. You know when you just
Yeah.
get like
Yes,
hungover
count me
headache, where
in.
you've just got, oh man, it kicked in about Friday afternoon.
Yep.
About 2:30, 3 o'clock, and it's just been. Yesterday when I woke up, I didn't have it when I woke up, and it was like, oh, thank God. And then about 45 minutes later, it started back up again, and it's just been this constant droning headache. It's like being hungover, and it's not a migraine like I've had them before. They're nasty, and it's just starting to get to me. I've had enough. Where's a Globo? We'll take it out on him. But yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I've heard other people say they've had headaches and stuff too, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll just stay quiet and stay out of the way just in case something weird. I don't know.
Might be time to actually put the tinfoil hat on.
Make sure you put the shiny side out, boys and girls. You don't want to fry yourself.
The shiny side out. Gotcha. I might have made that mistake last time.
Oh, crazy. That's funny.
Matrix, did I tell you my theory about witches?
Your theory about witches? No.
Alright, this is mind-bending. So you understand, like, the little season eschatology, Christ's reign has already been and gone. That type of idea, right?
Yep.
Cool. So after the millennial reign, let's say after Jesus and the saints departed, there were obviously still Christians around, and Christians still practicing the things that Christians practiced, right? Like healing, for example, like possible levitation, for example. These things were widely kind of spoken about when we look at some of the hagiographies of like the early church fathers and other writings around that time. You know, people flying above rooftops, like St. Francis of Assisi. If I keep getting that right, I think it is St. Francis of Assisi.
Yes, there's
Regularly.
documentation of quite a few religious persons being able to levitate. Yes.
Yes. And this is what I'm kind of get to, right? So we've got people, Christians, who have, and I don't know exactly what, but let's just call them the ability to heal and levitate. Bunny fingers, let's call it magic. And then we've got the arrival of the little season. Somehow we've got to get rid of these Christians. So we'll start punting them down and saying that they're heretical. Some way or another, the narrative has got flipped. Those originally, not saying that witches now, but originally, when we're looking at, say, the persecution of witches that were being hung and burnt at the stake and dunked in water and all of this type of stuff, this type of persecution, I wonder if originally it wasn't actual witches that were being persecuted, but whether it was actually Christians. And then these Christian witches with the power of healing and so on, after they were propagandized to be the bad type of witches, then eventually we've got new ritualistic satanic worship. The older religion has kind of come back through this idea of, you know, communion with the dead and necromancy, which was the ideas that the fallen angels gave us in the first place that we shouldn't have messed with. But the idea that that had all been usurped. But in the first instance, because all of this type of witch hanging and burning and stuff takes around this very interesting period of time, somewhere between the 12 and the 1700s, this kind of all starts kicking off. where people are being persecuted. So that's my theory on witches, dude. Or the original witches. They weren't really witches. They were Christians.
I like it.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Well, the
You
the
just be sitting
Salem
there with your feet up one
witch
day.
trials.
Sorry, Riley.
Yeah, if you look into the Salem witch trials, that was basically food poisoning they had, because there's a rust that grows on rye wheat and stuff like that called secale. And one of the side effects of eating it is that you see flying witches.
No fucking way, really?
Yeah, it's like a psychotropic drug effect, and it makes
Don't give him
people
ideas. God.
so it makes it look like people are seeing flying witches.
That's crazy. Very specific as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's some weird drugs there that can make you see some pretty weird stuff.
Yeah. But specifically, if you want to see witches, you take this one.
Yeah.
If you want to see purple elephants, take this one. Wow.
Yeah, there's some mushrooms that can do some serious effects on the brain as well.
Yeah.
It's not like the people of that time knew the difference, or whether they could throw away a whole season's crop of rye that they grew. So they ate the crops and got secale poisoning essentially, and developed mental problems from it, hallucinations.
So the reason why the, say, Aztec disappeared is because their crop was polluted with a hallucinogen, and they all ate the crop, and they all saw witches, and all got so scared and ran away and never came back. Right, let's look through the chat. Oh my goodness. Adine has joined us. What's up, Adine? Good to see you. I like PFP blog, by the way. Those are angel wings. Please let me know. Send me a postcard. Scrolling down the channel, nobody new apart from Kenzai. What's up, Kenzai? Matrix is still here. T-Bug is still here. Rayleigh is still here. Yoda is still here.
I especially love when Glovers say, "How come you can't zoom in on the sun after a sunset?" I think they think the cameras are magical in some respect.
Maybe we should ask them to try it. Because you know they never have. But I get the idea.
Because even cameras are subject to angular resolution.
No way.
You were sitting down for that, weren't you, Matrix?
I was sitting down. I was ready for it because I know you get some spun out shit out of this forum. So the story so far, we've got this object in the sky that's moving away from us. And these guys, when they say it sets, we can just... Why can't you just grab a camera and zoom in and make it come back? Well, if light was infinite, I don't think that'd be a problem. But it's not. It sort of gets blocked by things. What's that stuff between me and the sun? Oh yeah, air. Yeah, we breathe it. Well, some of the globers don't, I'm sure of it, but anyways, zombies.
And most people, when they do observations near the oceans and on the beach, they don't bring their $10,000-$20,000 lenses out there. That can be damaged by the sea water or the sand. Strangely enough.
Has anybody seen a super zoom from the ISS down onto Earth, looking at cities and stuff?
No.
Unlikely.
I just went out taking photos, set my camera up on my tripod, took both of them this time. I just posted in side chat the same photo, IR compared to standard, both with the same lens. The only difference is in the black and white, there's an IR filter put in front of it. Very similar f-stops, one at 7.1, one at 8. I tried to get them as close as I could. Both at the same zoom, 300 millimeters. And look at the difference in the photos, how far forward the IR sits in comparison to the standard.
You didn't change
Absolutely.
the focal length at all?
Focal length 300 millimeters. Tripod not moved. The only thing I did was took one camera off, put the other camera on. Swap the lenses over. I don't have a dual mount yet to run them at the same time.
Some of the newer cameras will automatically compensate and adjust the focal plane for that difference between where infrared focuses and visual light. The Sony I bought does that, the A6700.
I just think it's amazing. Like, technically, there's no reason why it should be any different, unless I've bumped it and aimed higher or lower or something like that. then I can accept that. That's pretty straightforward. But yeah, the actual focal range is totally different.
It's why it's important to like use manual focus. Because if your camera
And have
won't do
decent
that,
lenses.
yeah. And you got to use like the sniper vision. You got to use like digital zoom to get the focus right.
Yes, I've had to do that with the moonshots, and also with the moonshots, I found I've had to set up the on my phone the Bluetooth link to the camera, so I can stand away from the camera and
Precisely.
trigger it because it's so shaky. The slightest movement. That's why one of the guys at work was going, I don't understand what you're talking about. And it's like, look, me clicking the button, the camera on the tripod will shake for about 5 or 6 seconds. And I've only got a 2-second delay. And they just don't understand that a 0.1 of a millimeter at the camera movement is a blurry shot with the moon bouncing all over the place. Anyways.
Yeah,
We'll train 'em up.
reset my shutter timers to 2 or 10 seconds to give the tripod time to stop shaking.
Yeah, well, I've only got a 2-second timer on it. There's a 10 second, I think it's a 10-second one. I haven't looked, but I know there's a 2-second one. And I have been using that. But the main reason for those photos is in the coloured one, you can see how the hills are all blue. And I haven't looked up how far that is away yet. And that's what I was just about to do. But yeah, that's what my goal is, to cut through that. So our refraction clowns or refractoids, whatever we want to call them, can be sat in their place. So we can actually get some more true, accurate depictions of what's going on. But anyways, I'll find out how far that is. Holy shit. The minimum distance to that first set of hills, I'm not sure which one it is, but the closest one that shows on Google Maps is 20 kilometers away. Wow. I can't wait to get an 800mm lens with image stabilization and a teleconverter up its guts. Oh, this is going to be great. And what's that
In one of
one?
the
That's what
Artemis images of Earth, they claim to use an ISO like 250,000. And there was no evidence of any artifacting whatsoever.
What a load of shit.
Like, dude, it turns grainy for me at like 12,000. What are you talking about? 250K.
I don't even go. If I break 400, I've done well. Most of my shots are all at 100 or 200.
Yeah, and they're doing it with like a Canon D something, like a camera that came out like 15 years ago or something. So it's not like they're using the latest in, you know, AI, whatever assisted focusing technology. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. And then they're like, well, that's why you can't see any stars.
Yeah, technically it should be that grainy. You shouldn't be able to tell the grain from the stars.
Yeah, like the stars should leave grainy artifacting, you know, and you should see this when you start sliding around like the black levels and stuff.
Yeah. So those
It
hills
was
I'm
so
looking at
bad.
in those photos that I've posted up, it's either the first set, and I don't think I was looking that far to the right, or the second set. So the first set is 19 kilometers, which is 12.3 mile. And the second set, which I think looks about at the right angle that I was aiming, is 28 kilometers, which is 17 mile. I don't think that's too bad off a 300mm lens.
Do you know what the size of your sensor is? Is it like full size 1-inch or
Crop.
okay, like 3/4 or
Canon
something?
R10. Canon R10 I'm using.
Okay. Dude, that's a nice camera too.
Yeah, well, the only reason I got it was because I already had some Canon equipment. If it wasn't for that, I would have got the same camera as yours, because it's ideal for shooting stills long range. Actually, it's
Yeah, I was
perfect
also
for
looking
doing
at
it.
the Canon R10 as well, and I'm like, man,
Well, I'll tell you something now. The downsides to the R10 is it's not a EF lens. It's not an RF lens. It's an RFS, and there's only 5 lenses made for it. Second downside, you can't get the extended battery pack where you unscrew the bottom and put the dual batteries in. There's the R10, the R50, and I think it's the R100 are the only 3 cameras in the entire Canon field that you cannot do it to.
man.
Bastards.
I kind of went
I'm dirty with
backwards and I
that.
started shopping for lenses, and then I got the camera at the end. And I'll tell you what, the reason why I got this camera was because the Japanese company Tamron makes really high quality lenses without the
Yeah,
mechanics, so you save on money, and you can get amazing, like stopping at 2.8 at like 400 millimeters for like under $1,000.
yeah, yeah. Tamron lenses are pretty tidy. I had one years ago on my Pentax. That was a long time ago. But yeah, they do make some exceptional stuff. But no, I'm pretty happy with that. Now that I'm looking at the detail of what I'm getting at, I'm pretty sure that's 28 Ks. So let's just round it to 25, just to be fair. If I'm getting that kind of clarity at 25, with no image stabilization whatsoever on the lens or the camera, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. When I do get a decent lens, this is going to be good fun. Oh, I've never seen that name brand before, have I?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. If the camera's in the photo, what took the photo?
Oh no, I've been busted like NASA.
Taking photos of satellites, the thing that's supposed to be taking the photo.
Yep. Oh
Oh, I
man.
love it.
Yeah, like one of the first things I would do if I was on the ISS, like I would pack I don't know, Nikon PU900 or something, and I would start zooming in on Earth. Like that would be the
Yeah.
coolest thing to do. And nobody's ever done that. Like the whole history of the shuttle program, the ISS, or anything else, nobody's actually done it. Why? Why? Well, we know why.
Actually, when we're talking about grainy photos and that, what I might do is go and set my tripod up and just cycle through all the different ISOs, take the exact same shot, try to keep the same f-stop, the whole lot, and just adjust the ISO up so people can understand what we mean by grainy pictures.
Yeah, there's
What's
no
your-
way that that image was unedited. At least, I mean, at 200. Like, shoot, I don't even know if my camera goes up to 250K. Maybe it does.
What does mine go to? 25,600. There you go. 32,000.
Yeah, no, theirs was like 6 digits. Absolutely, it was like 250K.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, at least
Maybe
that's
like
what was displayed in the raw.
a rabbit in a
Not the raw, the
snowstorm would be that
metadata.
nasty.
Yeah. But you know what? Everything just works better in Space Matrix. Come on.
I'm gonna have to test this shit out. They're in space. Yeah, so like I said before, my goal is to have 2 cameras side by side. There's a flat bar mount that you can get for tripods. So I want to get the flat bar, a decent tripod underneath. Like my old girl is 20-year-old, and one of the legs doesn't like working. The bubble's gone in it. It holds cameras. That's all it does. You got to level them manually yourself. Lucky this new camera's got this. I don't know if it's got a gyroscope in it or it's a sensor style gyro, but it can auto level itself. It tells me which way it's facing and all sorts of crazy shit. So I can level it off that, which is good enough, anyways. So my goal is to have 2 cameras mounted on the one tripod, level them all up, aim them at the same thing, and go clickety clickety at the same time. So same focal length, same f-stop, just so we can show people decent long range shots. So hopefully next time I go to the beach or down to Lake Macquarie or something like that, I can set up some decent shots. But it's just a matter of funding. So once I get more components, I can get better shots. So at the moment, I'm operating off a 300mm lens. That's as far as I can reach. I've got a manual 800. I wrote a cheap and nasty one. It was like $70. Got it off Temu just to see what it was like. It's not bad, but it's not good either. So it's only a lens is only a 62mm diameter. So it's not really huge. Like the 800 focal length one I'm looking at, the Canon 200 to 800, I think it's a 92 or a 93. And one of the bigger ones was 105. But I'm not keen to spend 12k on a camera or more. Prices of lenses over here are just ridiculous. I think Canon's what is it, the 1200mm or 1600mm, the 1200 I think it is, prime. They want nearly 19 grand for it over here. So if anyone wants to sponsor me, please, I'm good. I'll accept it. I'll use it. I'll post photos up on a regular basis. I promise. Is there some kind of GPS tracking thing we can put on our cameras to force our camera to aim at a specific, like just say, when you've got your telescopes and they've got their moon trackers or star trackers. Is there some kind of thing we can hook up on a tripod for our camera So say I can go and put a beacon on top of a hill somewhere, and my camera, doesn't matter where I set it up, it'll just aim back towards that beacon. So I know I've got the right spot, so I'm not on Google Maps going, I'm not sure. Like where I'm taking the photo from, super simple. That's not rocket surgery. I know where that bit is, but where I'm aiming at, and there's a whole heap of rolling hills, it's very hard to pick them apart.
I've never heard of anything like that that's easily avoid. The best part would probably make yourself landmarks on the ground somewhere. You know,
Well,
put 2 stakes in the ground or something where you take the photographs from, so you can put your camera
well,
at
that's
one
the easy
stake.
bit. Where I'm coming from is the easy bit. Where it's going to, I don't know. All I'm doing is just, I picked a high spot, and I went, right, what other hills and things can I see that I can aim for? And I found a couple. And yeah, that's the issue. I just don't know which set it is, because top-down views on Google Cylinder are not really awesome.
Well, I'm sure if you asked the AI and said, "My camera is located here," and gave it the coordinates and said, "What angle would I have to be at to aim over there?" And I'm sure it would dictate to you the angle.
Yeah, that's why I try to aim for like markers, so like over the top of farms and properties and things like that, where there'll be a water tank or there'll be some significant marker there that I can look up and go, well, there's that property, that's the angle I was aiming at, and then I just extend the line till I hit the first hill. And I just always assume I'm hitting the first one, unless I've got something to dedicate that proves that I'm on something further. Can someone help you how to show the subtitles? Subtitles
I was
of.
just watching that. Like what? Like where? Huh?
Are they watching on or listening in on YouTube?
Oh, that might make sense, but still doesn't make sense. I mean, YouTube isn't doing live subtitles, are they?
Not that I know of. Imagine YouTube translating my accent. That'd be funny. It just come up in a whole heap of hieroglyphs or emojis: kangaroo, emu, crocodile, boomerang, mate. The occasional word gets spat out, and the rest is just all little emojis. And all with no spaces in between.
So what's like the origin of the Aussie accent? Is it like some kind of like Cockney thing from the prisoners?
Don't know. British, Irish, Yeah, I don't know where the whole thing comes from. So it's crazy.
People in England can't walk or travel 20 miles without changing the way that they speak for some reason. So I'm
Well, there
pretty
you go.
sure like 10, 12,000 miles by the time we got there. I'm not surprised it's a completely different language.
Guys,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes,
Right.
please.
What's up, Batman?
Can I introduce myself or just jump in and ask this question?
You may.
Why do you think that we burn with ideas or we acquire them while we living in the life?
Pardon? Can you say that again, please?
Are we born with ideas or do we acquire them in life, you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is knowledge external or is knowledge internal or mix of
Yeah,
both?
this is the question, because if we
This is going to make for a good discussion.
Yeah, if we follow the Marxist ideas, the Marxist thinkers tell us that we acquire our knowledge from the experience. But if we follow, I don't know, I forgot his name. That he said that we burn with ideas, so there is always conflict between two ideas. Is it external or internal? And I'm come up with this discussion to discuss with you today here.
Well, normally it's flat Earth related stuff, but yeah, we're just busting at the seams with flat Earth questions. Something I've noticed, and I don't know if other people have noticed, when you get little kids like sub 2-year-olds, they haven't learned to speak yet. They're still doing weird baby talk. If you go to playgroup and you chuck a whole heap of kids in a playpen, whether they be Chinese, American, Australian, you just imagine all your different languages. Isn't it interesting how all these little kids can still communicate with each other, even though they don't actually speak any language yet? Does anyone notice that, or is it just me spinning out again?
Children do have a non-verbal type of communication, so especially with each other, right? It's familiar. They kind of mimic and do the same type of things. So with that mimic, they kind of understand. So yeah, it looks like they're communicating.
It's always amazed me that our little mateys, you chuck them all in a playpen, and all of a sudden they're all just getting along, no problem. They don't give a shit if they're black, white, yellow. Who gives a crap? You're just another person, and I love it. I think it's great. But anyways, where'd our friend go? Did he run away? Mother. All right, there's a name I haven't seen before. Sunza. Please tell me if I've got that wrong. I'm not known for
got that
my.
wrong.
Thank you. Not known for my expertise in spitting names out.
Yeah, it's Sunza.
What brings you here today, my friend?
Allah, yeah, it's my first time here.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what are you talking about? 'Cause I'm
Well,
trying to figure out.
normally we get asked questions about flat Earth related stuff, being that that's the name of the room. See up there, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So normally we get flat Earth related questions.
Oh, and what is the question for today?
The question for today is, are you a flat earther or a ball believer?
I haven't thought about it. I don't know.
You haven't thought about it?
Yes.
How about we give you 10 seconds thinking time, and we can go from there. And just to make it hard, 9, 8, 7. No, I'm not that cruel, mate.
Okay.
All right, so what do you think you live on? Is it planar with topography? Or is it a ball 70% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? He's broken. I was quite happy with that last shot that I just posted up there, Yoda. That was taken out of a train window, whilst the train was doing somewhere between 60 and 100 kilometers an hour. But yeah, that came out pretty good. I was very impressed with it.
Yeah, that's a nice picture. That's really good.
The only thing that lets it down, in the real white clouds on the top right hand side, you can see the reflection of the train window. I'm not a fan of photoshopping stuff, but yeah. If that wasn't there, I was actually thinking about driving back to that location. I need to get a decent wide angle lens. That was just a what is that little lens? Where is it? What is she? 18 to 55, but it's an EF lens. So I've got a EF to or RF to EF converter. So naturally, it's a inch thick, so it changes your focal range up to, I think it's like about a 20 something to 65. I think it adds like 5% or something on top. But yeah, I was pretty happy with the shot. Like I said, the only thing, disappointing part was that horrible reflection. And there's there's one other shot that it's a little bit blurry, but as the train was thumping along, my goal was to get a good clean shot of an item, whether it be a tree or a farmhouse or something, and have the background all blurry due to motion. And the best one I got was that one. Even though it's still a little bit blurry, it's not as clean as what I would have liked. But I just like the how clean the tree is in comparison to everything else just being blurred out. There's a couple other ones of those, but yeah, the when you zoom in or blow them up, they're not as clean. That's the only thing I hate about digital photography. You look at the back of your camera and you think, wow, that's a great shot. I won't bother taking anymore. I think I've got the right one. You get home, you put it on your 20-inch plus monitor, and it's like, oh, dude, how about you wear your glasses next time?
What do you think?
Say again, sorry?
I say, what do you think?
What are... Oh, I missed that last word.
I said, what do you think? What are your subjects? What are you talking about?
What are we talking about? We're just filling in what we call dead air, empty space, filling in time, waiting for someone to come and ask about flat Earth related, whatever they want to ask about, actually. We're pretty open with that. Whether you want to make a claim that you live on a ball, maybe you're a flat earther and you want to come in here and tell us all about it, which would be fantastic. What questions have you got for us, my friend?
Nothing, I'm just questioning.
Nothing. Oh. Well, what I'm going to do is go down the hill. Okay, right away. Azzy, welcome. Beta. Please, if I say I'm wrong, tell me, guys. Cider's a regular. Elijah's a regular. FE Alaskan Malamute. Another regular, Mr. Batman, FE style. Flat Earth Judge. Flat Hulu? I'll never get these right, eh? Jedi, that's an easy one. Kathos. Kim, I don't know Kim. Is that Miss Kim from Romper Room? Who knows? Ah, yes. Kubrick, welcome. Mia Plata Mi Vida. Oh, he's got his headphones on. Fancy that. Morvis, as always. Mr. Logical. Who is Mr. Logical? Hang on. I've got to find out. Profile. Primal King Bear, yeah. Mr. Logical. Ray Lee. T-Buggy. Also known as Teed Up. Also known as T-Dub. Oh, man. Cyclone. Hiding in the background. Waiting for an unsuspecting Glober to say something silly. Vanessa Kushina. Ooh. Yaga, and of course, Yoda. Welcome, everyone. If you've not spoken in here before, please speak up. I know I sound like I bite people. No, I do not. I actually have meals at mealtime. You are quite safe. And I scare them away. You ask them nicely to speak and they run and... Oh, crazy. Yeah, what I have noticed with the long range shots, Yoda, on Friday when I took that, really, really sunny, really, really bright. So the IR was standing out, and that was only about 1:30. Actually, why don't I just click on it? It'll tell me what time. Properties. There you go, 12:45 when I took that. Yeah, I thought it was about 1:30. So sun very high, so it lights up all the hillside. Whereas this morning, very cloudy and not much light penetrating through the cloud, so reasonably dark. So it wasn't lighting up those hills. I might actually go for a drive later on, set up in the same spot, hoping, fingers crossed, that the cloud burns off, and just to see the difference on how much it lights up. It's only probably a 5-10 minute drive for me, so I'll see if we can repeat them and get the some better shots. One shot style I do like, Yoda, and I don't know if you'll agree or not, some people love these, is when you're looking through trees and you get that haloed effect.
Oh yeah,
I absolutely,
yes, I know.
I absolutely love that. When you look through pine trees, they look like feathers.
for pure hobbyist sake and artistic creativity, I'm thinking of going the other way and getting some UV filters and some UV lights, because plants look wild in ultraviolet. Like a lot of them, they have colors and patterns you can't see.
May I suggest you go back to Kalari and get the full clip-in magnetic filter set?
No, I know. I'm cheap and I got a set of the external lenses, screw-ons.
Well, that's what I've got. And then my next set, you know how you can buy the pack of 8, ranging from UV all the way through up to IR blocks. That's the one I'm getting. For me, it's like $1,300.
Yeah. Let me know how it works, man. Because I read some things, and it may just be with my camera, but I heard that the clip-ins can have potentially 2 issues. Number 1 is light pollution. Number 2 is
Light,
vignetting
yep.
around the corners.
Yeah, well,
I don't
yeah, it's
know.
one of those. I've read the same thing. But for convenience for me, swapping lenses over, that means my wide angle lenses now, like, because I've got an older 17 by 38, and I don't have a filter for the front of it. I've just got to take either leave it on my full color or switch to black and white in Photoshop, which is, I'm not a Photoshop fan. Like, to me, if you're doing your photos, cropping, maybe rotate if you're a bit crooked or something, if you're manualing it. But yeah, I'm not a big Photoshop fan. I've never really have been. Maybe because I was brought up on film, so get it right the first time.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm a purist as well. Like, you should be able to take a good enough shot that doesn't require any touching up. I mean, and to get there, your hit rate has to improve, which means you got to practice, practice, practice. So
Just take your camera with you everywhere. That's all. Get in the habit of it.
What are you thinking about mission to the moon?
What do we think about the mission to the moon?
Yes.
Well, I think it was
fake,
an
of course.
excellent movie, and I hope it entertained the population. Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah, it's
going
very
much longer.
aggressive.
That was it. Oh, there's always one. No, that wasn't very aggressive. That was pretty straightforward. I thought it was an excellent movie, and it did its job of entertaining the masses. But the real thing is, Mr. Sos DFD, is whilst you're all staring at the movie, what was happening up the back of the theatre?
I'm thinking that mission is for pros.
What? What's he talking about? Yeah.
Oh, he ran away. Oh, well. One thing I do think it looks weird, Yoda, is when you take photos of people in IR, they look like vampires.
Dude, yeah. I'm like, oh, I'm not doing that again.
UV, they come out excellent. The only downside with UV that I've read is you must be in full sun. It doesn't really come out that good inside. Yeah, do it in full sun and you'll see some crazy things, flowers and all sorts of stuff that just doesn't normally exist, with just super weird colors and patterns and things on them.
It's got me thinking, man. I'm like, So I've got this expensive rig, midlife crisis rig, and I live in a very agricultural area. And I'm wondering if I could take pictures of people's crops in hyper spectrum, photography to track things like parasites and drought and things like this, and do it kind of like as a side gig. Got to learn more about it. I was joking with Indio. I'm like, dude, this camera is no longer a camera; it's a radiometer. I thought he started cracking up. I'm like, yeah, he'll like that. I'm sure he's listening.
Now, it just makes you wonder, being that all we've done is ripped a filter off the front of a sensor, and now we're sticking our own filters on, how far up and down the spectrum can they make a sensor pick up that we can translate to an image?
Yeah. Yeah, before you start having to do exotic things like electro-optical with different kinds of chemicals and different kinds of sensor technology, right? Like with the same sensor. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm pretty sure the right person to ask is still listening, Indio.
It's still listening, Indio? No, it's just something I was thinking about the other day. Like, we've only got our limited, because I was trying to explain to people what's actually going on, and they just don't understand. Oh, you just get in Photoshop and flick it over. No, these are actually taken as black and white. There's an IR filter in front of the lens. I can't get anything below, and the one I've got's the 780. I don't get anything below 780.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, I've got a 930, and let me tell you what.
That'd be nice.
That's a really good spot to be, and you really need to crank up the ISO and your exposure a bit in order to compensate. Because here's the thing, the light level, the amount of like photon energy is cut by a fourth between 720 range and like the 930, 950 range.
Oh shit.
It drops off really fast. Yeah, so it gets really dark real fast, and when you're in like the thousands, you need long exposure times, man. You need to be very still for like forever.
Even with a conversion done.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I've actually tested my filter on the standard camera, the one that hasn't been modified, and to get similar shots, the time difference is I can run positive, so basically 1/1000 type shots equal with the black and white camera or the converted one. On my standard camera, I'm doing between 15 and 30 second delays. That's the difference of a standard camera to the converted one.
Wow. Yeah, I've not done any time shots yet, but I understand. Like when I go out and do this, I'm getting by just having good trigger discipline, I guess, good finger control, breath control, but I can see very easily where I'm going to have to use some tricks, set up a tripod and like a 5-second delay, or use the Bluetooth option like you were talking about. Cause the jitters, man, just a little bit ruins a great shot.
Have you got image stabilization on your camera or lenses?
Yeah, it does. And it works like Tamron has their own internal, and I think it works like an entourage effect with Sony's own image stabilization. So
turn it all off.
It's pretty good. Turn it all off.
Yep, turn it all off and go and practice with it and have a look at how hard it is to get decent shots. And that's what I live with daily. And no, seriously, turn it all off and then you can understand how well it works. Then turn it back on and you go, holy shit, I didn't realize what I had.
Yeah, I'm almost scared to realize how bad of a shot I am.
Hi, hello, everybody. Sorry to
welcome.
Interrupt. I am here in Brazil.
Hi there, neighbor. Hello.
Eric, and today is his birthday, and I want happy birthday to you. Man, today I want to have a happy birthday to everybody singing. Será que funciona?
Wait, did you say happy Flurf Day or birthday?
Happy birthday, happy birthday. Everybody singing happy birthday to Eric.
Really?
Everybody singing.
Wait, so
No.
you came to this channel to have everyone here wish your friend a happy birthday?
I hate me.
Do you know which channel you're in right now? Do you see the name of the room?
Bernardo?
Do they really want a bunch of flirts singing happy birthday? I guess. I mean, maybe that's a thing.
Yes, yes. Sing it, please, bro. It's my, wait, guys. It's my friend's birthday today. Please sing happy birthday for him.
Wait, and you want some flat earthers to sing your friend a birthday song?
Yes, Please, bro.
All I was thinking was that big dude that was pretending to be Michael Jackson on The Simpsons. Happy birthday, Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. There you go. Done.
We have some people in here with really good voices. I'm not going to say who.
Don't look at me.
Please, guys, happy birthday, bro.
Dude, when I sing, I sound like a cow in heat. You don't want to hear it.
Please, guys. Happy birthday.
Yes, Daddy, please.
Yeah, you guys are not going to sing birthday for him?
No.
So you believe the earth is round and not flat, right?
Round like a record.
I hate niggers.
Interesting.
Wait, did he just N-bomb? Did he just N-bomb?
N-bomb and bombed out. I was just thinking, do I click YouTube on and go back and see his name and round him up? Is it worth my effort?
Probably not.
Don't worry, kid. We'll get you next time. You'll be back. That's what a lot of these little smarty pants have got to be careful of. There's quite a few people that sit back and listen on YouTube. Old dude that are pretty trigger happy when it comes to things like that. And yeah, they'll probably just raise one eyebrow and go, "Really? Typity, typity, type. Click. Gone." Yes, I got all my photos entered in the local show. I put 6 in across 5 categories. So we'll see how that comes out.
So, a couple months ago, I deployed free app called Anti-Gravity IDE by Google, and Gravity LOL. Anti-Gravity is the best vibe coding, agentic coding development environment that I've seen or worked with. It's actually really freaking good. And it's agentic in the sense that you can have it run live on your computer doing things. So using my Gemini API, I had to develop code to query the API, read through PDF files from my 24/7 plus PDF stack. I got like 1,500 PDFs, and it categorized them all, like in folders neatly, rename the files. It worked out really well. It took some trial and error to get to that point, but it cost like $5 in the end of tokens. That's it.
I'd like to say I could use that to organise my PDFs, but I had them all on one hard drive, about 30,000 of them, which I collected all different subject matter. You know how some people just collect stuff? I'm one
Yeah,
of them.
you're a hoarder.
Digital hoarder, that is.
Digital
Well,
hoarder.
I had an exceptionally large collection of PDFs, which I just, same as my music collection, which I've just slowly added to the pile over the years. There's about 30K. That hard drive died.
Oh.
Yeah, I've still got the hard drive just in case something happens one day. But yeah, it's just, oh, breathe.
My setup is a Synology NAS that backs up to Google Cloud.
How many bays?
Oh, it's only got 2. It's a DS225.
Oh, baby one. Yep.
Yep, and that's it. 2 6-terabyte drives in it. Works great. Works great. So
Okay, I'll just jump onto one of our computer shops here. That one there. Hard drives and SSDs. External enclosures.
Go.
How's it going, mate?
I'm good. Yo, hello.
And there's a second one. Welcome.
Sup?
What brings you guys here today?
I have a question. Okay. What do you think about the thing like when you place a mirror and it reflects, you can know the Earth is actually a global.
Say that again, sorry?
Like when you place a mirror to the moon and it reflects light, you know the Earth cannot be flat.
So what has the ability of an object reflecting light got to do with the shape of the ground?
I don't know, you tell me.
It's your claim. You're saying moon reflects light, therefore Earth is round. I just want the logical link between light reflecting off a given object, the moon, and that having something to do with the shape of the ground. That's what I'm after, mate.
Oh.
Wait, do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Do I believe it's flat? Oh, no
Yes.
way. There's no belief here. We know it's flat.
What do you mean right now?
But if you look out the window, do you see Paris?
No, I see the house next door. It blocks my view.
Exactly. You don't see everything. It's a
He didn't even
globe.
listen to what I said. You had a pre-idea of a script that you were going to use. So, have you ever thought, Froggy, for 1 second, the reason you don't have magical vision that can see to Paris is because of the limitations of the optic being used? In this case, your eyes. You notice when you pick up a set of binoculars, you can see further. Maybe that has something to do with the larger lens that's in that given optic.
Yeah, why can't you see every star though? From everywhere.
Why can't I see every star from everywhere? Because I'm
Yeah.
not everywhere. I'm only in one location.
No, but if the Earth was flat, you could have seen every star from everywhere.
No, you can't.
What makes you think that? You have a crazy imagination, dude.
What do you mean imagination, bro? You're the one imagination.
No, there's
Have
no
you seen
imagination.
curvature? Do you imagine curvature? Do you see or imagine curvature?
I imagine, I guess.
See.
Yeah, we know. Thank you for being honest. So don't accuse me of being the one with imaginations.
Whoa, did you measure the whole Earth that you know it's flat?
Why do I have to measure the whole Earth?
Yeah, how do you know it then?
So you're not going to answer?
What?
I asked you,
answered
why
with
is
my
it we
own
have to
question.
measure the whole thing to know that it's to know it? Why not just
Yeah, so
segments?
I answered with
Why not take
with a
sample
new
sizes,
question.
right? Does that seem perfectly reasonable to you to take samples instead of having to do the whole population?
It doesn't work like that. Like,
What doesn't work like that? Statistical sampling is not a thing? Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Oh,
but
wait, he's
not for
gone. No, he's
but
not
not
gone.
for something that is that big.
Oh, okay. So how would you come to the conclusion it's a globe?
The horizontal.
I take a boat and I'll sail in in a sort of circle, and if I get to the same place, I'll know it's round.
Well, you never did that, and neither did anybody else. So
Someone actually did that in
You never check those.
like before Christ, I think.
oh,
No,
really?
no.
Okay. Yeah, just make up
Someone,
your own make up your own
no,
history. Okay.
no, not before Christ, after Christ, and like
Make up your own
Wait,
history, Dave.
so
Everybody's making stuff up in here.
How Columbus tried to get the other way?
Yeah, except he didn't circumnavigate. So,
How do you know? Were you there?
well, is the claim that he circumnavigated? Who's claiming that he circumnavigated? You? Because if so, you're the only person in the whole world who has.
No, he checked. He tried to see if he will go like to the same direction, like the same.
Yeah, but he didn't, right? He didn't.
Yeah, he didn't because it
Hey,
was
hey,
so
Yoda, check it
long.
out. Hey, Leag, how do you know? Were you there?
No, were you there? No, right?
You weren't either. So you
Yes,
making
why'd you bring it
claims and then saying we weren't there when you weren't there either. It's just a cool story now, bro. It's just hearsay.
Oh, so everything is just a story for you. Like if you weren't
No,
there.
no, his name wasn't even Christopher Columbus. That was a pseudonym.
According to who?
Well, according to historians who've looked into it, it looks like he might have been a Polish prince.
Yeah, but it's only story, right?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Wait, but on a flat
Yeah,
disk,
this is your claim.
there
You
can
brought
only
up
be one
Christopher
center.
Columbus like you're stepping in dog poop.
Yo, but what?
Yeah, it's like you're stepping in it. You're making bad claims, bad arguments.
Okay. So listen, on a flat disk, there can only be one center point, right? For rotation, okay?
Okay, hold up. No
What,
one
like a
mentioned
record? He thinks it's a record.
Where did you get the disc thing from, my friend?
For my mind.
Why disc?
I don't
Why
know.
not square
Circle?
or
Cause
triangle?
I don't know. You think flat is Earth, so it's like a disk, right?
No.
Wait, you
Wait,
think like
do you
Earth is
agree
like
with me that on a disk there can only be one center point for rotation?
Why would the disk have to rotate?
Wow.
if you want rotate so the sun like how do I say that?
Hold up, guys. One at a time. The fella up the top was a D. Where was he? I lost him. Yeah, DKG.
He wants to ask if it's not rotating, how does the sun move? I'll tell you the answer. The sun moves.
Bro, what? I didn't
Yeah,
hear
but if the
anything
sun
you
moves, then every
Yeah.
Are you mocking
single
us?
planet on Earth has the same time.
The sun
For
moves,
the sun,
right?
Listen,
the sun
bro, y'all
moves, which
sound
makes
like
The
you
planets move
genuinely
too.
argue with people 24/7.
One at a time. DKG, you
Yeah.
talk. L, Liar, mute yourself up, please. Froggy, mute yourself up, please.
Okay, can I say
You
something?
can all talk, just not all at the same time. So
can
we'll
I
let
mute myself
DKG.
from my,
So Liag, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Can you please press mute on your microphone? Thank you very much. So what we're going to do, we're going to let DKG go first because he was the first one that dropped in. He can get it all out, get his questions answered, and then we'll move on to you because you were the second one in. All right? Okay, DKG.
I wanna say something real quick. Y'all been arguing with people about this for a long time, right? So we join here and ask them questions. You don't have to mock us, okay? Stop mocking us.
We're not mocking you.
Yes, you are, bro.
Actually,
Yes.
what I did do was got the other two to be quiet so we could converse with you and actually hear what you're saying. That's not mocking.
No, I didn't say you were mocking me right now, but you did before. Our friend did.
Emotional damage.
Is it my turn to talk?
Obviously, DKG is having a cry, so we move down to the next one.
Okay.
Liad,
So you
GG.
think, wait, so you think we are the only planet in like the every planet? We are the only planet who is flat.
Hey guys, isn't it Shabbos? Sundown?
What?
Saturday? Why are you using a computer?
What?
Well, what does that have to do with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
argument?
Well, wait, hold on a second. You guys are like French Jews, right? Why are you on the computer? It's Shabbos.
What does that have to do with the argument?
I'm gonna tell your rabbi on you. You're in trouble.
Yeah, go tell him, bro. We control the weather. You're fucked.
Wait,
Yeah.
I've got.
You know what?
How
It's
do you
gonna
know?
rain. It's gonna rain next to your house.
I'm
So
not the one breaking my laws. You're gonna have to take that up with God, buddy.
no, you clearly don't know how Shabbat works, cause
Oh yeah, you're using a computer. I know you shouldn't be, so you're busted.
no, bro. Oh my god. Just if you don't know shit, just don't talk, okay?
Wait,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
didn't
Listen,
answer.
hey guys, the Mossad ain't sending their best, are they?
Brother, can you please be quiet? I'm trying to say something.
Like is this the best you guys got?
Bro, I was
Bro,
asking
I'm
question. No one
sorry
answered.
for not sitting here 24/7 and arguing about why Earth is flat, okay? I have a life.
Okay, Ehud Barak.
Well,
Yeah,
you
okay.
didn't answer my
Jeffrey
question, bro.
Epstein?
In the whole galaxy system, we are the only planet who is flat.
That's a lot of assumptions there, Liad.
Why?
Well, the word planet, youth that seem to think it means ball flying through space. Well, planet comes from planetus, meaning wandering star. Stars to us are just lights in the sky, bro. Some of those lights in the sky, planetus or planets, have very specific patterns, which repeat over and over again at different time periods. That's all. You don't know what shape they are. They are just lights in the sky. Yes, we get telescopes and we look at them. Some have got stripes on them. Some of them have got big rings around them. Some have got other little stars that hang around them that are called moons. That's great.
And some of them is flat, bro.
Well, how do you, so you're saying so you're saying because ball's in sky we live on ball.
Yeah. Like
So let me get this straight. If you were to go for a walk into the forest, everywhere there's trees, because trees everywhere, therefore you're a tree.
Bro, you can't say that about like forest and trees. It's like
Yes, I can. You're saying the same thing about space and us. What's the difference?
it's like having a bag of wait.
What's the difference?
This is Earth. Like, how do I say that, bro?
Wait,
What is okay? Let's try another analogy.
Yeah.
On a pool table, the pool table must be curved because there's round things above it.
Okay.
Wait, what do you think about the two sunsets argument?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
It's just
Is it
a
true?
angular view change, that's all. It's not really an
No, but-
argument. It's a very poor, broken information that
No,
people
but
don't
if the Earth was
understand.
flat, the sun would be like a
If the
flashlight.
Earth was flat, listen, you bowed out a minute ago. How about you let your mate keep talking?
Or what? Can't I talk?
Well, you chose not to earlier. You had a cry. But
Can I talk
anyways,
again? Can't I talk?
yeah. Well, yeah. After Liad is finished, and then we go to Froggy, and then we go back to you. We just take turns. That's it. There's no hurry. It's just
Wait, then
24/7 flat
why
Earth,
you and your friend
not
can't
24
talk?
seconds flat Earth.
Okay. So, in a place where there is only like beers, okay. Like, would there be like an I don't know, dog? No, right? There would be. How do I say it, bro? Like, you get my point?
Not really. If you haven't given us
Okay.
any information.
Okay, so in a place with a lot of cats, okay, would there be there a dog? Like No, right?
I don't know what your analogy refers to, but
Bro.
is the pool table curved? You chose not to answer that. Your friend decided to step in and help you.
No, I said yes.
So the pool table is curved because there's balls on top of it. Wow. You know, pool table, billiard table?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro.
Right. So same thing. We look up into the sky, we see lights in the sky. Yay for us. How does
Okay,
looking
so,
up into the sky prove what is beneath your feet?
so everything NASA say in
Earth,
the
flat brain.
Hey, I didn't
Let's
ask
go.
about NASA. I asked a very simple question. And look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the mute button on him because obviously he doesn't know to be patient. Now, how does looking up into the sky prove what is beneath your feet?
No. Everything is the same.
Okay, so what's beneath my feet that's the same up in the sky?
No. Everything is different. Like how, bro?
So everything's the same now, everything's different. That's a little bit of a contradiction there. You're going to have to help me out, bro.
Oh, bro. Let me find more questions.
No, I didn't have
Foggy,
to assume
Devo.
you're French. You guys sound like Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther. It's obvious.
Oh,
And from the sound of it, you're just as intelligent too.
Bro,
So
you sound like you're scared from job application, bro.
no, that's a fail.
My God.
Oh,
but like
shit.
Mossad really needs to step up their game here. This is terrible. Can you guys send in your supervisor? We want to talk to somebody higher caliber.
He
Oh,
left.
he left.
Well, let's move down to the next one.
Well,
Okay, Froggy, your turn, man.
Wait, I forgot what I was about to say. Wait.
You're right. Take your time. We're good. And I'll unlock that one. Hopefully he's learnt to be quiet and just wait patiently. So Froggy, you think you live on a sphere, or are you a flat earther? I didn't find out what that
I
was.
think it's a sphere
Why is that, mate? Why do you think it's a sphere?
because
Because he has a brain.
because if the world has a depth into it, like why it can't really be flat since it both has depth and can go higher. So if
So
it
that's
was just
topography. So you're talking
what?
about hills and valleys and stuff. That doesn't
Yes,
necessitate a sphere.
that's a sphere, but it can't. If it has that, it also can't be flat. Maybe it can be. Maybe it's also not a sphere. Yes.
Okay,
But
just
if it
so
has
you
hills
know,
and
just so you know, when we say flat, we don't mean perfectly flat like a sheet of glass. We mean it's planar, right, with topography. So saying flat, one single word, is a lot easier than saying stationary planar with topography. Wouldn't you agree?
yeah, sure.
Excellent. So when we say flat, we're not thinking flat like a billiard table or flat like a sheet of glass. We're thinking topography. We know there's hills and valleys and stuff. I was out taking photos of them this morning. So we agree with you that it's not perfectly flat, but it is planar in design.
Wait,
Oh
can I
wait,
ask how you're going to react when you learn Earth is actually not flat and you realize you are a dumbass this whole time?
Okay, so I heard someone coping then. Please continue.
so when I said before that there was actually someone in history, I forgot from what year, that actually did the whole
circumnavigation. Is that the one you're after?
yeah, circumnavigation in history.
Yeah, not
There's someone.
circumcision, although it's the same principle. We know you
No,
guys
not
are into that.
circumcision.
Vader, shut your
Something, bro.
bitch ass up.
To go
Circumference. That's
around.
what I was thinking. But there is actually a person in history which managed to do that.
Well, this is the problem with the whole circumnavigation thing. They would have used a thing called a compass, all right? Because that's how you find your way around. What does the compass point to?
Depends where you're looking at.
You're looking at the compass. What does it point to?
North, east, southwest, and just depends where the compass is facing.
So the needle on the compass points north, okay?
Uh-huh.
Then you turn the bottom half of the compass, the needle still stays north, you adjust underneath it to give you an angle in degrees and which way you're facing. But primarily, the needle points magnetic north, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the problem is, let's say you want to go east because you want to circumnavigate north, and that's what you're doing. You're doing a great circle around north. So as you move forward, the compass will very gradually adjust itself so it always faces north. So because you're moving, you're going to have to turn slightly. But this circle is so great that you're not even going to notice it. Circumnavigation is just a great big circle. The ability to go around something doesn't change just because of the shape of the ground. So you saying circumnavigation proves a ball, this is incorrect. All it proves is you've gone around something. That's all, mate.
Don't get me freaking started. Not this again. Please understand.
You're over it? I know. We had one yesterday and the day before. But yeah, Froggy, just because you're going around something doesn't instantly mean you're on a sphere. And who's got the GIF? I've got to steal it off someone. The compass one, where it shows the compass pointing at the magnet in the middle of the map. But anyways, that'd be awesome if someone could throw that up. But yeah, look, you're just going around a magnetic point, mate. If you want to go out in your backyard and test it, if you've got an old school clothesline where it's the pole with all your clothes on it, do a lap around the clothesline and call the pole itself north, and you'll notice you'll have to keep turning to face north. If you've got to keep turning to face north, that means east is constantly changing. So east is just a circle around a given point. Doesn't prove curvature. Sorry.
We good? You good? I'm good.
Yeah, fuck you, Vader.
Oh, someone's salty.
That'd be DKG. Do you need a glass of milk and a cookie?
Yeah. Would you give it to me?
Are you allowed to drink that on Shabbos?
Oh my god. Speechless, dumbass nigga.
Oh dear. Any more cope you want to get out?
Yeah.
3, 2,
Wait,
1.
I have
Obviously
more.
not.
Wait. I have more. Yeah, it didn't work, dumb fuck. Wait, I have more though. Yeah, Vader. You're just muted. Hello?
Wrong server, Matrix.
What?
We're in English hub.
Ah, fuck, no wonder. All right, not a problem. Let's do that one then. Works up in that channel. Oh, yeah, we've got to put the F in front of it, don't we? Yeah, have 7 days off, clowns. Seven hours? Oh, that'll do ya. I was wondering what was going on.
Maybe.
All right, so hopefully Froggy's got some more questions. No, Froggy ran away.
You got Marlin in ignorant.
TW, you sound like you're talking through a pillow.
Oh, oops. Yeah, I said we've got ignorant and Marwin, and yeah. Oh, and Beta. Beta's at the top there.
Ignorance account is only a couple of days old. Marwin, however, only joined this channel today. Well, welcome.
Hello, guys.
Marwan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, my friend.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I am fantastic, except for this horrible headache that I've got. But anyways, what brings you here today?
Okay, I'm just wanna to improve my English about the fluent, to be more fluent. I'm sorry. And just it. And I heard about the Discord. There's a community that took in English, and that's all. So I'm here now to just listen while I'm doing a lot of tasks.
Cool. Are you aware of the room that you're in? The topic, title?
Yeah, it's about the flat Earth.
Dun, dun,
Right?
dun, dun, dun. That's right.
Thank you.
A lot of people come in here and they don't pay attention. They're brand new to the server. And they're in here because this is the first room, I think, on the top.
Yeah. It's the first time to in this application, so I discovered. I'm sorry, I just explore and see what is it.
What is flat Earth? How would you describe it, Yoda?
Okay, about the flat Earth.
I'm sort of here and there. I'll be free to talk a little later.
Okay, no problem. So Marwan, does it sound strange to you? Does flat Earth sound silly to you?
Sorry, I didn't catch it. So could you elaborate it more?
Yes.
You asked
Does
about
does
the flat Earth?
yeah, does the sound of a flat Earth make you laugh? Does it sound silly, ridiculous?
Oh, okay. Actually, I don't see that the Earth is flat. Maybe we see that because there is a limit for our eyes to see the far distance, but the science and the space, like the astronauts, they go outside the Earth. They see that it's not flat.
They do. How do you know that?
Yeah, I think the image
How do you know? How do you know that?
provide that.
I'm just wondering how you
The
know that.
images, the
The
images
images.
that we can see about the Earth.
How do you know the images are true?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, uh, because it's like we can see it everywhere. Everyone talk about this. You know, I have I have uh, I don't have the ability to describe what I need to say.
Would you say that you're shown some images and they come from an authoritative source, so you just accept it?
Just because I see it, so it's the only way to maybe accept it. Yeah, because I don't have the ability to go outside the Earth or the atmosphere or
Right.
the atmosphere. I'm sorry. So if
Right.
I have the chance to do that, so why not? So it's the only fact that you must accept it.
Anybody want to take it from here? No?
Sorry, I was only half listening to T-Dub. I missed what he said.
He said that since he appeals to the imagery, that's how he thinks that the story about them, the Earth looking like a globe from far away, like out in space, is true because the images, right? And I said, how do you know the images are true? And he conceded that he has to rely just on an appeal to it based on this apparent authoritative source, because he can't go outside of Earth and do the same thing and see it for himself or take photos himself.
Yeah, it makes it hard when you can't verify some of the things. But there is stuff that we can verify. We can go to large lakes and do long-range observations over 10 miles, stand on one side and take photos of your friend on the other side. Maybe you could do a mirror flash test. Grab yourself a small shaving mirror, reflect sunlight from one side of the lake to the other, see if your mates can see it. You don't have to go to story time space to verify the ground.
Hello.
Hello.
Is there a discussion going on, or can I ask a question?
You may ask a question, my friend.
Okay, thank you. So, you believe the Earth is flat?
We don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat because it's measured like that.
Are you for real?
No, I'm a figment of your imagination. Of course I'm real. Seriously, dude.
How come?
How come? Well,
Yeah.
when people go and do laser tests, and I'll post a couple up for you, and they measure the difference between the ground or the water and the laser. And I'll put that image in first, so we've got a rough idea what you're looking at. And I'll put
You
the
know, like,
second image.
this isn't like a meme voice or anything, is it?
No, unfortunately for you. So, what I'm going to do now, those first three images. Number one, spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. These are the expected numbers if we live on a ball with that specific radius. Okay? The second image is this is what we expect to see. A very rough pictogram of what should happen. Overly exaggerated. So at one end of the laser, the ground is very, very close to the laser. At the other end of the laser, there's a large gap or a larger gap. Okay? The third image is what we actually get when we go and do the laser test. Now I'll post up a few of these laser tests so you can check them out for yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna argument's sake, I'm gonna say it's flat. Okay. So
Well,
do we have?
you don't have to say it's flat.
Uh,
You can just check all the laser stuff out there. Obviously, I've overloaded you with evidence, and you're just going, you know what? I'm just going to say it's flat. But yeah, please watch the videos, mate. Don't have to do it straight away. There's probably an hour or two, maybe longer, of video stuff there. But yeah, so it's measured as flat, whether we like it or not. So don't feel bad if you don't like it. A lot of people didn't when they first found out. Some people have a little. Why is he dropping in and out for? What's the dealio with that? And I thought Australia's internet sucked. Anyways, welcome to the new people that have dropped in.
Thanks for the warm welcome. I'm not new, but there you are. Thank you. Well, I'm quite pleased to announce that in the legal arena, ladies and gentlemen, flat earthers are winning 2-0 in the legal arena. That's the court of law. Okay? We're winning. The globers failed to prove the earth spherical or rotating. And the flat earthers take the win 2-0. And that's true.
Well, that's got to be pretty horrible if you're a globe believer.
Yeah.
And we've got a few others that have dropped in. Jossazeg, Hajar, Unstoppable. Don't I have that as a sound clip already?
Yeah, no. Unstoppable, yeah.
No, I thought I put all the Unreal Tournament stuff in there. Anyways. Guys, if you're new, feel free to open your mics, ask questions. If you don't ask questions, it just gets very quiet. Or Jin will put a record on and start singing. Yeah.
Well, if you're interested in the illegal wins, I put one in the side chat for you. Have a look at it. See how the globers failed. Very, very revealing.
We've also got Muhammad Musbar. Welcome. Oh no, someone said my name. What do I do? Do I hide? Do I run? Do I just click the microphone and talk to him?
He's got
Decisions,
the chutzpah.
decisions.
He's got the chutzpah to be in here. So if you've got the chutzpah, the courage to be in here, well, come on.
Yes, it was my pleasure. It was yours.
Yeah,
What was that
thank you
about
for coming.
What are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
And Hajar just click their microphone. Welcome. See, that wasn't hard. You can talk.
Why do you love about Musbah?
Well, the name sounds good. It's got a nice little rhythm to that name. You see?
It does, actually.
Yeah, a little skip comes up when I hear that name there. Nice.
Thank you. That's my father's
So
name.
now that you're here, what are your positions regarding the shape of the earth now that you've arrived? I posted 2 legal court wins for the flat earthers because the globers were unable to prove in a court of law on 2 separate occasions, 2 different countries. Couldn't prove it. Yeah. We're saying it's flat. What's your position on this? Anyone can speak up, please.
My current position, I'll give you a latitude. It's roughly 30 degrees south.
How does that make you feel? You know, in a court of law, the people who say the earth is a globe failed to prove that the earth is a globe spinning through the universe. Isn't that interesting? The law courts, legalities. The legality and legitimacy of the globe cannot be proven. Wow. None of you can prove it. That's why you're here. Because if you had that proof, you'd be talking about it right now. Right now. Yeah. I'm doing the blowing on my nails and rubbing them on my chest, you know? Ha! Feeling rather proud of myself now, if you can imagine. Ha ha, yeah.
Yeah, no one's challenging you.
Absolutely. No one's challenging. Too much, too powerful, too true, too real.
Yeah, it must be that.
Yeah, it's the flat Earth.
Because, yeah. It's pretty sad that nobody's has the courage to stand up and say, no, you're wrong. This is how we know the Earth is not flat, how we know it's a globe, and how it's spinning, and how it's situated in the vacuum of outer space, etc., etc. Should be a slam dunk.
Exactly. Only I've got the blue marble from Robert Simmons and his team of cinematic colleagues. Okay, I've got that ready to pop into the net. So if they try to challenge me, I'll pop in a 15-minute video where you hear the team explain to you how they create that blue marble. That is fake, by the way. Yeah. So, I'm armed today. I'm just practicing with the blue marble at the moment. So, dribbling with it. Be very careful. Be very careful today, boys and girls, on the globe side. Gin is on fire already. Already, yeah? I'm ready. Blue marble ready to go into the nets. Ready to go into the net. Anybody? Any takers? Come on. They're frightened. Yeah, they're frightened, aren't they? Okay. Let them think about that one. Look at the video. Examine the evidence therein. Our aim is to inform and uplift your lives with the truth. That is all. Nothing else. If we can do it in a nice, amicable, entertaining way, then all the better.
Yeah, maybe you've just got some more questions or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just shoot. Just spit it out. Maybe you could, maybe we could clear something up and let's see what you think we mean by a flat Earth. Right? Maybe you're pitching like a floating disc in space, right? But we could tell you no, we're not saying Earth is like a floating disc in space. That'd be silly. It's not like a pizza planet. Tulsi Das Khan says in the side chat, Earth is square, actually, if you measure it correctly. Oh, really? Well, squares are flat, so I don't see the disagreement there. As for the square part, you have to show us those measurements.
Well, that's very weak, really. Faced with legal support for the flat earthers, you've got to do much better than that. Come on now. Earth is a square? A cube? Really?
Git Good, who is in the VC, says in the side chat, ++, they went to the moon again. What are you still on?
Really?
At least
Really?
at least he didn't say we. That's an improvement.
Yeah, that is. It's a they. They went to the moon. Oh, well, aren't they special?
And they supposedly saw Earth as a lifeboat, and Earth, you are a crew. What a lot of crap. You are a crew on that lifeboat. horrible to have to lie like that to the world, isn't it? Can you imagine?
Hey,
You were in a
get good.
studio all along, right? You were in a studio. You never went to the moon. You never left Earth's surface. Never went through the firmament. You never went anywhere at all, right? And then you're lying to the world, Earth, you are a crew. What kind of human being is going to do that? You know, lie for the rest of your life. Every day you wake up, you're a liar. Every day. Imagine all four of them. Paid actors. So they're acting. That's
Well,
one of their
I'm just
little
wondering if
coping
Get Good.
mechanisms. Go ahead.
I've posted an image in the side chat for Get Good. Does he like that? Is that what you're talking about? Get Good? Like how they see Earth, like when they go to the moon, they see Earth like that.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that CGI image right there. That is not Earth.
What is he? Oh, he hasn't responded.
Just wants to call us deniers. Yes, we deny the curvature. The reason for it, your space photos show that it's curved. We agree with your photos that it shows an image of a curved object. Now, if that curved object is allegedly Earth, then we should be able to measure said curvature. This is where the problem starts. When the good people go out to measure the curvature, it does not exist.
I'm just going to help a couple of guys out in the side chat. They seem to be having trouble finding their mic, so we're going to suspend their text abilities while they search for the mic button.
Yes, that'd be good.
You know, since they've resorted to insult and incredulity and just plain old, like, you know, being disrespectful, because I asked a question and he didn't respond. He's non-responsive. I find that very rude, so, yeah.
Yeah, I think the cognitive dissonance has got him cognitively constipated. That's what that is. Constipated glober. Can't function because of the cognitive dissonance at the extreme end. And totally ignoring the legal ramifications of the wins for the flat Earth. You know, they don't want to go there, do they? Just don't want to go there. Wow. And it looks like they can't find their mics. How awful.
There you go, Get Good. You've got a chance to open your mic up now. If we're worth insulting in the side chat, we're worth insulting in voice.
Yeah,
I'll
on
even put my
VC.
camera on if you want, so you can insult me to my face. There you go. You want to insult me to my face? Open your mic. Come on, video up. Insult me to my face. I didn't think so.
A nice 15-minute full version of the Rob Simmons and his team, and they explain to you how they make and create that blue marble fake imagery that you all believe and think you live on. There you are. 15 minutes long of revelation after revelation. Lovely. And I'll back it up with an 8-minute version where you hear Robert Simmons in a little interview, just with this interviewer and Robert Simmons as well speaking. Yes, that's another good one. That's only 8 minutes long. Yes, there it is. Yes, we're trying to help you along here. Remember, you believe you're on a ball hurtling through the universe, but you haven't confirmed that the ball you live on exists. You're believing only. You're accepting the information without confirmation or validation. You're believing the scientists and NASA. That's all you're doing. And that's naughty. There you go. Back up. Yes, I'm surprised. Not only do they not want to check anything, they don't want even to go into VC now. Wow. So they're not proving anything. They're not coming into the VC. Wow, shameful.
Yeah, they feel safer to be able, like in a side chat, in text chat, to express their their distaste for people that have a different worldview. That's quite sad, really. They could have entered the VC, opened their mic, said, "Hey, I don't agree with you guys, but I've got a few questions. Like, I'm curious." Or, "Hey, this is how I know the Earth is a globe. What are you guys on about?" Like, and we could begin a discussion about it, just a civil one. But no, they choose to sit in the side chat and just have this snarky attitude and insult. It's pathetic.
Yeah, heckling from the side chat. That's all they're doing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Heckling from the back rows. Don't come up to the front and hold the mic and present their case. Yeah. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Especially for those of you who are currently believing you're on a globe, flying through the universe, 2.2 million miles per hour. Woo! And in a year, you would have covered 19.2 billion miles. 19.2 billion.
Right.
Times your
That's the
age.
equivalent.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of a cosmic-sized fairground ride, like a show ride, carnival ride.
Yeah. And then you times
Zipping this way, zipping that way.
that way, exactly. And you times those distances and time by your age. And it's funny, you're still looking at the same constellations. How can that be? How? Yeah, didn't think about that, did you? Yeah. You are a crew. Oh, really? As bombs go off in Iran, boom, boom. Bombs going off in the Gaza Strip, boom, brr, brr, boom. You are a crew sinking the ship. Right. Honestly.
What are you talking to?
I am talking to everybody who is listening.
Anyone will listen. Yeah, there you go. And you see there in the side chat, so that they say that we're doing the cosmic version of that.
Yeah. Yeah. A gift. and the meme can really bring it home. Can you imagine that? Exactly. It's a good ride if your stomach can take it.
Well, that thing is throwing you every which way, right? Like
exactly. Don't eat. Don't take a
Good.
drink or eat anything before you go there for the day. Otherwise, you could end up throwing that on people's faces and then coming back on your face if you don't duck. Yeah, that's virtually what the herb is meant to be doing, by the way. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you got 3 different motions there. Yeah.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
they're
Earth's
actually
got one extra one, hasn't it? Earth's got 4.
Yeah, more. Yeah, there's the wobble as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this other thing too. I can't remember. They sneak that in, and it's supposed to be like another little extra thing that's happening. I can't remember what it is now. Yoda, help me out.
Mutation, Chandler wobble.
There you
Right.
are. Whatever that is. I think the shock of the blue marble being fake has got them. They're reeling at the moment, trying to work it out. Yeah, but they went to the moon, didn't they? No, they did not. No one has.
I'm gonna post this image in here so that I've got a reference next time. I want to post this as an example. That's not it. I'm going to post this image in here just so I've got it as an example for when people bring it up, because I always try to go and find something like this and I can't find it. I can't find it quickly enough. But if I place it in here, since this chat doesn't get wiped, I can place it in here with a little word, and then I can search the words up, and it'll take me straight to it.
Yeah, that's a good
So
idea.
I
Yeah, I have that problem. Yeah, I have to scroll down all the time to get my stuff. But yeah, my chat doesn't get scrubbed. So that's why I've got mine like that. Yeah, this ride, man. I'm just looking at this ride. You know, just when you think you're going to be settled, no, you're not settled, because it's a different rotation coming to hit you as you're still trying to get coping. Where's the ground? Yeah, man. God, chucking you around there.
Yo, Flat Earth Judge. Are you here?
Hello and welcome. Just about heard your voice there. Who are you looking for? Flat Earth Judge?
Yeah, I was talking to him the other day. I was in the other Flat Earth Discord.
Right. In the politics. Yeah?
No, I think it was the just Flat Earth Discord server.
Oh, the home base, you mean? Right. Home
Yeah,
ground.
home base. I got banned
Right.
from home base.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What did you do wrong?
I was arguing in there for a long time, and eventually he just like kicked me.
Yeah. What was your argument? Can you present it again? Yeah. Hopefully you don't get banned from here.
So pretty much the whole time we were talking about the boat sailing into the horizon video, right? And there was the like rebuttal they sent me was like a toy boat in like a lake, and my like
Okay, yeah, yeah,
yeah, I'm sure you've been down that
yeah.
same
I know
rabbit
the
hole.
one. Yeah, yeah.
But the reason I said that the video of the small boat in the lake didn't really disprove me is because the boat is probably like 8 inches tall, and then the little ripples and imperfections in the water, like when you put the camera at water level, it's gonna be like obstructing the camera's view, right? It's gonna be like able to block out the tiny boat. And like when you do an experiment that eliminates those variables, like one on the ocean with like a huge boat, that effect will never happen, right? It will only ever crop like like I'm sure you've seen the video proving the globe Earth. It's like where it goes and it crops from bottom to up. It like disappears
Yeah,
slowly.
yeah,
That
yeah.
effect will like always happen on a like large body of water with a large boat.
But the thing is that with that observation test, you know, with the boat, the toy boat, it does bring home what does happen on the ocean. Only that the thing is, it's not so much ripple going on there. Come on now. I think you're squabbling. That's what we call that in England. You're squabbling. No need to squabble.
Well, the ocean still has ripples and stuff, but the boat is just so much bigger, and so it doesn't. Also, on
Look,
the video, with
your
the boat
scale is incorrect, young fellow. Please
Yeah.
stop carrying on about your semantics of scale. Scale means nothing. It's to do with angular size. So it's that angle that's the problem, not the
feel like the
size
scale-
of the object you're looking at.
I feel
So
like the
you do
scale is-
understand. You do understand perspective. You can have an exceptionally large item a long way away versus an exceptionally small item, really, really close, and they both have the same angular size. It's the angular size that's the issue, not the little ripples on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like the ripples in the
exactly.
water do a big, like it obstructs it a lot because the camera is completely like leveled with the water.
They do. That is a component of it, but it is not the main factor. Your angular size, your angular resolution, and ability to resolve the image, and the way the optic works is more of a factor than the waves. Yes, a 3-foot wave over a 20-mile distance is going to obstruct a very large item behind it, especially if that 3-foot wave is close to the observer. It'd be like trying to see a motor car behind a 20-story building.
Yeah.
Right. I still feel like the reason the scale matters here is because the camera's angle or where the camera's placed is right on top of the
No,
water.
it's not to do with the camera's placing. It's to
Could I
do with
finish
the
what I'm saying?
angle of resolution. So this is
Okay.
what we're going to do. You're going to have a look inside chat, and you can see the black image with the coloured lines on it. You can see that?
Right.
Tell me when you can see it.
I'm looking.
Excellent. On the far right-hand side, that little stick fellow with the red head, that is you.
The left side.
You are looking at a ship on the right-hand side. The yellow line is your line of vision, okay, or line of sight, horizontal. This is how our head works. The white line is where the ship connects with the water, okay? The purple one is the top of the ship from your line of sight. Now, what happens is we see in angles. So from the horizontal line that your eyes generate down to the bottom of the water, or bottom of the ship touching the water, generates an angle. Also, it does the same thing from your eye line to the top of the ship. Now, what happens is, because the bottom one is a smaller angle, as the ship sails away, it is non-resolvable first. So as it sails away, due to perspective, the ship will get smaller, okay? And as it appears to get smaller, those angles also get smaller. Now, due to angular resolution,
I'm not sure anything
the one
you're
that
saying
hits...
right now.
You say what? Sorry?
This sounds like a ton of word salad to me. Like I'm not sure any of this means.
So basically, what you just said is I'm not fucking interested in listening.
No, I'm
That's what that says to me. You saying that's a ton of word salad, that tells me that you listen to someone like Professor Dave and that you have absolutely no interest in anything we say. You're here to preach and preach alone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor to you. You can spill all of your bullshit out and then you can leave politely.
Well, hang on a second.
I don't want to spew any bullshit, man. I
hang on
wasn't
a
trying
second.
to
Hold
be a
on,
dick or
hold on,
anything. I
hold
just
on.
genuinely didn't
Hold on.
understand you.
Can you hear me? Can you not hear me? Hold on. Matrix. Why don't you take him through step by step, one at a time, one more time? Because I thought he was getting it. I got it.
No.
So that's
He just openly said that to him that was word salad. In other words, I don't want to listen. That's what that translates to.
No,
terrible.
I genuinely didn't understand. If you went up to like a toddler and tried to teach him like algebra, right?
Well,
it's
you
just a
wouldn't go
topic he
to a
doesn't
toddler. You
understand,
wouldn't
right?
go to a toddler. That's a
Like
wrong analogy. Look,
Poor
let me
analogy.
try
well,
again.
I'm the
Yeah.
toddler in this example, right? Like if it's something I genuinely don't understand,
Well,
if
a
it's like a
toddler's not
topic
going to
I
get it. A
don't
toddler's
have
not
a
going to
grasp
Okay.
of, then you have to
Jin,
explain
hold
it in a
up.
different way. You're
Schmilk,
using like all these like
silence.
buzzwords and these like
Both of you shut up. Thank you.
And
What
also, my
part
point's
of
not
the
really taken
image
back.
don't you understand?
I
That's why I
understand
put an
the
image there.
I understand the image. I maybe don't understand like the point of the purple line in the image, but I think I have like a understanding of the image.
Okay, the point of the purple line is your line of vision from yourself to the top of the ship.
So if you were to be looking at the top of the ship, or is it like if you were? If you were
No,
looking
that's
at
the
yellow?
entire view you'll get when you're
Okay,
standing
okay,
looking
okay.
at the ship sailing away.
Yeah.
You'll see the top of the ship, you see the bottom of the ship, and you also have your line of sight straight ahead. So what happens is the way your optic works, your eyes, is it breaks things down into angles. So from the center of your vision, where everything converges, your line of sight. So perspective. As things get further away, they appear to get smaller, and they will converge at the center point of your vision. So anything that's above your line of sight, your eye line or eye level, will converge downwards. Anything that's to the left will converge to the right. Anything below will converge up, and anything that's to the right will converge left. Are you still with me?
Yeah, I feel like the main
Excellent.
the main problem I have is
So-
something I left unaddressed though.
What was left unaddressed?
So the video of the toy boat, like where the perspective.
I'm not
is-
talking about that.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
I-
about the
I-
image with the coloured lines on it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what we're discussing at the moment, and there's a reason for that. It's so it will help you understand the toy boat one. That's what this is about.
But the
This
toy
is the
boat one
lead up to
isn't-
the toy
isn't
boat.
representative of the picture you sent.
This is the lead up to the toy boat.
But the picture you sent isn't representative.
This is
of the video.
pre-toy boat.
Could I finish speaking?
You're not catching on very quickly, are you? No wonder everything I say sounds like word salad.
Yeah. So the original.
This
point
image, this black image with the coloured lines on it that you said sounds like word salad, is the prequel, the lead up,
an image
the
can't be word
intro.
salad. I said what you said sounds like word salad. The image can't be word salad.
Well, this is the prequel, the intro, the lead up to the toy boat. So perhaps you might want to watch this so you'll understand the toy
I feel
boat.
like it's an improper lead up. Can I tell you why?
Well, I haven't finished yet, so how do you know?
Because I'm looking at the image and there's a big flaw.
Because at the moment, you don't want to listen, and you've gone out of your way to make sure that you don't have to.
There's just a huge
This is
flaw.
quite
that I'm
evident,
looking at.
which is quite. There's no flaw in the image.
Why'd
The
you put
image is just an image.
Okay.
So you had a meltdown in home base the other day, and you were booted out for being a clown. You're doing the same shit now. I would suggest you don't.
Well, I'm not trying to be like have a meltdown or be a dick or anything. Could I just explain?
You
why,
are.
like, could I explain why I feel like the image doesn't really prove anything to me?
What's the problem with the image? Obviously, you've got some kind of problem. You're probably colorblind or something, and you can't see it properly.
So the image on its own is completely fine. I understand it, but relating the image to the toy boat video is where I have the problem, because the toy boat video doesn't have the perspective, like where the camera's placed at that red dot, like for where the red dot is in the picture. It's like way.
Yes, it
lower
does.
It's way lower to the ground, like touching.
Yes, it does have exactly the same problem. Because my boat there, you don't know how big my boat is. My boat's 100 foot tall.
Do you hear what I'm
It
saying?
has exactly the same problem. This is why you should shut the fuck up and listen for every now and then. Now, as I was saying, from the top of the image, the purple line, down to the yellow line, it generates an angle. You do understand that. It's actually written in there for your convenience. If you download the image and zoom in, you can read the number.
Yeah, you're derailing the
Also,
conversation.
below the yellow line, that you should be listening still, below the yellow line to the white line is another angle. Now, what's going to happen? SS Globetard, the ship, is going to sail to the right, and it's going to keep going. And as it gets further away, it's going to appear smaller. And as it starts to appear smaller, those angles are going to decrease in size. Now, due to angular resolution, right? So this is just to do with angles, nothing to do with the scale of the ship. Perspective is going to make the scale look smaller. We know this already.
So those angles get smaller. Once that angle hits 0.02, that section becomes non-resolvable. So now it's question time for you. Which one do you believe is going to become non-resolvable first? The bottom angle or the top one?
Probably the bottom angle, but if it were to sail away, that would mean that everything
Most
getting
excellent.
smaller.
You are correct.
If it were to
There's
sail away,
no add-on needed. You are correct. It is the bottom one. So, knowing that the bottom one is going to become non-resolvable, why are you talking through me? That's exceptionally rude.
You don't let me talk because I can't respond to you.
No, I haven't finished. You were asked a simple question. You answered it. I thank you for that.
No,
Most excellent.
He didn't answer it.
Yes, he did. He answered the bottom one. Thank you for helping him out.
Could I finish my response?
You did answer. You answered. I asked you which one would become non-resolvable first. You answered the bottom one. You are correct. So that is why that you're not going to don't do it. That is why things disappear or appear to disappear bottom up. Now's the excellent bit where you get to add all the other factors in. Waves, for example. A very small wave, very close to the observer, will block something in the background. A very small wave close to the background object will not appear to block it.
Conversational skills. This isn't how you have a conversation.
Well, I'll show you how we do it. We click the mute button when we get complete morons in here that don't want to participate, that just want to preach. You asked why you were having trouble understanding it. I'm trying to help you out. You are going out of your way to be difficult. You are going out of your way not to want to understand. Listen, kid, if you want to come in here and preach, get it off your chest, get it all out, and then go and have a merry life somewhere. We don't care.
So if the ship were to sail away, that means that all the angles are getting smaller proportionally, right?
All of the angles get smaller as due to perspective.
Right, but like equally. They're getting equally as smaller, right?
Depending on where your eye line is. That's the interesting part. Because you're only 6 foot tall, your eye line is exceptionally close to the water line, which is a smaller angle than above your eye line to the top of the mast. That's why the bottom appears to disappear first, because as it converges at the center of your eye line, because it's the smallest section already, it will appear to disappear or become non-resolvable first. It's based on your eye level elevation in comparison to the item you're looking at. So if you were 200 feet in the air, right, they would appear to converge upwards because you're above everything. It would sail out a lot further before it hits that center point.
If I respond, are you going to interrupt me?
Stop crying, kid. Just get it out.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm going to be able to get it out without you interrupting.
Listen, if you're going to carry on with your meta, I'll just boot you out. I've got no problem with that.
I'm going to say my response, and then hopefully I don't get interrupted. So if this is to scale, and this is to, like, this picture you sent me, I can apply this to, like, any sort of ship sailing off into this distance. It doesn't work for the video that I'm like thinking of, right? The popular one of the boat sailing.
Okay, stop. Why does it not convert to your video? In what way does it not? I'll tell you why. Number one, hold up. You just said it doesn't convert. Okay, how about I just press the fucking shut up button? Silence, you fucking tart. Oh, fuck off then. I'm good with that. You obviously don't want to fucking learn at all. Schmilk.
He's back.
It is exactly the same. The reason it is exactly the same is because the lens that I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. Right click, copy user ID. You can stay out. You're an idiot. Right.
Someone messaged me. Where is it? Another white knight.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate, Zuki. It's an observation and measurement. It's a lived experience, the flat Earth. You experience it. I experience it. Everybody here experiences it. Everybody in history has experienced it. Now, despite your experience being of a flat and motionless Earth, you're told it's a big giant spinning ball in outer space. And we say there's no evidence of that. In fact, any attempt to measure the surface results in nil curvature.
Hey, Pablo. Your turn.
Don't know why they're white knighting for him. He didn't want to learn it, you know, right off the bat. He was squabbling from the beginning. Still moaning about the other day being banned. That's probably why. There you are. The explanation was perfectly clear, crystal, concise, and simple to understand. And the
Hold up,
illustration
Jen.
was beautiful.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
Hey, great debater. Have you got something you want to say?
Yeah, you should have let that guy say what he wanted to say, probably, without interrupting him.
Actually, the problem was, and you don't know the backstory, unless you're the same clown because you sound very similar.
It is. It is the same.
It is the same guy, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm a different guy. I'm a great debater.
Cool
It
story.
is very sad for you to create another account just for this, man.
I'm confused.
Are you that desperate? Are you that desperate?
Yeah.
The feedback it's like Corvo. I think your speakers are a bit too close to your microphone there.
Like this?
You should be good.
I'm having problems with that.
No worries, dude.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself? You're back with your other account. Start talking. Don't waste it.
No,
Come
no,
on
he's
now.
not, Jen.
Oh, right.
Alts get caught out. You know what happens to them. Double the sentence.
Right.
The first one was only 24 hours.
All right. So now it's increased to 48 hours. Is that right?
Oh, 2 days. Close enough.
Don't ban evade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
did
splendid.
Pablo speak up? I was hoping Pablo might have, because he wanted the white knight. Pablo, you haven't had the privilege of conversing with that moron for the last couple of days. Some of us here have. He wants to just blast the same shit. Now, someone posted a video of a toy boat sailing across a 1,000-foot lake, okay? And he made every excuse under the sun why that boat disappeared bottom up. Now, as I was just trying to explain with the black image with the coloured lines on it, about perspective and angular resolution. And what was his answer to that? Oh, this sounds like word salad to me. Nothing I said was overly complex. It's actually all drawn out in separate individual colours for one to understand. Everyone else can understand it except for one person. The one person who's got a problem with a small toy boat video. And the reason he's got a problem with it is because at 1,000 feet, that is in front of... Did you just drop out, you arrogant fuck?
The issue is that the boat is supposed to get smaller. It's not supposed to disappear from the bottom up. If it disappears from the bottom up, it means it's a globe Earth. If it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and disappears,
Wrong. Vardouche.
Flat.
Hey, Vardouche, check it out. This is the problem. Your claim is if it disappears bottom up, it has to be a globe Earth. In your perspective, this is not negotiable. But the problem is, mate, we can show you things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. So we know...
Okay, so on a table.
Yep, so we know... So we know things aren't exclusive to curvature. So if it's not
This is where you're
exclusive to
wrong.
curvature, if it
Because if you
well,
test it
please
on the kitchen
prove me wrong.
table, put a
Well, hang
boat on a kitchen table,
Vardo.
and the boat will disappear smaller and smaller and smaller. It doesn't disappear from bottom up because a kitchen table
but,
is flat.
Dude, there's
Thank you very much.
Vardo. One sec, Vardo, because Matrix was actually detailing an example on 1,000-foot lake, right?
Not a kitchen table.
So, right. So when you see the bottom of the RC boat begin to disappear from view, bottom up, right? That means if you're going to think that that's the horizon to your globe, you're talking about a globe with a radius of like a few hundred miles. Not even that.
But now I'm talking about a kitchen
tiny
table.
earther.
Because a kitchen
No,
table
it's not
is
analogous.
flat.
We're talking about on a lake, 1,000 foot, where within that distance, that boat. Listen.
No, I understand where you guys are confused.
Listen,
but you
no,
guys
you're
can't
not.
prove a kitchen
No, you're
table.
not, bro.
No,
No,
Vardush. Vardush.
listen.
Okay, hold up, Vardush.
You're gonna listen.
At no stage did I mention a kitchen table. So your analogy of a kitchen table is false. That is a straw man. You are straw manning me onto something I didn't say. I was talking about a toy boat that's done over a 1,000-foot lake.
Right. It's still got a few miles to go before it reaches your physical geometric horizon to become obstructed from view by Earth curvature. Yet we get that same effect over that distance, which means it's not the curvature. So it can be replicated. That effect is produced where there is no physical obstruction from view. You have a clear line of sight. There is no physical obstruction, unless you're going to claim that there's waves and ripples and things, right? But not curvature of the Earth.
So if there was a kitchen table, why doesn't the boat disappear bottom up?
Where are you getting a kitchen table from? Are you sailing one across the water or something?
I'm just get a toy car. That's what I'm trying to put in perspective.
Okay, Vardush. I want you to put the kitchen table. I'm not. This is just my normal volume. Deal with it.
It's nowhere near the
I
same
want
scale.
you to get the kitchen table and throw it in the bin. We are on a lake that's 1,000 feet across. There's no kitchen table there. That's back at home. There's no buts. The kitchen table.
On a kitchen
the kitchen table is back home. We're on a lake that's 1,000 feet. There's no kitchen table.
So then teach me, why doesn't the boat disappear? Why doesn't a toy car disappear bottom up on a kitchen table? Teach me that.
Because you're too close to it.
You have to, dude. There's optical phenomenon that happens along the horizon. So if
What's
you're not taking
optical
that into
phenomenon?
account, you would have to use a
What's the
lens or something in
calculation?
order to take that for account, or have a large enough space in order to do it. So whatever you're saying, some non sequitur red herring bullshit.
You're just mad because a kitchen table doesn't disappear
No,
when
I'm not
there's
mad.
a boat
I'm
going farther and farther
disappointed
away.
in how stupid you are.
You have to scale
That's
it
what
right
we
so
all
that the
say.
angles match.
It's to
Yeah, I
do
was trying
with
to say
angular
that,
resolution. It's to do with angles, Vardush. That's all. The angle from the top of the car to the middle of the lens to the bottom of the car where it touches the table. So there's two angles involved. Number one,
Well, that's
from the
still an
table.
issue.
Yep. Number one, from the bottom of the table, from the table where it touches the car to the center of the lens. The center of the lens makes a center line, a line of vision. So from the bottom to that line makes an angle. From that line to the top of the car generates another angle. This is how we see things in angles, as I was explaining to the last person. Now, as the car gets further
you're
away,
wrong.
depending... Well, really, I'm wrong? Please enlighten me.
You don't see in angles?
Because you're not a teacher. You're not a teacher. You never taught this to anyone. No one asked you to
I'm not a
teach this
teacher.
to anyone in a university.
Well, I don't want to bust your little Earth globe bubble, but I'm actually a qualified tradesman. Therefore, I'm legally allowed to teach people.
Doesn't mean you're a teacher in
we
tradesman
also-
in what? Tradesman in what?
What? And you are? So please
What
tell
are
us
you
how you're an
tradesmen of?
expert. So please tell me how you're an expert and you're going to teach everyone.
I just said that if you guys said if Earth is flat, let's get something flat. So we
No,
got a kitchen
I
table.
was talking
We got
about
a boat.
optics
You're
and
interrupting
angular
me.
resolution,
Relax.
and
You're
you
interrupting
were
me.
talking
Come on,
about
you
kitchen
didn't- While
tables,
I'm
and
explaining this.
you were talking about kitchen tables and other bullshit that was not related to what we were talking about. So, how about you tell us how you've got a problem with the little toy boat
and it not being a case of angular resolution. Please enlighten us all, because you're so well versed in optics.
Yeah, remember, you're not a teacher at all, remember? So do your best. You're not a teacher. Don't
Exactly.
forget
That's
that.
why none of us should be informing anyone. Only the
Excuse me, we can
scientists are,
explain.
and
We
they
can
are
explain.
so
Only
We're qualified
scientists?
to
Oh my
explain.
gosh, dude.
I'm a
You're
teacher.
insufferable. So
Yeah.
dishonest.
Adios. You guys are so annoying
Yeah,
with
get
your
out of here,
fact.
Bye-bye.
clown.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I didn't get to show. Anyway, I was going to show him the driveway one. Say it's a little bit bigger than a kitchen table, a lot less, than a lake. Is that good
I gotta
enough for
know.
you?
What was the deal with the kitchen table, guys? Seriously.
Well, it wouldn't get in. It wouldn't go in the bin. The legs were in the way.
Holy shit!
You can get that disappearing bottom up thing without any Atmos or optical phenomenon simulation going on the table. He wasn't looking at the side chat. Several people posted something. Not to mention, if you were to try and do this in real life, you would take into account the fucking horizon.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Have you guys seen Zach Zimbala's recreation of bottom-up disappearance in a warehouse due to angular resolution loss? With like the two
No.
barrels at the end?
It's actually diffraction that causes that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's angular resolution loss. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it happens in extreme conditions where you can see very far, where there isn't any impedance of weather effects and things like this. Like if you're in a vacuum, angular resolution loss would be, I would think, like the last variable causing bottom-up disappearance. And that would have to be accounted for before you start discussing things like curvature that you can't see or measure in the first instance. So it's like we've already got all the mechanisms present in our toolbox for bottom-up disappearance far before we get to curvature that nobody ever sees. I'm trying to look for it. I took some screen caps from the video and I organized a lot, and now I can't find anything again. Just the way it works, isn't it, guys? Try to reorganize your files and now you can't find anything anymore.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So I'm sitting here like the conversation's going on. I'm scrolling. I'm still scrolling right now, by the way. I'm like, where the hell is it? I don't even know if I saved the video anywhere to go reference and dig it up again.
That happens
If
to me.
anybody has it, please post it. That'd be awesome if you do.
I end up with too much data and not enough time to organize everything.
Yeah. But I really like what Zach did. I think that was a tremendous demonstration of the diffraction limit. Thank you, Rayleigh.
Actually,
Yeah.
speaking of images, Jin, I think it was Jin, scrolling. Yes, it was Jin. That image you've got of the pillars that disappear into oblivion, that is a fake image. Can you please not use that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a fake. If you jump onto, what's it called? Is it Getty Images or something like that? They have that, and it actually has a doorway or something at the end of it. That has been modified and photoshopped. Yeah, the original one actually has a doorway thing at the end of it. So, and you can see it quite clearly. It goes about what I would perceive as halfway on your one.
Well,
there'd be a doorway there. So yeah, can you please not use that? It's
still useful.
It's useful, but it's deceptive because you're going to have some glober go, that's fake, that's photoshopped, and we just don't want to deal with that bullshit.
You could, but that's what it would occur if it was real. I mean, it's not.
Well, that's
anything
correct.
different
If the
to
corridor was long
the
enough.
long hallway. Yeah.
And what's interesting?
You could still use it as an example for like how perspective works.
Yeah.
You could
What I
just
find
caveat
interesting
that's
with perspective,
not actually, or no,
even at work, I've got to take photos of corridors and stuff every week for fire checks and things like that. If I stand in the middle, my corridors are 25 meters one way, 25 meters the other, and you can even see the perspective, like a convergence, just in that distance using an iPhone. So
yeah, you don't have to go too far out of your way. Some motels have got exceptionally long corridors, where everything is just the same all the way down, and you can see that ramping in. It stands out quite well, so you don't have to go too far out of your way to find an example of it. A nice long straight street with street lights coming down and the road ramping up. There's plenty of excellent examples. So there's no reason, in this day and age, we've all got phones and stuff. There's no reason why we can't just be putting our own ones up there.
Yeah, that's true there, but I didn't realize that that was photoshopped because I didn't, you know, that's it really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although the effect is there though. That is exactly what we see, isn't it?
Oh yeah, cool. There you go. AG posted it up.
Yeah, it sucks that it's not a real thing, but it kind of like any Glober could take that image and then say, okay, here's the real one, and then try and shoot down your argument with it.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be able to because he'd be showing exactly what I'm showing in that image, very similar. So
yeah, what you're referencing is the
swabbling.
perspective. Yeah.
Like what he said before about the street lights and all these other things, those are there. That
Yeah,
image
I've
does
got
remind
those
me of
as
that
well.
GIF, like where it looks like the hallway's eternal, and you're just kind of keep going down it. It does remind me of that GIF.
You know, people don't pay attention to the top of the street lamps as much, or the top of the boat going over the horizon as much as the bottom. You know, they're all focused on the bottom and the appearance of bottom up obstruction. But you have to remember too that objects receding into the distance are scaling with perspective, twice the distance, half the size. That's the rule. So if you have an object that's scaling down at twice the distance, half the size, twice the distance, half the size, like a boat, and it appears to be gobbled up from the bottom, well, then you don't have curvature of the earth. You only have perspective at work, because you have to then also add in drop over distance if there's drop over distance. So you have to have both scaling at twice the distance, half the size, dropping 8 inches per mile squared. Twice the distance, half the size, still dropping at 8 inches per mile squared. Both of those have to be happening. But they really avoid that part. They take it as an either or. They instead replace perspective scaling with curvature. And say, oh, it's disappearing bottom up over the horizon, so that's curvature. It's like, well, hold on a second. Because if it's curvature, the top should also be curving over the edge of the earth. You know what I mean? Yep. Not just scaling with perspective. The top of the boat should also be going down at 8 inches per mile squared. The top of the street lamp should also be dipping down, going 8 inches per mile squared into the vanishing line, into the horizon. But, you know, it's true that they do hijack perspective. They don't want you to talk about both of these things in the same conversation. They know they're cooked. And there are other things too at play. I mean, you've got uneven surfaces, and even on a warehouse floor that may be like ideally flat, but not, teeny tiny undulations that are in the midfield that may be too small to to see perceptively, would cause bottom up obstruction in the far field. And your eyes may not have the capability to resolve the undulations of uneven concrete floor in a warehouse, but you will see obstruction in the distance, bottom up, but it could just be due to the uneven surface. Same with waves over water, tiny ripples. So still looking for the thing, and I can't find the thing, so I'm gonna have to find the video and rip. But I posted some other stuff. I think that was from Life is Short series. With the hallway I posted in the colored columns. Or it might have been from Box Ops. If you guys remember him, shout out to Box Ops. What a legendary smacker that guy was. I know he shared this stuff with me at one point too, and I don't know if this was his or if this came from that Life is Short series. If you haven't seen the Life is Short series, wonder if I've got a